welcome to the Coolidge Cricket Ground, the home of Cricket West Indies. It's day 2 of the Cricket West Indies 4-day championship, and it is a lovely day. If you know what happened on the first day, the Guyana Harpy Eagles were bowled out for 175, and the West Indies Academy, they closed. They won on 96 for 4. I'm Vernon A. Springer, and I'm alongside my colleague, Molly Richards. And just to let you know, while there are thousands of reasons to be sad, there are also millions of reasons to be happy and grateful. So just shift your focus on being alive. Good morning, Molly Richards.
Good morning, Vernon. Good morning to all the listeners in the region and around the globe. Another intriguing day of West Indies 4-day championship cricket. Obviously, a lot happened yesterday. A lot of wickets fell on day one, some 14 wickets.
Yeah, it was almost around the region. In St. Kitts, you had 11. In Jamaica, you would have also had a team, both teams were bowled out. So, wickets, 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 and more wickets. Still no centuries in round 3, but we had at least 7 centuries in the first 2 rounds. Jason Mohammed, Kevin Wickham, Jahid Kohli, Jonathan Carter, Chadwick Walton, and then we had Mikhail Louis creating some history and a number of half centuries. It was just overwhelming. You had Romain Morris, who scored a half century yesterday, wicketkeeper batsman. 18 half centuries in the first 2 rounds. But we're not talking half centuries yet. We're talking a revival here because Kevin Sinclair has come to the party and he's picked up 4 wickets yesterday.
Well, yeah, his team really needed that after what we would call pretty much a lackluster performance with the bat. Kevin Sinclair roared into the game with his 4 wickets. At one point had figures of 4 for 4 from 4 overs. But here he is again this morning, number 43 on his back, ready to bowl that first delivery for his team, looking to make inroads once again.
And Worrell has batted well. He'll get his first delivery. And he comes quietly forward. He's looked very organized, Rashawn Worrell, 34 from 75. And he's not been able to, he's not afraid to use those long levers as we see it when he exhibited using them against Sinclair.
Well, yeah, especially this partnership, this 4th wicket partnership between Worrell and Bishop. 58 runs between the two of them came together at one point when West Indies Academy were in a fair bit of trouble. Kevin Sinclair running through the top order.
Some very poor shots. I think the slide started with Joseph and Vicky Joseph. He was in a hurry.
Yeah, that was an ill-advised stroke, wasn't it?
I know the Visibird International Airport is behind us, but yeah, he's looking to catch that flight early. It's a quiet start so far here. Guyana Harpy Eagles started with a slip, a back pad, backward point cover, extra cover, mid-on, mid-off, short mid-wicket. The field out in the deep backward square leg area for Sinclair. Lovely on drive. I think maybe Worrell just having a look.
Just a bit of bounce there to end that over. Maiden for Kevin Sinclair.
Yeah, so starting very early, based on what was happening. Overnight, 96 for 4. Start with a maiden this morning. And good news for the folks around, we have an early start. So even though the showers came down, didn't deter the start here this morning in the second morning. So we're off and running with a maiden. And it looks as if it will be an all-spin attack. To be honest with you, Mali, I might have gone for Thorne from the
CIU road end probably.
yes,
Give him a burst down the hill.
Yes, yeah. This is his home venue, more or less. But
Especially against Josh Bishop here. We saw how well he played yesterday.
Is it Ali Mohammed bowling?
Not quite. It looks like it's Ali Mohammed. He's
yeah.
directly behind the umpire.
Yeah, he's taking a long time.
Yeah, he's just stretching out. It's going to be Ali Mohammed. with his medium pacers. Still quite seamer-friendly overhead conditions in terms
Well,
of the
yesterday
cloud cover.
yesterday he did cause a little stir, and if you pay attention to his run-up, you might lose focus.
Innocuous looking,
Yes.
but every now and again produces a
Something,
Jaffa of a delivery.
So you got to be careful. But I think he understands how to bowl on this track because he batted and scored 13 not out. And it's something that we were trying to get the West Indies Academy bowlers to bowl. You got to look to understand if most of the batters are not trying to drive the ball to the offside. You look to pitch the ball up and get it to move away. Lovely outswingers. He starts on the money.
He doesn't really have the pace to bang the ball into the deck here, Ali Mohammed, so he tends to bowl a fuller length. Will there be any movement for him, though? He's got the 2 slips.
Umpire is having a word with him. What are you saying? You don't want any aggressive intent?
Not quite sure.
I hope he's not that because he wants some aggression.
I like that. Bit of a naughty waft by Josh Bishop. Every now and again just loses concentration. I think that's the next stage of his development in terms of becoming a genuine all-rounder.
And even the adjustment that he made just a while ago, his right foot was pointing to cover, but the bat face was looking to hit the ball square. So he's got to stay side on to the ball while Mohammed is bowling. That's a lot better. He got tighter there. He got back on the cross and played it right up to Chandapal at cover.
Thing is about him is he's quite unorthodox as well. He's a bit of a stroke maker. Josh Bishop hits the ball in weird areas, as they'd say. Strong bottom hand. But he's also got the ability, as we saw in that previous delivery, to exhibit that sound technique, especially off the back foot. He's a good, strong puncher of the ball.
More changes made.
Yeah, they're just packing the offside field here.
I think they're giving away a single, Mally. This is just a second over. If you're putting it on out into the backward point area, more or less a sweeping.
Well, we saw this position yesterday evening, didn't we, to Bishop when Ali Mohammed was bowling. Almost a fly point on catching almost about 20 yards off that point boundary.
I think he missed out there, Mally. That ball. Tried to get neat. Had he got bad onto that, that could have raced onto the onside for a couple of runs.
Well, yeah, there's a big open space on the leg side. Just the 2 men in mid-on and a fine leg.
But that could be a ploy also, right? To force Bishop to play something different.
He's got to be wide.
Yes.
That's the thing. He's got to be wide of that off stump, or else he'll just get clipped away through the leg side. So it's important that Ali Mohammed is disciplined here. He can stay consistent.
So he's automatically bowling to a 7-2 field.
Yep.
Wow. Yeah, pretty interesting. Now, I think Bishop will have to use some smarts here. Have a look. The first couple of overs. Now he understands. Just leave. It's a 4-day game and it's all day. So 2 maidens to start the morning. And that has been exciting times here. The score remains on 96 for 4. They start the sale of tickets for the ICC Cricket World Cup to be held in the West Indies. 6 venues in the West Indies, 3 in the United States of America. Sinclair, the media center in here.
Have you been on the ballots trying to get any tickets, Vern?
I'm on the media list. Or maybe the VIP list somewhere.
Yeah, for forgot you're a big man around here, right?
Just trying to think. 4 for 32 Sinclair. Well, it's a surprise, Mali. I was looking at Sinclair, and for some particular reason, he continues to just be bowling over the wicket to the left-handers. And it's not to have a conversation with him.
Around.
Yeah. It's on the blind side. There seems to be like a method, and everybody says, oh, well, looking at Nathan Lyon, and we're just going to bowl. Well, Nathan Lyon rips the ball, so he can afford to come around and make that happen.
And that's the point I was going to make. Kevin Sinclair probably isn't the biggest turner of the ball, so you probably think he'd want to create that angle in which he'd threaten the outside edge. As much as possible, really. But we did see that delivery that he produced to Akeem O'Geese. Maybe we can say Akeem O'Geese misread the length a little bit.
He was neither forward nor back. He was just walking across the crease.
Just there.
See, even that shot, Mali, the left foot for Warrell didn't turn. You got to turn your hips because you're looking to undrive the ball. You're still in a standing up position. When you're going to undrive, you got to turn your hips. And he got caught even in rehearsal because it was like something that he's never seen before. So that's the line that Sinclair would want to bowl, and if he was bowling around the wicket, over the wicket, it would have been more interesting.
They probably tried to hit that delivery a bit too straight, actually, considering the line of it was that far outside the leg stump.
Hope Sinclair will be looking at that. More changes now, Mali. Perez is coming to a sort of fly-slip area for 9 Young.
Got fly slip, fly point here on the offside. Obviously, it's going to be a wide of off-stump line of attack by Ali Mohammed. It's also important that he doesn't get too wide here. I think they're just trying to play on the mind of Joshua Bishop, trying to force him into a naughty stroke outside the off-stump. Every now and again, we've seen that from him.
And I think he can afford to have a look for the first couple of overs. It's a long day. The tracker's not done any, you've not seen any devils. So he could just have a look. Look at the bounce in terms of what's happening. And play mind games also with the Guyana Happy Eagles.
Yeah, I think the moisture that's around in Antigua, especially in the last couple of days, we probably haven't seen the quickest of this track just yet. I think when it really does dry out, there's a bit of pace in it, something there for the faster bowlers. But owing to conditions, just haven't been able to exploit it just yet.
And that might be a challenge for the Guyana Happy Eagles batting a second time on this track. Because it is going to spin and it will quicken up.
Tends to have a bit of inconsistent bounce as well, day 3, day 4. Maybe it may be different here. It's been clipped away, just what he didn't want to happen. Just started that one a bit too close to that off stump. Josh Bishop good enough to just get bat on ball. Comes back for 3 runs. So the first 3 runs of the morning for the West Indies Academy.
You see, that's the danger, Mali, when you don't have that sort of pace, and you got to be on the money to come and bowl that particular line. Sometimes we see a lot of fancy things on television, but you have to also ask yourself, do you have the quality of personnel around to make those things happen?
Yeah, it's such a fine balance, isn't it? That one just done on off stump. Bishop good enough to just work that into the onside. So now Ali Mohammed is going to feel that he's going to have to go a bit wider to him there.
It's about being patient. It's about understanding that it's a 4-day game. I think Bishop and Warrell have to approach this that no one else is in the pavilion. And so it is important for them first to get to 175 and, in fact, look to bat all day. That's the objective.
It can also play into the bowler's favor as well, seeing that open space on the leg side. Maybe Bishop will think, oh, I could just clip one, get some runs, maybe miss it. LBW comes into play.
Truth.
So it's all about execution here for Ali Mohammed. Can he produce one of those deliveries that we've seen? He can look quite innocuous at times, and then out to the blue. As we've said, that rhythm, everything just comes together.
It's almost amazing with all of the fast bowling prospect that have been coming out of Guyana, the Niles Smiths and company who seem to.
Isaiah Thorne, Shamar Joseph.
Yeah, who've been having some injuries. Niles Smith is, when we saw Nile a couple of years ago, Mali, we really thought that he would have been the big guy to have gone through. Put on some weight. Sweet, driven, choke cover, couple of more. If they want 3, they can get 3 now. I think they're contented to get 2. So the first scoring option this morning for Rashan Warrell, he goes up to 36. And the score in the meantime goes up to 9. In fact, it should be 100 up. Yes. Our scoreboard not working with us here.
101. 100 comes up with that nice drive from Warrell. Didn't quite come out the middle. Played slightly on the up, but well controlled.
Both batsmen are on 36. The score is 101 for 4. Sinclair. Interesting. He's going around the wicket, Mali.
Yeah, he's staying around the wicket, actually.
Oh, my.
To the right-handed Warrell. To the right-handed Bishop, sorry.
Stands up straight is Joshua Bishop. And just punch it back to the bowler. I'm trying to understand this concept here from Sinclair. Let me have a look. See where he's going with this. Again, punch in. Mali, this is something that I am as a coach, If you bowl the ball and you want the batsman to play it in a particular area, then you have to feel it. That's why the Roger Harpers and the Gishards and company was so good, because, got to make sure that you cut that off.
Yeah, as a spin bowler, you've got to be a demon to your own bowling, really, in and around that circle, in that circle. Got to be nimble.
Single, hit down to Thorne, Isaiah Thorne at long on. So I think they're trying to entice Joshua Bishop to hit across the line of the ball, go for that favorite shot that he likes to hit the ball over into the mid-wicket area. Score in the meantime goes up to 102.
Yeah, and to be honest, I think they're trying to not let the West Indies Academy get away to a flyer here.
One thing I can say for sure, Mali, is that we've seen some innovation this morning in terms of the captaincy. I still would like to see Sinclair, take his time and just roll, coming around the wicket to the right-hander. I don't know if that's the best option, but I guess he will tell me that he's played Test cricket, so that's how he feels comfortable in bowling. End of another over, 31 bowled, 102 for 4.
I think what he knows, especially to Josh Bishop, is he's very good on the sweep. He loves to play that sweep shot. We saw it a couple of times yesterday. I think he's just trying to restrict him in terms of allowing him to free those arms here early on day 2. And so far, they've done a pretty good job in terms of just keeping this West Indies Academy lineup in check here this morning. Not too many boundary deliveries. Seen a couple good strokes, but this outfield as well, overnight rain. Not as quick as we've grown accustomed to seeing here at the CCG.
Not yet.
Not yet, anyway. I think yesterday evening it
Yesterday
started
evening,
to quicken up.
Wow. The folks here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground have done an excellent job in maintaining this, making it look beautiful.
Oh, did that take
I think
a bit of bat?
I
Not
don't
sure.
know.
You
I think
see
it
the
came
signal
off, I
here?
think it came off the pad.
Yeah, pad.
Yeah, early.
I think wicketkeeper Savey could have done a bit better there on
yes.
that one.
If it was a Colin Boyne Tuckett, he would have been diving away like a goalkeeper. Savey sort of like he was in no man's land. He wanted to go and he didn't want to go. Got to put the body on the line.
Is that the first boundary?
First
By
boundary
the
for the
leg
by the leg by route for the morning. So they trail by 69 now. And we realize now that the fly slip has been moved, Mali, out of the equation. So they've changed that mindset.
Wow, bottom hand, as we spoke about with Josh Bishop. Didn't quite get it out the middle, though.
Yeah.
Played on the up once again. That bat speed from Joshua Bishop on show there.
Yeah.
Hands through that one. Comes back for 2.
In fact, there was a little hesitation. He sort of was musting around and saying, well, maybe I should have really gone hard for 3. And that's, to me, the intensity you have to make up in your mind. If you hit that ball all the way over there, you got to be, the intent has to be 3 first. It can't be then 2 and then you say, well, listen, we're going to try and see if we can get 1. Driving loosely in the air. Peel off out to Thorn. More or less a wide third man. Got 1 run. That's exactly what Mali was talking about.
Yeah, and I think that's why we saw that fly slip position, and we see Isaiah Thorne, especially when Joshua Bishop is on strike, in that fly point position almost, there for the catch. Hoping for something to just peel off that outside edge with that bat speed that Joshua Bishop exhibits.
He's got to be patient. He's got to be patient. He's got to be thinking about batting the first hour. He's a senior player. He's a pro here. He has to put his head down and bat. Down the onside. He picked up a single. Just for a moment, inquiring minds, how is that?
Bit of a half shot there. Just a little bit of movement into the left-hander there from Adi Mohammed around the wicket.
Yeah.
Partnership now goes to 72. Vernon keeps growing.
That's
Came together at 38 for 4, if you remember.
Yes, and that's why I was saying that Joshua Bishop has to see himself as the senior pro in this team. Warrell is just coming into the mix of first-class cricket. So he has to, there's no Naeem Young in this team today. And so the responsibility will have to be on Joshua Bishop to bat and bat for a long time. Slash hard over the third slip, down to the boundary for 4.
Yeah, and now that fly slip has been removed, we see Josh Bishop going extra hard outside that off stump. Once again, taking that outside edge. No real chance for the slips. Another boundary added. So every run valuable here in this situation. Guyana Happy Eagles will be hoping for a wicket to bring them back into this game. What's the lead now?
Partnership is 76.
76 is the partnership. Still 61. West Indies Academy trail.
He's got to bat. He's got to bat. Just bat for the first hour. He's got to think about that. And I know he's got to score as well, too.
He's gone hard again. Would that have gone straight to the man? It would have.
It would have.
And it's another boundary. So they're starting to leak runs here, the Guyana Happy Eagles. Just what they wouldn't have wanted. Another boundary to Bishop. He's into the 40s now, 48. Just 2 away from another half century.
Now, it's interesting that you made that point, Mali. Because Imla has to be patient. Now, you tried something and it didn't work. And then you revert back to something else, and then you ended up giving away 8 runs. So if it's a ploy that you were working on, you be patient about it.
Yeah, I think they abandoned it a bit too soon, and even after seeing a couple go away down in that region, still not really making the adjustment. Thought it was a good ploy. They just didn't stick to it long enough, did they?
Yeah, you got to be patient.
And the chances came.
Yeah, got to be patient. Can't rush it. You know, you're expecting a wicket to fall every ball. This is first-class cricket. It's almost like Test cricket. Here is Warrell back and punching this out of Sammy Pomal, who is in the cover area. Just saw him warming up, so there might be some movement that he might be bowling from the CIUN, but Sinclair's around the wicket. Here is the big man getting those levers out, hitting it down the ground for the 3rd boundary of the morning. His first to Warrell. He quickly goes up to 41.
Yeah, 3rd boundary in 4 deliveries for the West Indies Academy here. So just looking to press home their advantage at this stage. Going after the Guyanese bowlers. We're seeing Kevin Sinclair now change his line of attack to over the wicket.
Took him a long time to put up that Mally.
Warrell seems to have taken a liking to him, just playing through the line. You remember that over as well yesterday evening. Hit him for back-to-back 6s.
Yeah. And he looks so much a different bowler now, Mally, and he's bowling to the left-hander. It gives him time to look at the batsman. All of a sudden, things happening. That's gone through the gate right there. And simply for the reason because Warrell has not also made his adjustments in his stance. He now has to understand he has to make that slight adjustments in his stance as well.
Especially for someone like Kevin Sinclair, not the biggest turner of the ball. I think especially when he's bowling to left-handers, as you said, I think it's important that he bowls a lot more to them from over the wicket, trying to create that angle, threaten the outside edge as much as possible with that man in slip as well there for the catch. The end of another over. Good one for the West Indies Academy. Warrell as well moves into the 40s. He's on 41. Josh Bishop 2 away from what would be his first class half century. Boy, does he love batting here at the CCG, Vern.
Yeah, he does. I think he would want to walk with this pitch all around the Caribbean.
Yeah, we saw him bring up his maiden first class century here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground.
Yeah, he want to walk with this track all around him. 10:25 here in Antigua and Barbuda, and 9:25 in Jamaica. Wherever you're viewing us from all around the world, we thank you for joining the Cricket West Indies YouTube channel. This is the home of West Indies cricket. Permal, Test player from Guyana, got over 600 first-class wickets. Rakeem Jimbo Cornwall picking up 400, 401 first-class wickets. So they continue to pile the pressure on. These are the star spinners. These are the people that create and get something happening. So no thorn as yet. No opportunity for the young man, the West Indies under 19 fast bowler.
As the sun comes out for what seems like the first time here this morning, Vern.
Yeah, and some mosquitoes trying to keep us busy here in the booth. It's that sort of time of the season. Forcing this one past cover. I think Sinclair is just a little bit too wide. Could have gone to his right. If he'd gone to his right, he could have been able to cut that off. Is it Sinclair or Anderson? Unsighted by the, looks like Anderson. Left-hander now comes into strike. Bishop goes to 49.
From 62 deliveries, that's what I like about him as well. He's always looking to score, isn't he?
He's going to score.
Just honing in on those pads is Sami Permal, as you said, the wily veteran, over 600 first-class wickets. bit of bounce there going. A bit hard at that one was Worrell. You probably want to see another man, Vernon, in front of Worrell, especially on the offside. Put some pressure on that front foot defense. Maybe catch him on the crease.
Stands up straight and just steers it down to the wide third man, gets a single.
You probably expect the veteran to make that call himself, wouldn't you?
Yes.
And that's what I mean. At times it just seems from the outside looking in that Vesami Pamal is just going through the motions. This one swept and swept hard. It's going to be maiden first class half century for Joshua Bishop. Does it get to the boundary? No. Good work done there. Some good footwork done on the mid wicket boundary. But it's 50 to Joshua Bishop. 51 to be exact.
8 boundaries off 63 balls.
This partnership has really gone a long way in bringing the West Indies Academy right back into this game. 38 for 4 when they came together.
Yes. And I just think that the Guyana Happy Eagles captain Tevin Emlak not patient enough. Just needs to wait. Just wait. It's a patient game. It's like chess. So you've got to keep it going. 23-year-old Joshua Bishop. Really welcoming sign for him. Highest first class score, 102 not out, Mali. Remember that a long time ago?
Actually, not that long when you think about it. In December, a few months. Time's flying, though.
It does.
We're what, nearly in March already?
Yeah, it does. Made his first class debut in April of last year.
It's a good area from Sinclair here. Important that he just looks to pull things back a bit in this over. This one, he's just lost his shape slightly, but he survives. He's going to pick up a couple as well. Takes him up to 44.
Just decided to have a heave there, sort of. He's talking to himself. He was disgusted with that.
Partnership up to 90.
Yeah.
10 away.
He's got to keep talking to himself. Keep batting, keep batting. Bat the first hour.
It's probably the first time we've seen him actually look for power over just holding his shape and looking to time the ball, Rashawn Worrell.
44 for 106 deliveries. Job not done yet. He's got to keep pushing. He's got to keep fighting. He looks a decent player. Looks very organized so far.
Yeah, very solid in defense as well. Also shows the ability to, especially on the drive, he's strong on anything full.
So short leg is now moved to silly point for this final delivery. 4 for 39, Sinclair. We're in the number 43.
I like this, but I actually like it a bit earlier. I'm not sure why, just for the final delivery, but here we go.
So they trail by 47 runs, 128 for 4 at the end of over number 35. More comments from you, Mali. And then for the first time this morning, we'll be listening to the voice of the man himself. It's not Leon Plunkett. It is Leon Manchan.
Yeah, it's been a fabulous start for the West Indies Academy here on day 2. Came together, as we said, this partnership for the fourth wicket partnership, 38 for 4 when Joshua Bishop walked to the crease. And here, 128 for 4, Bishop on 51, bringing up his maiden first class half century, and Rashawn Worrell just 6 away from his, as I'm joined by Liam Mancham now. Good morning, Liam.
Good morning, Mali. Good morning to all our viewers around the Caribbean and around the world. It's good to see Joshua Bishop taking initiative here. I think the counter-attacking way that he plays really, gave the academy a good start so far. think it's important though that both him and Worrell stay compact and get them to lunch. They would want to be there to get them to that 175.
This one, has he hold out? He has, just as you said that, Liam. He's timed that quite nicely, but it's gone straight to the man. The only man there on the leg side. Not sure who it is. Who's that? Took a comfortable catch.
Looks like Nandu.
Nandu.
Look at it again. Yeah, just he timed that really well, unfortunately for him. And simple catch in the end for Nandu out there. I almost feel responsible for that wicket.
The
Classic.
curse is real.
It is indeed. We're going to see the Leeward Islands under 19 player, Callum Bowen Tuckett. He's in.
Yeah, this partnership of 90, such a valuable partnership, comes to an end. You can tell by the disappointment on Joshua Bishop's face. Very dejected indeed. Almost a wicket out of nothing for the Guyana Harpy Eagles.
Yeah, Tuckett coming off some runs though. He got a 46 not out for 96 against Trinidad and Tobago. Didn't get that much in the second innings though. And he'd be looking to cement his place.
I think Callum Bowen Tuckett is a bit of a project actually for Cricket West Indies. He's been in the system, I think, since the under 15s. He's come through. I think really he's probably the best of the young glovemen in the region. I just think he just needs to improve a bit quicker with the bat. He's been around the system now for a couple of seasons. Just want to see that improvement from the young man. Definitely a talented player. And as you said, that 40 against Trinidad would have done his confidence the world of good.
Yeah, I think you're right in saying that he's one of the best young glovemen in the competition. I think, to be honest, from what we've seen so far, I think he's definitely up there. I think in this regional 40 so far, I think he's been the best. And on the other hand, there's the old man, Vesami Purmol. He just picked up first class wicket 612.
Wow. Keeps picking them up, doesn't he? Season after season. He'd think he's quite fortunate to pick that one up, though. It was hit quite sweetly, just the one man behind square. Had to move maybe 5 to 10 yards to his left. Don't think Bishop got the elevation that he would have wanted. Oh, that's come back and he's gone. No stroke, so another West Indies Academy wicket goes down here. The sixth, Callum Bowen Tuckett. He departs for a duck. Looked on first glance that he misjudged the length, similar to Akeem O'Gee's, Liam.
Yeah, we have another look at it. Yeah, just a bit too full, a bit straight, and Purmol is not known to be the biggest turner of the ball, so just a bit of poor judgment from Tuckett this time, and unfortunately for him, he goes for a duck. Now that brings the big man Joshua James to the crease. Joshua James is a destructive batsman. We know how dangerous he can be, but he also does have the ability to stick around for long periods of time. What he's going to need to do is just provide that support for Rashawn Worrell on the other end. After him is Johan Lane, Ned and Pittman. Not too much is expected from Ned and Pittman with the bat. Lane, though, is probably the last
The
bowling all-rounder.
recognized,
Yeah. So James has some work to do here, but we tend to see this happen so many times that one wicket brings another and even another. So James is going to have to be careful and see out this period where Purmol is on top.
Yeah, we saw this yesterday, in which the West Indies Academy, they've got this tendency to lose wickets in clusters. Kevin Sinclair picked up those 4 within 4 overs as well. And here's Vesami Purmol picking up 2 in this, his 3rd over. Just the 1 delivery remaining.
Seems to just have that knacker picking up wickets, as we know Vesami Purmol 613 now. Well defended from James. So his first ball keeps Purmall out. So that's going to bring us to the end of over number 36. The West Indies Academy slumped to 128 for 6. They were 128 for 4 before this over. So a double wicket maiden for the veteran Vasami Purmall. And you just seem to think that the Happy Eagles may have brought him in a bit too late yesterday afternoon. But he's in early on this morning and he's doing well.
Well, we were questioning it a bit even here this morning, not seeing Isaiah Thorne yet in this Happy Eagles bowling attack. But in the last over, they've roared back into the game here, breaking that 90-run partnership for the 4th wicket. Here he is again, Kevin Sinclair. He just now probably would expect another man under the helmet on the offside, just to add to that pressure for the West Indies Academy.
Yeah, I think that's a good tactic. There's they're under pressure definitely now, knowing that James, especially now that James is on strike. James is the new batsman. He's under a bit of pressure. He just saw 2 wickets fall in little to no time. 2 wickets in 3 balls for Purmall. So I think, yeah, it's definitely a good option.
Yeah, just get another fielder in there in his eye line as well. Maybe probably you're trying to stop him from really just plopping onto that front foot, defending quite comfortably. Maybe just catch him on the crease, get one to bounce a little bit. That's when the close fielders come into play. Always got to be looking for wickets here.
See 3 guys outside though. I think they know that Joshua James is an aggressive player and they know that his area of hitting is on the leg side. So we saw a long on, a deep backward square and a deep mid wicket for him.
I think what we've seen actually work its way through the game, what we call a modern game, is that players are going to go after the deliveries regardless of whether fielders are back on the boundary, especially if it's in their area.
With the power that James possesses as well.
Here he is, a bit aerial, his whirl. Sinclair, that look of anguish on his face. It was in the air for a bit of time. All of a sudden, a lot happening for the Guyana Happy Eagles.
The dot delivery from Sinclair. Yeah, we go back to seeing those 3 fielders out on the leg side boundary. Not the biggest of boundaries here at the Coolish Cricket Ground though, and Joshua James is going to back himself to clear those fielders any day. Fielded off his own bowling there. And that brings us to the end of over number 37. The West Indies Academy 131 for 6.
Yeah, and as you can see, the Kevin Sinclair very wary of that fact, that power of a Joshua James really into the pitch with this style of bowling, almost into one-day mode. Not really tossing too many up here.
And James sort of played all 3 deliveries on his back foot that he faced in that over. Which goes to show that you're right, Sinclair just digging it in a bit more, getting it in a bit quicker as well. But Purmall is gonna take over things again from the other end. He's bowled just 3 overs so far, 1 maiden, 2 wickets for 7 runs. That last over, a double wicket maiden. He's into Worrell, who's been out there for some time. 46 of 111.
This is going to be such an intriguing contest as this match progresses. Probably just have Guyana Happy Eagles ahead.
Yeah, I think with knowing what's to come, it's not too much real threat other than Lane and, well, those 2 guys are out there right now, but Worrell has seemed, first we've really seen him back this long in the competition, but he's looked good.
They'll be hoping to go into the second innings with some semblance of a lead here. Still 44 behind are the West Indies Academy. Happy Eagles hoping to bowl them out under that score of 175. If they could take a lead of 20, 25, 30 into the second innings, it would be so valuable. Runs are at a premium here, especially for the Guyana Happy Eagles, for what we've seen from them in this tournament so far. Just a bit short on runs, a bit light on runs, especially in that top order.
See now for James, Purmall has a long off out and the deep mid wicket. We've done the research on Joshua James. A good delivery from the veteran Purmall again there. Let's have a look at it one more time.
Maybe just getting one to bite there. There's Sammy Purmall. Tossed up. Just a hint of turn, a bit of bounce. Luring James into the defensive stroke. Into the pitch, went for the arm ball there, honing in on the pads. So, testing stuff for Joshua James, but he survives. Just the one run coming from that over. 132 for 6, West Indies Academy.
Normally, we see that they're under a bit of pressure here. They trail by 43. What do you think is the best option for them, knowing with the likes of James and Lane, how they play? Worrell is solid as ever out there. He doesn't seem to be in any rush, which is good. But what do you think, based on the strengths of the academy team, what do you think is the best way for them to play the situation?
Well, I think the Guyana Happy Eagles have got to have their best, most experienced bowlers on at this stage. I think in that sense, you've got Sinclair, who's international, via Sami Purmall, who has been an international, but Gudakesh Moti as well. He's still almost in the stash. We haven't seen him this morning. Know what he can do as well. So I think they've got some good options, as this one's scythed away by Worrell. Will it get to the boundary? Good chase down on that third man boundary.
That's going to be the 50 for Rashawn Worrell. Really, really well played half century from him. He's been through some testing times out there. Considering yesterday evening where they lost 4 wickets in 4 overs, and then just about 3 overs ago they lost 2 wickets in 3 balls, but he's been there through all of it, and it's a well played innings today, man.
Yeah, very well played. His maiden first class half century coming up in his 4th match. He had a previous best of 21. As you've said, he's faced some 117 deliveries now. He's been the mainstay of this West Indies Academy innings. Showed a good defense, good judgment outside that off stump as well. Played a few classic drives to the offside. Seems to be particularly strong down the ground, especially off the spinners.
And not much boundaries either, just the 4 fours. But those 2 sixes that he hit Kevin Sinclair for.
Back-to-back 6s.
He does have the ability to turn it up when he needs to, which is good. And I think he's played most of the situations well. I think he started off a bit slowly yesterday, left a lot of balls early on in his innings, but he would be glad now that nothing there troubled him. So that's the end of over number 39. The academy 135 for 6. Sinclair and Purmall working away. I think it's just a matter of time before you see Moti. Sinclair's bowled since the start of the morning and he's not been too successful just yet. So it's just a matter of time before we see Moti.
He hasn't been overly expensive though, from his perspective, or Guyana Happy Eagles perspective. They'll be happy with that. But it's been Sami Purmall with that double wicket maiden. Has really brought the Guyana Happy Eagles back into this match. They'll be hoping they could take Worrell here as well. Really getting to into this West Indies Academy lower order. As you said, maybe Johan Lane, the last of the recognized to come.
Bit of a chance there. Seemed like for Perez at short leg. rushed away from him. Leg side heavy field though for Pulmore. So throwing it backwards square. It's a short leg, short mid wicket, and a very short mid on.
Yeah, it's important Worrell doesn't lose concentration. He's still batting with a recognised batter at the other end in Josh James as well. He's shown a good ability to not only go big, but to defend quite soundly. Just needs to continue in this vein. Choose the right deliveries in which to score, not try to force anything. Solid from the young man.
He really has shown the ability to spend time at the crease and play the situations differently, you know. Reminds me a bit of, well, nobody really reminds you of Tej Chandapal, that is that, but does have that kind of temperament. He's happy to stick around and see out long periods.
And though I agree with you, but I think you never really get the sense from Worrell, though, even though we haven't seen that much of him, that he's being negative. He's still defending quite positively, looking to score at times. End of another Permal over.
One thing with Puma, gets through was quite
Very quickly. Doesn't give us much time for a discussion, does it?
And looks like Sinclair is going to continue.
Yeah, still no Gudakesh. Actually,
Still
it
no
looks
Thorn.
like it's going to be Gudakesh. Yep.
It is indeed. So we called for it, and seems like skipper Imlak has an earpiece in, because Moti's in now to bowl to Joshua James. Sinclair was good this morning. Didn't pick up any wickets as he did yesterday, but was good, was tight, created not much opportunities, but didn't allow much scoring off of him either. I think a lot of the scoring came off Ali Mohammed early on, but Moti is going to come in now from the media centre end to replace Kevin Sinclair.
And I think they'll be expecting Moti here to come to the party. Sinclair's come to the party. Vesami Pamar with that double wicket maiden. They're bowlers with international experience.
It's good to have as a captain. Imran can turn to any one of those three guys, knowing that a wicket is near. It's worth for options. James looking to go is it's just a matter of time for Joshua James.
An interesting mid-off up in the circle here for Josh James. It's long off, that's back. Isaiah Thorne.
And deep square leg as well. Don't think Moti is expecting James to jump on him too early, but we saw that offer there.
With that delivery, we saw the beauty of Gudakesh Moti just tossing it up. This one, he's gone for the arm ball, but poorly lined. Should come back. Actually, they only get one. I think Savory did well to get something on that one.
Yeah, that one was a bit quicker, rushing down the leg side. Definitely saved 4 there. I think if he had not gotten that hand on that, it would have raced into the boundary. We see now long on in place for Ershawn Worrell, the deep mid wicket as well.
So just the 2 men on the boundary here.
Good delivery given that one some air, and Worrell just seemed to be a bit early onto it.
Seems like a player who likes to stand quite tall and play his strokes. It's important he doesn't get out of his strokes, especially against Gudakesh Moti too early. Those fielders in and around, close fielders. He's got to stay over these deliveries. Steady start though from Moti. creating the almost half chance there to Josh James with that inside edge. Josh James probably thought that was tossed up. It was, but as I was saying, that's the beauty of Gudakesh Moti. That overspin, the ball drops out of the air quite quickly. So one's footwork has to be very sharp in which to get to the pitch of those deliveries.
I think Moti and Sinclair both would be a bit disappointed in the way that Australia tour turned out for them personally. But they want to come back down now to the regional level and show their class. I think Sinclair was excellent yesterday. Even today, he bowled well. And Moti now would definitely want to come to the party. Just the 6 overs so far for 13 runs.
And I think it's always been the concern with Kevin Sinclair. It's just how his bowling would stack up to international standard, right? I think he's improving. He's not the finished article at all.
He has time on his side as well. I think it was a good investment taking him in that 18 tour of Ireland. He did well there, which is why he would have been given the opportunity at the highest level for the West Indies. I think Sinclair as well is another one of those projects that we mentioned earlier. He's
a cricketer, isn't he?
He definitely is. He's a top athlete, really quick in the field, can pluck catches out of anywhere in the field as well, and then obviously has good all-round ability with both bat and ball. I think it's about just sharpening up now. He's getting to that stage where he's going to become one of those main guys in the West Indies team if he continues improving.
It's all about working on those skills, Liam. I think around the world he'll probably be. He's put a bit of footage on tape now, and he'll be opposition batters around the world will probably be looking to go after him. He'll be targeted more often than not at the international level. Because he doesn't really possess that mystery ability, not the biggest turner of the ball, so he'll be under pressure, but as we've seen, he's a guy that works on his game and he's improving quickly.
I think one of those guys that we saw just recently burst onto the scene in international cricket, more white ball cricket though, is Akil Hussain.
Yes.
And we've seen that he has the ability now to, he has that ball that turns the other way.
Yeah.
He has the arm ball, so he's been constantly working on his game.
And those skills.
And he's been successful throughout his career now. Just about 3 years involved now in international cricket for the West Indies, and he's really been improving, and I think that's what you want to see with the likes of Moti and Sinclair.
That's a good point you make, especially at the international level. Players have to be constantly evolving.
You see some of the best players in the world, Virat Kohli, Steve Smith, they never stop working.
Never. This one's in the air. Did it take a bit of bat? Not sure. Didn't go to hand, so hasn't proved costly.
This is that Moti effect, a bit of extra turn that he's getting now.
Want to see another one in on the offside here for Worrell.
Yeah, he called for it earlier, and it's definitely seeming to be a good option right now.
Just a bit of uncertainty creeping into Worrell now in terms of, do I just plop forward onto that front foot and defend? Not quite as positive. He's gone reverse here though. So you can see that mind racing of his. Been in that position, Liam. Just needs to slow it down a little bit here for Sean Worrell.
And that's what Moti brings to the table.
Puts pressure on, doesn't he? Varies his pace very nicely. Gudakesh Moti mixes it up, tosses the odd one up, then goes for the arm ball. This one outside the off stump beats him. So really starting to come into his own now, Gudakesh Moti.
Yeah, he's working to his plan well. And that's the beauty of red ball cricket, as we mentioned so many times yesterday and today. Is about being patient and working on plans. And you could definitely see that Moti has something in the works here. Just drawing those batsmen forward, trying to make Worrell make the mistake. We saw him try to reverse, we saw him going with one arm ball as well in the over. It's just good thinking and good to keep Worrell thinking. Pumol on the other hand has just been sticking to his lines and his lengths, being nagging as usual and then sliding in that faster ball. You can just see that they're working those leg stump lines, trying to get that short leg into play.
Also not allowing Josh James to free their arms at all. Trying to tuck him up in between wicket and wicket.
That's good planning and good thinking. Should be similar plans to Worrell as well. There's 5 fielders on the leg side.
It's important they continue trying to rotate the strike though. These two.
In fact, there's 6 fielders on the leg side. There's a deep mid wicket out there, that's Chandapal. 2 guys at mid wicket, the short leg, a backward square and a long on. No real release shot for Worrell here unless he tries to go into the offside, which is a risk in itself. So it's good bowling from Pumol, good plans.
I think he's got to be looking down the ground here as his release stroke. Wow.
Well.
Aerial.
Things starting to happen a bit
Yes.
more now for Guyana. Harpy Eagles.
The left arm orthodox spinners really starting to cause things to happen, as you said, Liam. Got another valuable run. West Indies Academy trail by 37 now.
The run scoring was really slowed down. We saw Bishop and Worrell just take things up a bit earlier on, then those 2 wickets falling. And just this partnership now is just about 11.
It's been good from these two though. Really been very disciplined in terms of their length, not over pitching. We know Joshua James, a big guy. Long reach, has that hit him in between wicket and wicket? It has. He's been given. Umpire Ramdani puts up the index and Joshua James has to depart. The 3rd wicket here for Veersamy Permaul. Looks to be pretty adjacent, Liam.
Yeah, just seems to have been caught on the crease a bit there, James. Not going forward, not going back really. And Pumol just sliding that one through. And it looked pretty good to me. So that's the fall of wicket number 7. West Indies Academy in real trouble here. Joshua James goes for 1. And it's going to be... looks like Ashmead Ned.
Yeah.
In fact, it's Pittman.
It's Neddy.
It is Ned. It is Ned. Yeah, Ned's going to come in at 9. Maybe just to protect Johan Lane a bit so when he comes out, he can play his shots. We all know that he is ultra aggressive as well. A lot of pressure here for the Leeward Islands Hurricanes in action against the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. They are sitting pretty at 147 for 4 after bowling out the Red Force for 137.
Well, I think they would have lost those 3 wickets early this morning for 40 odd runs. Were 105 for 1, I think, overnight.
So just a bit of a fight back from Trinidad and Tobago. Brian Charles leading the way, 3 for 44 for him.
Kieran Powell, 65 from 101. Casey Carty, not quite in the form that he would like just yet in this competition. Jamal Hamilton falling for a duck. So the young man, Joel Andrew, I think you would have a bit of history with Joel Andrew, wouldn't you?
That's my good
Liam, he's
friend
6
Joel.
not out for the Leewards.
Off the mark with a 6 as well. That's the way he goes about it, Joel Andrew. We're going to take a short break for drinks. We'll be right back after.
Welcome back to the Coolidge Cricket Ground as we continue here. 139 for 7. Play another good showing so far. Joshua Bishop getting to a half century and deciding that he's had enough and has opened the floodgates now for the Ghana Happy Eagles to continue to get wickets. But the man of the moment has to be Warrell so far.
Yeah, definitely. He's going to have to stay out there for some time. Ned has joined him now at number 9. He has a job on his hands as well. He needs to provide that support. Still trailed by some 36 runs. So let's have a look at that again.
Some very rash shots this morning, really. And I think the context of the game, we'll have to take into consideration that West Indian Academy certainly have not applied themselves. In senior pro, somebody like Joshua Bishop getting to a half century, you can't get caught on the boundary. It's so much space here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. You take your time and bat. It's a 4-day game.
Just the one fielder behind square as well.
Wondering what sort of thought process has been going through in the dressing room. They must have a plan. You're playing a 4-day game, so the objective is to bat all day. And with the start that he received, he could have been still there and getting even 100.
Yeah, I think so. I think it was a rash shot. They were on the counter attack though with the academy team, Bishop and Worrell, but just playing one shot too many there. And I think with the one with James and Tuckett, they both getting caught on the crease a bit, misjudging the length that Purmall is bowling. Both of them getting trapped in front to 2 arm balls. So it's been good though. Purmall showing his experience, showing his class. Now moves on to 614 first class wickets. Getting all 3 wickets this morning.
You see, batting is an art, Liam, and the amount of video that is around, you have a chance to sit down with your phone and look at Purmall and understand how he outfoxes players all the time. You know that arm ball is going to come sooner rather than later, so you got to be mindful of it. Got to understand what is happening. And most of these teams have video analysts around. You know, the guys have to learn the game. They have to understand what's happening. Ned, again, almost just walking across his crease there. Got to be under the roof, just walking across, and the bat not straight enough. He's from Guyana. He knows that Purmall is going to try to outfox him. He's got to think about that.
Almost not the biggest turn of the ball either, so a lot of his straighter deliveries is what's going to get wickets. Ned giving himself some room this time and plays it down to a wide long off, and they get a single. Brings Worrell back into strike.
So in case you're wondering what's happening, the young man from Worrell getting his maiden first class half century. Very controlled innings from the young man. Becky Joseph 11, Akeem McGee's 1, Teddy Bishop 2, Jordan Johnson 2. Steering this one into the offside. He's still batting, he's still going. He just needs to find somebody to stay with him. Joshua Bishop gave away his hand for 51 off 66 balls. Callum Boyne Tuckett misread 1 from Purmall. And James himself also fell in the same trap to the same arm ball for 1. Ned is off the mark. The score in the meantime goes up to 141 for 7. It's almost like the game is being so hard. It's cricket. You got to concentrate. Got to keep batting. And we can't go to the next level, Leon, if folks are not applying themselves at this level.
Yeah, definitely so. And it's been a bit disappointing to see from the academy they've not been able to spend time at the crease and bat long. We see Ned driving through the covers this time, over pitch from Purmall with some width, and Ned punishing that one as he gets off to his first boundary. And that brings the score up now to 144 for 7.
Lovely shot by Ashwin Ned. He stayed low to the ball, got his head over. It was a half volley, had to be put away, and Ned put it away nicely. Through cover for 4. Tejan Chandapal could only chase to retrieve, and that will give Ned some confidence. Ned walking away from the noise. Slip, silly point, short leg. You got to cover the sweeper. Chandapal is being pushed out now onto the offside to save the boundary. Purmall trying to be conservative. They got a mid on and they got a long off for Ned. Pretty interesting. Short mid wicket. You think Ned would hit that ball all the way down there?
Yeah, I think he has the ability to hit
You
a
think
long ball at times, but don't think he's going to go too early at Purmall. I think Ned would know a lot about these guys, all of them being his fellow countrymen.
Yeah, but he's got a young career, because remember he also came out early and was into the levels. But as you rightly said, he would have been around his dad, who is a coach, who would have told him so much about Purmall and company. Over-completed. 145 for 7. Some spectators just passing above the CIU road and just looking in now and again. Try and see if I can count how many spectators are here today in the stand among us. Not many, including the security guard and some of the officials who are working the game here. But if you're listening to us, we thank you very much for tuning in to Cricket West Indies YouTube channel and following the regional 4-day competition. Here is a big hoik from Worrell, almost losing his shape there from Moti delivery.
I think it's been a good decision from skipper Imlak to bring Moti in to replace Sinclair. Sinclair was not really creating that many opportunities, but I think since Moti has come in, things have started to happen. He's been varying his pace really well, sticking to those areas of confusion where Worrell's not really sure exactly what to do. Sneaks in the faster one there, and the umpire says not out as we have a look at it again.
Now if I was Captain Imla, Leon, after that replay, certainly could be pushed down the leg side. Here is a big, the levers came out. His third of the innings. It was right into his area and he hit that over mid-wicket into, don't want to say the parking lot, but it's gone for a maximum 6. That's a huge hit by the young man.
Wonderful shot that from Rashawn Worrell, just taking the attack to Moti a bit. Moti has been giving it a bit more air since bowling to Rashawn Worrell. and that one punished. But I don't think Muti would mind that too much. I think Muti would be glad that things are happening. Whereas playing shots, he goes again, and this time Tone is coming around and takes a simple catch. And that is the end of Rashawn Worrell. One shot too many, and once again you have to question the shot selection by this young academy team. He's just hitting for 6 over mid-wicket, and this time straight down the throat of Isaiah Tone at long on. 150 for 8.
I'm speechless. And, you know, it caught me. Rashawn Worrell, age 21. And I hope that he would go back to the dressing room. He would get footage from this innings and understand what's happening. This is a 4-day fixture. It's not a 50 over fixture. It's not a T20. It's not a T10. It's a format which you have to discipline yourself. If you don't want to play this format, then you need to tell the coach, right? Because it's a lovely sunny day here. Batting conditions are beautiful. You got to put your head down. Nobody got him out. He got himself out.
Yeah, and we've seen that with quite a few of the academy batters. Jordan Johnson, one of them, to speak about yesterday. Obviously, Worrell just now, Joshua Bishop as well, and you know we saw 14 wickets fall on the first day of cricket here on a wicket that has no demons in it, a wicket that was pretty good for batting. A lot of it had to do with just shot selection. That's what it came down to. Johan Lane is in though at number 10, and we all know that Johan Lane is an aggressive batter. He's going to look to take on the experienced Moti. He's going to play his shots, and the academy still trail though by 25 runs.
It's not even a matter of trailing, and as you rightly said, Leon, it's just the manner and the shot selection, you know, the thinking. Look at the scoreboard. You have 71 overs remaining. You're in control. You have 57. So you gotta be thinking, this gotta be 100. Lane off the mark straight away.
That's the way Johan Lane is going to go about it. And 151 now for 8, the West Indies Academy. The spin trio of Pumol, Sinclair and Moti doing the damage. Moti 1 for 20 in 9, Sinclair 4 for 45 in 16, and it's been the Vesami Pumol show this morning. He's bowled 8 overs, 3 maidens, 3 wickets, 15 runs. He's in now to replace, to continue in fact, to Johan Lane, the new batter. Slip short leg, a short mid-on. Fact burst now to a short mid-wicket on the leg side, and there's a long on and a deep mid-wicket as well.
So Guyana looking to wrap this up. Wrap this one pretty early. Pumol looking for more success.
He's going to look for another 5-wicket haul here with Sammy Pumol.
Certainly on the card for it. He's maybe going to teach Sinclair a lesson as to how you get 5 wickets.
Then goes across the line and appeal for LBW, but
I think that one was going down.
yeah, just going down.
Drifting down, more or less. As you rightly said, he doesn't turn the ball much, so give him the benefit of the doubt there.
Looking to go again across the line as Lane.
What is the objective here? The academy team seems to be in a hurry.
Johan Lane is an aggressive type batter, so he's just going to go after it. That's how he bats, and you tend to see a lot of the times that that's what the tail enders seem to do. But I think, especially with the openers and Worrell and Joseph, I think a lot more was expected of Joseph. Appeal for LBW again, not out, says umpire Ramdani. Pumol is not happy with that decision.
The umpire certainly is.
3 for 15 in his 8.4. He's gotten 3 meetings through as well. 2 deliveries to go in this over. Laid on the back foot though. More defensive in his approach this time.
Over in St. Kitts at the Water Park Cricket Stadium, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force fighting back against the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. Hurricanes 153 for 4, Powell 65, Louis 32, Carty 11, Terence Ward is not out in 21, Jama Hamilton scored a golden duck today. Joel Andrew, your good boy, is not out in 10.
Good to see that the young guys are getting their opportunities at the regional level to represent their territories. He's spoke about him a lot yesterday. He's such a talented young player and committed to his job as well. He mentioned that he left that function at the UCB International Airport to go and play a game for his school team. Scored 100 after a long flight back from South Africa. It shows his commitment to cricket, and that's what you want to see a lot from these young players.
Brian Charles among the wickets. He's somebody I've got some time for. 3 for 45. Over in Jamaica at Sabina Park.
I think Brian Charles has had a hard time in terms of getting those opportunities at the next level. He's been part of a couple of A-team tours and he's been in and out of the A-team, and I don't think he's been given a good opportunity. This one is up in the air. Pumol and Chanapol giving chase. Chanapol give up on it quite early. I thought he could have done better there, but Ashmi Ned on the attack now. He gets a boundary. 155 for 8 now.
Yeah, and as you rightly said, Ned is taking the attack. There are a lot of open spaces here, and that's why I'm so disappointed with Joshua Bishop, because he really put the Guyana Happy Eagles on the back foot and then gave it away.
An appeal for a run out here. Not out, says umpire Ram. Danny's score moves on to 156. And yeah, you're right. You know, I think the way that Bishop approaches innings this morning, especially against Ali Mohammed, he decided that he's going to take him on no matter what. And when he got to his half century, was looking set for a big score. He was really looking unbothered out there. And to pick out the one fielder on the one fielder behind square there, you'd be very disappointed. I think it's one of those situations where he timed the ball a bit too sweetly. Don't think he meant for it to go all the way to the boundary. But ended up being a simple catch for Nandu as Lane picks this one up and hits it over mid-wicket. And he gets his first boundary. It goes all the way for 6. And the West Indies Academy fighting back here. Moti's gone for 11 already in this over. And a big hit from Johan Lane into the dugout of the Guyana Happy Eagles.
Moti. Driven. Beautiful piece of fielding there from Moti. Good cricket all around. Lane was charging, hit it back. And Moti got down very quickly.
He hit that ball hard, Johan Lane.
Yeah, he did.
Did well to get a hand on it.
It's a good cricketer.
Goes
There he
again.
goes.
Pumol's
There he
on the
goes.
Pumol takes a catch. A wonderful catch in the end from Sammy Pumol.
I think his right foot went outside of the scope first. It's going to be, because we don't have a review system here, his right foot did go out and he flicked it up.
Well, the umpires seem to be having a...
They're going to have a conversation.
Let's have a look at this from our angle here. Lean across the line again. Well, it seems pretty close and looks indeed like his right foot.
His right foot went out. If the camera guy can flick it again.
No.
That's what I'm saying.
Let's have a look at it again.
Yeah,
It seemed to me that when he caught the ball, his right foot was in contact with the boundary. Just gonna have to
That's
slow
what
it
I
down.
saw with my naked eye.
Did he get it out of his hands in time? And I think he did. And when looking back at it, he did well there with Sammy Pumol.
Well, a good catch in the end, and like I said, you know, the cameraman for 360 did an excellent job there. And again, the shot selection by Lane, he could just hit the ball down the ground and get 1-1. Why are you still pushing to get a maximum? And I don't know if the West Indies Academy players like to feel, but you can also like to bat as well.
We're gonna have a look at it again now in slow motion. Took the catch there. Right foot inside, got it out of his hands. And in play. So a
think it was a
wonderful
good
bit
catch.
of work.
Yeah,
Wonderful bit of work from
Like-
Pumol. Moti gets his second now. And the spin trio for Guyana doing the damage once again. All 9 wickets falling to spin today. And we're in now to the last pair. It's going to be Kevin Pittman into the team. He's in at number 11. And they look to clean this up quickly. They want to get that lead though. In the academy, they still trail by 13. An appeal for LBW,
think
and
he's
he's
dead.
given.
Oh, he is. Once
So-
he missed that, he played down the wrong line. Quicker, faster delivery. And the West Indies Academy have just fallen away here this morning. Really just fallen away.
I think a better way to describe it is that they've thrown it away. I think they were in complete control after some time this morning. And when Bishop went, the floodgates were open. Yeah, that's too quick for him on this occasion. Not expecting that one. So that's the end of the innings. The Guyana Harpy Eagles have bowled out the West Indies Academy for 162. So they lead by 13. They would go into the second innings with a lead of 13. So a good bit of work from the Harpy Eagles, the 3 West Indian spinners. Former West Indian spinner Purmore leading the charge, 3 for 15 in his 9 overs with 4 maidens. Moti coming in this morning, 3 for 31 in his 10. And Kevin Sinclair doing all the damage yesterday, 4 for 45. So we're going to take a break for this innings break now. And the West Indies Academy will come out to field. Guyana will have to bat just about half an hour before lunch. And they want to come out unscathed. So 162 all out. The final score is this West Indies Academy first innings. So we're going to take a break and we'll be right back with the third innings.
Welcome back to the Coolidge Cricket Ground. And the good news is that the Guyana Harp Eagles are batting a second time very early o'clock after dismissing the West Indies Academy for 162. They were bowled out in 49 overs. And Rashan Worrell, age 21, lovely player so far, left-hander batsman, gave away his hand in the end, got to 58, 146 balls, 4 fours and 3 sixes in the senior pro. Joshua Bishop started the slide here, scored 51, 66 balls, 7 fours, and the spin trio of the test armory of the Guyana Harp Eagles. Kevin Sinclair 4 for 45. The man himself, you'd have to say Permaul 3 for 15 and Moti 3 for 31. They were the main destroyers of the West Indies Academy. Some really poor shot selection from some of the batsmen and also misjudgment of deliveries. Some of the guys will have to go back and work again, and I think that slide started with Mbeki Joseph. He really started everything, but it's their turn to bowl again, so maybe they like to feel, Leon. That's all I will say.
Well, the Harp Eagles go into their second innings with a lead of 13, so I think the Academy would be a bit disappointed. 3 slips and a gully in place. Johan Lane to start us off. The Chandapol drive straight back down the ground, and Lane gets a hand to it. So, we see 3 slips and a gully for Lane to start off with. There's Pittman down at fine leg. Mid wicket, just close to the umpire, more of like a forward square leg. Backward point in Johnson, and the mid-on and mid-off. That's the skipper Teddy Bishop at mid-on, and Joshua James, the big man, is at mid-off. Lane runs in again from the CIU root end. You can just see that Chandapol has the tendency to square himself up quite a lot, and we see on that occasion again looking to get inside the line of the ball and just not looking in complete control.
I'll say something to you. I would have been automatically bowling to more or less a 7-2 feel. I see that they're making a change now. You don't need to be bowling Tej Chandapal on midland leg. What you need is to try and get him to be driving the ball to the offside. He doesn't cover drive the ball. That will now bring the slip cordon into context.
Well
Big save.
there from
Big save by the big James.
Yeah, well done. The big man getting done quickly there. I think with the field that he has in place now, there's Ned is at backward square leg, Joseph is at mid wicket, and there's a fine leg. It just tends to feel like Lane is going to load one up, a short ball to Chandapol.
That's why I would have taken out the square leg, put Joseph onto the other side. See, because he's always going to do that, regardless of whatever. You want to the lane. I would like Lane to be bowling is just that 3/4 length, and forcing him to come onto his front foot. He's comfortable when the ball is back of a length because he's just going to turn it around. So you want to get him driving. Let him search. Let him see it, and then he don't see it down that corridor or the 4th stump line. Let him bring him onto his front foot. That's what you want.
Lane runs in on balls again.
He's comfortable there.
Yeah, it's a bit too straight, and we saw yesterday where a lot of the success came from bowling that fuller leg that we spoke about, and just on and around that off stump, 4th stump line. And I think that's where Lane needs to be, but with the field that he has, he can't really. Just the 2 slips and the gully. I think you need another one there. In on balls again. A beautiful delivery from Johan Lane, and it's exactly what you were just speaking about.
You see, Leon, when you go at the next level, we'll get a replay on that delivery so that you can understand what I was talking about. Is that Josh Hazelwood length and Pat Cummins length that you want to bowl to Chandapal? Be patient. Just be patient. Put the ball right there. See? He's neither forward nor back. So you just want to pull it back a little closer and force him to play.
Yeah, I think that one a bit too wide, maybe. Just that was probably starting around fifth stump. You want to start on that off stump, fourth stump line if he's going to get the ball to move away from Chanderpaul.
Just exactly what you were talking about now. You see, this is my problem. You have James, you have Kelvin Pittman, and you decided that you're going to open with Ashmin Ned. It's like a panic situation. You're in the game. They're only leading by 13 runs. You give your seamers that opportunity to exploit and get whatever is purchases in the track.
Yeah, and I think what we saw with James yesterday is that he didn't start as well as he would have liked, but it took some time to get settled, and when he did get settled, he was in complete control, picked up 4 wickets for 43 runs in his 11 overs. I think he needs to get that opportunity with the new ball again just to settle into his work. And I think you're right, it's a bit of a panic decision being made here from the academy in that decision to open with Ned. However, we did see that there was something on offer for the Guyanese spinners. That's Moti and Pumol especially. They got a lot of turns. Sinclair not as much, but the ball is still new. You want to get as much as you can out of it. I would have gone with James to open the bowling, but let's see if Ned could prove us wrong.
First delivery from Ned, and Machunando caught in a standing up position, didn't lean into that. He was flighted. He just needed to just find the gap there, hit that to the right or to the left of Jordan Johnson.
Good delivery though. This one from Ned. 2 slips in play for Hashmead Ned. We saw what worked for him yesterday when he picked up the wicket of Chanderpaul was got that arm ball to angle straight across him, caught him on the crease.
And that is a more or less defensive bowler. He doesn't have to, he's more or less containing bowler. Somebody who's going to, I would have maybe started with Joshua Bishop if they were going by deciding to start with spin. Then your senior poor Joshua Bishop would have to start before Ned.
Yeah, I think Joshua Bishop is the more aggressive bowler, as you mentioned. He turns the ball a bit more than Ned as well. And I think if the decision was to go with a spinner at the new ball, I think Bishop would have been the better option. However, Ned, yeah, I think you're right. Ned is defensive, and I think Chanderpaul and Nandu are defensive as well. So there's no real need to contain at this point in time. You're just starting the innings. You're going to try to get as much as you can with the new ball, pick up as much wickets as you can early on. And I think James and Pittman won't be happy to be just watching the new ball be wasted, per se.
Maiden over start by Ned. So, quiet period of play here. And if we're developing the art form, if we're developing fast bowling, we have to encourage, we got to understand this is the development. This is the development for the West Indies Academy. And I know they want to win games, but we also have to develop players. You have to develop the Pittmans, the Joshua James, and the Lane. You have to give them that sort of opportunity, because when they come into a West Indies setup, they need to be ready.
Definitely so. Yeah, so it's a bit of a disappointing decision from the academy, but Lane needs to realize what worked for him in that last over, and that was the fuller delivery outside the off stump. 2 straight again. Chanderpaul works it around the corner, but Pittman misfields, in fact, down at fine leg, and it goes for 4. And Johan Lane is not happy with that whatsoever. Look at it again. Just 2 straight once more from Lane, and let's have a look at Pittman there. Yeah, just a bit too easy there, Pittman. Should not have given away 4 runs whatsoever.
It's got to stay in the game. It's got to be in the game. Got to be focusing. And the line here by Lane and the attack. Bishop is now moving out a slip and putting it into a leg slip. You don't. That's not the line that you want. We're reacting. Everybody just moving. Same thing we saw from Tevin Imla this morning.
Yeah, I think it's like reacting to what happens every ball. It's not this cricket, especially 4-day cricket or any red ball cricket. In fact, is about patience and it's about working plans and sticking to disciplined areas. And this line at Chanapol is very comfortable to work the ball around the corner and drop it for one. We've yet to really see him drive the ball convincingly.
Force him to come onto his front foot. That's what you want to. That's what you want. If you're looking at the series, if you looked at the West Indies Australia series, Josh Hazelwood, Pat Cummins, Mitchell Stark bowled a consistent fourth stump line, anywhere between off stump and that fourth stump line, and forced him. He had to defend. You got a new ball, you got to make him play down that corridor of uncertainty.
Yeah, I'm not agreeing with this field and this line of attack from Lane whatsoever. Beautiful delivery again. And Chanapol seeming just a bit suspect on that line, as just as you mentioned. And I think Teddy Bishop needs to realize that. Aki Monkey seems to be mentioning something to the slip cordon, but no change to the field. And Mickey Joseph as well.
They're almost like spectators.
They're not going to have much to do at that point in time. Now, they've moved Ogis a bit further to his right at the leg slip, so more of like a leg gully. It's Lane again to bowl to Chanderpaul. Outside you off some that one coming back
That's
in.
where you bowl him. You attack his off stump. That's what you want. None of the leg side fielders, with the exception of the square leg fielder, is going to come into play, more or less.
One swung back in a long way, and Chanderpaul, it was a full ball. Chanderpaul still going back to it. It just shows you that he's not really interested in playing too much on his front foot. And I think the academy needs to realize what's going on here.
Four without loss. Lane around the wicket. The game can't be that hard, Leon. Can't be that hard.
Good delivery from Lane to finish his second over. The Guyana Happy Eagles are 4 without a loss after 3. Seems like Ned is going to continue after that maiden over start, but I think the academy are missing a trick here.
Now, we saw the delivery of what Kelvin Pittman. There are two left-handers bowling. So you got to unleash your seamers. Get Pittman in. How much time to go? We have 10 minutes before lunch. Expected 10 minutes before lunch. You got to get your seamers fresh and say, listen, run in hard for a couple of overs.
Well, thinking about it now, I think maybe the reason that they've decided to go with a spinner is to try to maximize the amount of overs they can get in before lunch. Maybe it's just about trying to see if Ned could pick up a wicket, because with the limited time you have before lunch, I think he might have only gotten 3 or 4 overs of cricket.
Yeah, but you don't mind that, Leon, because you have a long day. You just want to get a couple of wickets. Your plan would be to get a couple of wickets. Send some shatters to the dressing room with the Guyana Happy Eagles with some real pace, Give them a good burst.
Yeah, I think that would have been the better option. Nandu driving down the ground, but Pittman's there.
And if Ned is going to be bowling, then you need a silly point in front of Nandu with the pressure. So he's going to have to be looking out of both eyes, both on the on and the off. Right now, he can comfortably come and just turn that around like he did. He's off the mark straight away.
The Leeward Island Hurricanes, in reply to the Red Force, they are 187 for 5, just losing Terrence Ward for 22. But the young man, Joel Andrew, is fighting hard. He's 40 not out
Yeah, he's
of
playing.
58, playing his shots.
He's gonna play shots.
And that's the Joel Andrew we all know. Got off the mark with a 6.
Yeah, he's gonna play shots. That's the way he is. He's just a natural player. It's a beautiful talent to look at.
Vikash Mohan, the latest wicket taker, at 2 overs, 1 for 16, a bit expensive, as he got the wicket of Ward for 22. Leeward Island Hurricanes lead by 50. I'm glad to see, though, that the young talent of Joel Andrew getting his opportunity and doing so well.
Yeah, I'm a little disappointed that Thorne did not bowl today. Somebody might tell me we didn't need Thorne.
I think the Happy Eagles had a plan of spin. Worked for them in the end, but
Well, that's going to be their strong point, Leon. That's what they're going to use the test bowlers as the competition goes on to go around.
yeah, this is 6 overs for Thorne. Not bad though, 6 overs for 20. Ali Mohammed, I thought they would have started with Thorne instead of Ali Mohammed. And they're chipping away nicely here. He's on to his second over. Could possibly get 2 more before lunch, but I just think that just need to get through this over quickly.
The energy level seems to be a little flat from the academy. Yeah,
Indeed.
you know, I mean, even though they're moving around, there's no urgency to try to. Look, everybody's just ambling around. You want to get in as much overs as possible, keep the pressure up. Because the Guyana Happy Eagles, they're an experienced team. They're the defending champions. They're not going to give you their wicket, especially in the second innings around. They're going to want to keep you out there for a long time.
Turning our eyes to Chedwin Park in Jamaica's the combined campuses and colleges, they were all out for 204. Top scorer Mario Richards at 46. Bowling for the Windward Islands, Daniel Cyrus, 25 overs, 2 maidens, 6 wickets for 72 runs.
Yeah, and at Sabina Park, the Barbados Pride, they are 40 for 2. Brathwaite, the West Indies captain, is not out 8. McCaskey 15, Mosley 14. Drakes has just come to the crease. So a mouth-watering contest building up there with the Jamaica Scorpions and the Barbados Pride at Sabina Park in Jamaica.
And Windwards in reply, their captain Alec Athanaze has just entered the crease to join Jeremy Solizano, the Trinidad and Tobago player who's playing for the Windward Islands. A lot is expected of young Alec Athanaze now. Missed the first 2 rounds due to some flight issues. Saw him in the airport in Trinidad and Tobago on Monday morning when I was coming to Antigua, and he was saying that had a lot of flight issues over the past few weeks, that he hasn't been able to catch up with the team, but he's there now and he's captaining his territory of Windward Islands.
You know, regional travel is almost like a nightmare sometimes, depending on where you're going. So if you're going to maybe a Dominica or St. Vincent or St. Lucia, it could be a challenge, really, in the context.
He's from Dominica.
Yeah, you know, we really miss Liat in a way. Beautiful. Ken there. Nando looking for power, but he didn't lean into it. He was just looking to hit it hard, really. Lost his shape. A big effort from the big man Lane, who got his hands down very quickly. It's a lovely Thursday here. And just to give the folks an idea in terms of what has been happening, the ICC Men's T20 World Cup, West Indies and USA 2024 hosting 55 matches, June 1st to the 29th. Total of 40 group stage matches, 20 teams, the biggest T20 World Cup, 12 Super 8 matches, 2 semi-finals. And guess what? The final will be at Kensington Oval in Barbados. Seems like a long time ago. When we look around for the matches in the United States of America, in Texas, We'll have 4 games, but the big game that everybody is waiting for, it's June 9th, India versus Pakistan in New York. Are you going, Liam?
It'll be something to discuss with the parents. But yeah, definitely exciting times ahead, especially
If
with
there's one
this
game I would
cricket.
like to see in the States, is that game.
Yeah, definitely. It would be
If I can get a ticket to get into the stadium.
definitely a lot of Indian and Pakistani people living abroad, especially in New York. So yeah, that I'm pretty sure that one's going to be sold out
Yeah.
sooner rather than later.
And the matches in New York, June 3rd, 5th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th. You're talking about 8 games. Well, it's cricket coming to the United States of America, the next fast emerging market. So it's Dallas, Texas, New York, Florida, and some very, very, very big games. Opening game, United States of America versus Canada. That's on June 1st in Texas. So that's a big one, as they would say. You know, you're too young to hear about Sanford, Leon. Sanford used to say it. This is the big one, baby. Sanford and Sons. But it's Lane here.
Good delivery, a
beauty.
seed of a delivery from Johan Lane. Good decision to go over the wicket. So just probably can get one more over in before lunch. And is it going to be Ashmead Ned? I would have gone with 1 over apiece before lunch. But they're going to go with Ned. I would have probably given Joshua James a run in this last over before lunch.
Antigua and Barbuda's Carnival, the Caribbean's greatest summer line, coming up on July 25th to August 6th, 2024. And then you have the Republic Bank Caribbean Premier League, the biggest party in sports, starting on the 28th of August to the 6th of October. 34 matches, new team. Antigua and Barbuda Falcons replacing the Jamaica Tallawahs. So exciting times ahead for CPL, for West Indies cricket. And more cricket coming in Antigua and Barbuda right here. We have the Cricket West Indies Under 15 Championship, which will be sparked off right here in Antigua and Barbuda in the month of March. So women's cricket in St. Kitts and Nevis starting from the 1st of March to the 28th. Matches will be played. So a lot of cricket, Leon.
Yeah, full calendar of cricket in the next few months. So exciting times ahead. As Ned comes into bowl what should be the final over before lunch.
You never know. Remember, you don't have the clock. The umpire has his clock.
Pittman just falling asleep a bit there, not realizing that the ball was coming to him. But no single.
So the Under 15 tournament in Antigua and Barbuda, March 24th to April 4th. And then the Women's Super 50 and T20 Blaze will be in St. Kitts and Nevis. Super 50 1st to the 16th of March, and the T20 Blaze from the 17th to the 28th of March. Matches will be played at Connery, St. Paul's, Edgar Gilbert Sports Complex, Warner Park. The Windward Islands women's team will be camping in St. Kitts and Nevis as well. The Leeward Islands women team there also preparing for a camp as well, so that's taking place. And in Antigua and Barbuda, the Windward Islands Under 15 will be joining the Leeward Islands to play a couple of matches before the start of the Under 15 Championship.
Just holding in on that middle and leg stump line is Ashmead Ned.
I think they're waiting for lunch, Leon. By the look of the West Indies Academy team, they can't wait to get off.
Final delivery of this Ned over. 5.5 overs, 5 runs, no wickets, all the 5s out for the Harpy Eagles, and driven nicely from Chandapur, gets a quick single. Pittman Should have been a bit quicker to that one.
Don't think he'd have stopped that. I think he was to the wide of him. Very well judged shot by Tejaman Shandapal, who walks off because I guess he has his own clock. But the umpires are right. It's a lunch.
So the Guyana Harp Eagles 6 without loss in 6 overs. They go to lunch now. And incomplete control of this one, Guyana.
And what we can do, Leon, is to maybe just give the folks who have just tuned in a recap, because some folks might be wondering, like, Ghana is batting again. Yes, Ghana is batting again. So I'll give you a quick roundup in terms of what happened in the morning session. You would have known that the Ghana Happy Eagles, they were bowled out for 175 or 54.3 overs. They're going to lunch 6 without loss. And the West Indies Academy, they were dismissed for 162 in 49 overs. West Indies Academy. You had a maiden half century from Romain Worrell, 58, 146. 146 balls that the young man would have faced. And during the process, he would have hit some 4 fours and 3 maximums. Joshua Bishop, 51, 66 balls with 7 boundaries. But it was the spin twin combination, starting with Kevin Sinclair, a test player, 16 overs, 4 maidens, 45 runs, 4 wickets. Then it was Versami Pomal Show, 9 overs, 4 maidens, 15 runs, 3 wickets. And Gudashit Moti, 10 overs, 3 maidens, 31 runs, 3 wickets. So 10 wickets between the Ghana spinners. They're test players. They lead by 13, and they're 6 without loss. So you can say they're 19 without loss in St. Kitts. At lunch, it looks as if the Leeward Islands Hurricanes are 195 for 5. Trinidad and Tobago dismiss for 137. At Sabina Park in Jamaica, the Jamaica Scorpions are 269 all out in their first innings. Barbados Pride of 47 for 2. We'll give you an update in terms of what's happening at Chedwin Park with the West Indies, in fact the Windward Island Volcanoes and the combined campuses and colleges. The Windward Islands Volcanoes 50 for 2, combined campuses and colleges are 204. On behalf of my colleagues, Mally Richards, Leon Mankad, myself, Vernon Spring, and the entire crew here at 360 Crew, I want to give credit to the masterman, the cameraman, with that dismissal of a Ewan Lane. Beautiful piece of camera work. To the man in the Reebok shirt coming down for his lunch. Thank you very much, Vinod. We'll take a lunch break here, and then when we come back, we'll continue the innings of the Ghana Harpy Eagles. Good afternoon and welcome back to the Coolidge Cricket Ground. We are going to start the second session of day 2 of the West Indies 4-day championship. And the Guyana Harpy Eagles leading by some 13 runs. They went to lunch with 6 without loss. So if we work out the maths, there should be 19 without loss. The West Indies Academy, they were bowled out this morning for a very paltry, very paltry 162 after the Ghana Harpy Eagles were dismissed for 175. But there were 2 important half centuries. One from Warrell, his maiden first half century. Like the look of him, as I say, good afternoon to my colleague Mali Richards. Good afternoon, Mali.
Good afternoon, Vernon. Yeah, it was a bit of a shame the way he perished in the end, but in terms of a mixture of attack and defense, you like the look of young Worrell. Just a bit disappointed he didn't go on. These are the opportunities these young players must grasp in what I think are now the best batting conditions we've seen in the match thus far.
But they did all the hard work this morning, both Bishop and Warrell, and they really should have been batting still. And I think it can't be business as usual now with the academy team.
Yeah,
they've got some senior pros in the team. They have to step up in a very big way.
Well, it was that 4th wicket partnership which really wrested the initiative away from the Guyana Harpy Eagles after that quick burst from Kevin Sinclair picking up the first 4 wickets. But so when Joshua Bishop departed, though, against the run of play as well,
didn't need that.
In the fashion in which he did, it really just started to slide, and they really struggled to recover.
Well, the West Indies Academy, they look like they expect a long afternoon. I've seen 7 floppy hats. I counted 7, so it means that they maybe feel they're going to be in for a long haul with James starting to Shandapal.
And also, the sun's really come out now after lunch. Picturesque setting here at the CCG. Outfield looks lovely. As I was saying, probably batting conditions are going to be best here on day 2 going forward. This pitch probably just just getting a bit quicker as it bakes out under the sun.
Exciting times ahead here. And could somebody produce something special for the West Indies Academy? James on birthday yesterday. He picked up 4 wickets. He'll be looking for 5 today. Whipped away into the onside. And I'm trying to still work out what's the real plan in bowling to Chandapal. And if the youngsters have been watching the cricket in the 2-test series in Australia, you realize, and I continue to, because that's where you learn. That's when you understand what is happening. Stark, Hazelwood, Cummins, down that area, off stump. They just keep nagging. I'm just finding here that the West Indian captains and the West Indian bowlers, they're looking, it's like they want a wicket every ball. So when it doesn't happen, then they change.
Yeah, it's probably not the strength of young Chandapal to, his front foot play probably isn't a strength, you would say. I think you can afford to maybe pack that slip cordon, maybe take extra cover out, open up that extra cover.
Let him drive.
So give him something to look at there, that open space in extra cover. You're trying to lure him onto that front foot, entice that drive. You've got the slips in place as well. But you've also got to be consistent in that area. Can't afford to get too straight because that's where he tends to be more comfortable. Just plays that little clip into the onside.
Oh, that's a good delivery. That is what you want. And that line that James is bowling to Nando is the same line, length that he has to bowl to Chandapal. Force Chandapal to come onto his front foot. He's either going to come on his front foot or he's going to leave the ball. And he might misjudge an inducker.
It was a good stride, though, out from Matthew Nando there. Probably just showing the differences in players. Both left-handers, but go about it in different ways. Nando probably looks to hit the ball a bit more in front of square. But he also can just get lured into playing a bit too square, as we see on that occasion. He does get 4 runs, though. It squirts away down to the third-man boundary. So the first boundary post-lunch.
Yeah, wasn't a catch. But I think the West Indies Academy, they're going to have to lift their fielding. In the first innings, I think they dropped like 3 to 4 catches. And when you're playing at this level, you got to catch everything. Your ground feeling's got to be sharp, especially when you're playing from behind the 8 ball.
We saw Nandu get caught in that position.
Wickets from this end when he played against Ireland.
Also in the Headley Weeks
Headley
series here as well.
Yes.
Maiden Pfeiffer. Majority of the wickets came from this media centre end.
Yeah.
Got a bit of bounce. He's looked to have put on a yard or 2 since then, though.
Yeah, he has. And he's still growing.
Definitely.
For a young man. Still feel. Lost his mother during the Headley Week series as well, too.
It's never easy. Young man. Looks to have bounced back quite well. Not just physically, but mentally as well.
I think he would be disappointed the way he got out today, too. Because there really was no thought process of the plan. It looked as if they was just trying to get to 175. So it didn't matter. There was a bigger objective than just getting to 175. He starts around the wicket. Which is a little worry for me. Peeled for a leg before, but I think because of the angle that seemed to be drifting down. Carlin Tuckett's right foot, you already saw the movement. They're still concentrating on trying to have a short mid-wicket and a more or less like a leg slip, and I don't know, I just bowled that line outside the line of the off stump.
And Becky Joseph in that position.
Yeah.
Extra cover wide open though.
Force him to drive.
He's hammered down the ground. That was a long half volley from Johan Lane. Put away quite emphatically by Taser and Chandapal.
But if Lane is going to bowl that line, Mali, then Ashwin Ned needs to come to his left a little bit more straighter so he can be able to cut that off, just as you rightly said, and leave that cover area, because his bottom hand, that's what came into play just a while ago with that half volley.
Yeah, it was a very good shot, good power as well. shown by Shandapal with positive intent. He moves to 10 now.
Every now and again, Lane continues to push that ball down. They just need to be patient. They've got to bowl one side and stick to their plan. Lane might not get the wickets, but it might be Mally Richards who picks up the other wickets because you're building pressure. And I think it's almost like a competition. Everybody is hustling. They got to bowl in partnerships and figure out, what we're going to take away the boundary balls and we're going to build pressure.
I think he much prefers this angle, to be honest, from around the wicket. No real deliveries in that corridor, forcing any indecision from the left-handed Shandapal. For him, should I say. Still around the wicket is Johan Lane.
Patience. Just slow it down. Build the pressure. And because he's attacking the stumps now, Shandapal has to come up with a new method as to how he's going to play.
He's got a man, Kevin Pittman, there at mid-wicket, who you mentioned, and Becky Joseph in that leg slippish position.
Yeah, I think that's wasted. Bring Ned straighter, mid-on, mid-off, leave that gap open, and force him to drive to that offside.
Probably go over the wicket at a third slip.
Yes. See what we're talking about? You drag that.
Oh, that definitely didn't go where the batsman intended.
He got two in the end.
Yeah, he was looking to crash that through the covers. Thick inside edge, squirted away. And Becky Joseph does the fielding. Look at that. Once again, just a bit off balance there, playing on the move with Shandapal. As you can tell, he's just struggling a bit for his best form here. "17 without loss." Came into this second innings with a lead of 13. So, essentially 30 without loss here. The Guyana Harpy Eagles. They'll be hoping for anything above 250. I think with the amount of time left in the game, they'll be hoping to bat out the rest of this day. Maybe a bit of tomorrow. Get as big a lead as possible. We must also remember this isn't the most informed batting lineup so far. So still an intriguing contest on the cards here. It's going to be James outside that off stump. Big swing and a miss from Nandu. Probably missed out there. Thinks he missed out. It's a bit of a half volley. Probably looked to hit that a bit too hard, Vernon.
I don't think the head position didn't lead with his head and his shoulders enough. He sort of went for power. And that's really not him because his head was like up in the air, really. Nando is more or less a stroke player.
Didn't really get that stride in. Probably just looking to hit that a bit too square once again. Has a tendency to just squirt balls behind square, backward point area. And well outside that off stump.
The academy only will have themselves to blame, Mali, for being back out into the sun.
Yeah, they contributed to their own downfall here on day 2. Came in.
This is your home territory. You don't let people come into your yard and run you back out.
Fourth wicket partnership was threatening to really press home that advantage. But it was that Joshua Bishop wicket, as we mentioned. Vasami Permal, the wily veteran. Gudakesh Moti as well.
Now, what's the plan here? They've brought Pittman over onto the other side, but I just think that he's just too close, really. He won't be in a position to react to maybe even catch something.
pace and carry there for James. Once again, left quite harmlessly outside that off stump.
I'll put in Becky Joseph, Mali, right in the view of Nando, and put Kelvin Pittman more back. Somebody seems to have got the realization.
Looks like Joshua Bishop making the adjustments to the field there. Teddy Bishop at mid-off. Probably just showing his experience, Joshua Bishop taking control of things. This one's...
Yes. See what we're talking about, Mali? 1 bounce for 4. So he wants to play that shot. You have to make sure that you put the protection in place, because Pittman really is in no man's land, really.
Really threw himself at that one, didn't he?
Yeah.
Matthew Nandu, he's been sweating on something full outside that off stump, itching to get that drive away. Bit of a half volley there. He quite intentionally went up and over that offside field. 1 bounce, as you said, into the boundary. I think that's his first boundary of his innings. Matthew Nandu moves to 9.
James doesn't seem very comfortable coming around the wicket.
This one's caressed once again. We'll only pick up 2. Kelvin Pittman comes round, does the fielding. So Nandu's fluency is becoming a bit better. Delivery by delivery here. His footwork, you start to see him look a bit more balanced at the crease. That shot over extra cover probably would do his confidence the world of good here. Needs a bit more. Needs to keep on fighting for his team, though. It's probably due a score. At 100 on debut last season against Barbados. Probably been a bit lean since then for the young man.
And that was at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. We called that game. A very enterprising 100. And it's a sort of pressure situation, and because the expectation is so high. I think you should take it in strides. Just continue to develop your own game. Keep going. We've seeing him made his CPL debut. Got a half century also in that context. Super 50. Yeah, so he's...
In fact, I think he got 40 odd. 40 high. I think Rivaldo Clark would have been the one that scored that half century.
Yes, you're right. Yeah. But it was a good start for him.
Start,
really.
Yeah, to have 2 emerging players actually show up for their franchises was good to see.
Lane still continuing around the wicket, Mali, and I just would like to see him come over the wicket.
Yeah,
to
create that
Shanda
angle
Paul.
to Shanda Paul. This one's just pushed through that vacant extra cover region.
And it's almost like because, and I'm just looking from my observation, I don't think Lane and James are comfortable and they're getting to really complete their action when they're coming around the wicket to the left-handers.
Well, to be honest, I don't think anyone's forcing them to bowl around the wicket, Vernon. I think it's their choice.
It could be game plan from the backroom staff too.
I think today young players are really entrusted, especially with the angles in which they choose to bowl from.
Lane still searching. Jeez.
Honing in on those pads, but well played from Shandapur. He's quite comfortable in that region, isn't he?
He
Very
is.
comfortable.
He is.
I think it's going to be a change now, though. I think he's heard us, Johan Lane. That defensive stroke probably just told him, hey, let me try something a bit different here. Change the angle over the wicket.
Got to build pressure. He's got to build pressure. They got to work in tandem as a team. Build the pressure. Continue to build the pressure.
He's clipped away this time. Starts 2 straight once again. Won't go to the boundary though. Josh James comes around, does the fielding.
I like to be a fly on the wall at the end of the day's play to hear the logic and the thinking is to, you know.
Yeah, not enough deliveries in the perceived weak area here to Tej Chandapal. They're just getting across his stumps. That one starting on middle, ending up on leg.
And because of his extravagant movement, he's always going to be in that position to score.
In that area. Just not enough deliveries outside that off stump, especially with that with the pronounced movements. He does get a fairway outside off stump, so you probably have to be just a tad wider than normal.
We've gone back with the same position, Mali. And Becky Joseph has gone back into the more or less leg slip again, a wasted position.
That's the area you want to be in. Outer half of the Chandapal bat, as opposed to that middle inside edge balls going away behind square on the leg side through mid wicket. Easy stuff for a player of his experience. Vast experience now, actually, Tej Chandapal. It's gone short though. Been a mixed bag from Johan Lane in this over.
That took almost like a balloon bouncer. Took a long time to get to Tej Chandapal. If you're gonna bowl that sort of delivery, you got to be looking for the badge.
Just ended up dapping that down to Josh James, fine leg. This is Nandu going to face his first delivery of the over here. It's gone short again.
He's talking to himself. I think he's marking himself very hard, Lane. He'd be very disappointed in that over. And there's a reason why we have something called T20 cricket, T10 cricket, 50 over, and Test cricket. Test cricket and 4-day cricket is going to test your mental fortitude to figure out how long you could last in the game. And these young players for the West Indies Academy team, they have to adapt those methods very, 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 very quickly.
Yeah, just quickly over in Bass, St. Kitts, Leeward Islands and Trinidad and Tobago. The Leeward Islands in reply to the Trinidad Red Force, 137 are 208 for 5. Young Jewel Andrews still at the crease in his second first-class match here on 46 from 94. Jeremiah Louis not out on 8 as well. Rakeem Cornwall still to come. Colin Archibald as well. So I want to wish a speedy recovery to Rakeem Cornwall as well. I know he had a bit of a scare down there in St. Kitts, but he's back at the ground and fit and healthy and raring to go.
At Savannah Park in Jamaica, Barbados Pride are 89 for 2. Jamaica Scorpions 269 all out in their first innings. Beautiful delivery there from Joshua James around the wicket. Building the pressure. They got to be patient. They have to be patient. They got to come up with a game plan. How are we going to restrict the Ghana Harpy Eagles from scoring? Just build that pressure. Build that pressure. Keep working.
Well, it's not too difficult in terms of an area in which to pinpoint to Tej Chandapal, just outside that off stump. Tends to just draw the bat inside the line more often than not, and at times just gets lured into defending quite wide of that off stump as well.
over at Chedwin Park, Mali. The combined campuses and colleges putting up a fight against the Windward Island Volcanoes, who are falling away 108 for 4. Salazar 19, Melius 13, Jeremiah 12, Athens 26, and Hodge 20 not out, with Ambris, the veteran, still around on 15. So Romain Graves 2 for 33. Combined campuses and colleges putting up a fight against the Windward Island Volcanoes, 108 for 4.
Don't mind this here.
I don't either. But at least
He's got to stay disciplined.
yes, that's it. It's when they go off course to try a bouncer and to half volley. You gotta build pressure. That's what happens.
Yeah, it's a patience game, not just for the batter but for the bowler as well. You need to stay patient, not to try something here just yet. Trying to draw Tej Chandapal across his stumps over and over and over again, and then maybe he can slip in the other one, which comes back in, targeting that LBW, maybe bowled as well. But it takes time. You've got to be disciplined here. He's looked a touch more aggressive here in this second innings, Hashandapal, especially on anything a bit wide and short. Hasn't really paced the field, but that was timed quite nicely.
It was. But it shows you the era in terms of now the West Indies Academy understanding what we're talking about. Even though I feel that Kelvin Pittman is a little too close. You've got to give yourself some room, especially on a fast outfield, so you can be able to see the ball.
Good stuff from Josh James. Could come back. Just a bit extra on that one. Forcing one hand off the Chandapal bat. Essentially 41 without loss. Guyana Harpy Eagles.
And Teddy Bishop will also have to be mindful about that, because you don't want the Guyana Harpy Eagles to get away with a flyer.
How many you think is too many in West Indies Academy here?
300. I think 300 will be asking a lot for them to get on this, especially on the last day, where the trucks tend to do a lot of things here.
Ends with quite an innocuous one outside the off stump for Josh James, another maiden. 28 without loss.
.49 to Joel Anjumali.
One away.
49 of 99 balls, 5 fours and 2 sixes. His first scoring shot was a 6. So he can't be far off from scoring his maiden half century, and he'll be looking to build on that.
It's good to see him at 6 as well.
That's the perfect position for the young man.
Yeah, I thought they made a bit of a mistake batting him at 4 on debut. He's more in a more customary number 6 position here, especially after Jamal Hamilton, who's been in good form for the Leewards this season.
He certainly has.
Perished
Except
for
that
a
he
dub.
failed this game.
Yeah.
And by his own form, he really should have at least had 100 out of one of those innings.
I think that's the area in which I think Puppy will probably just kick himself a little bit. Tends to get 60s, 70s, 80s.
90s. Yeah. We saw in the Super 50. Came here, played a blinder, and I keep asking him every time I talk to him, Mali, when was the last time that you scored 100 for Leewards? There needs to be a challenge for you. You got to understand that, hey, I'm good enough.
I think he's a bit underutilized in the white ball arena, especially he's a player who really packs a punch. We've seen him win games for the Leewards, batting in that middle to lower order, bringing that X-factor power, and he's probably the best gloveman in the region.
That is an understatement. I keep saying that all the time. If we're talking about a a natural keeper. Jamal Hamilton is center of gravity. You know that, and it's just for him to be able to transfer, as you rightly said, those 70s into big hundreds. Because I think that even when Phil Simmons was a coach and he was around the setup, that was one of the problems I thought Phil said to me, that Hamilton, yes, is the best glove man, but he's not consistent with the bat enough.
Just getting that consistency now, though, is Jamal Hamilton. Real go-to guy for the Leeward Islands Hurricanes.
Still feel that the West Indies are looking for a keeper. You know what I mean? Another keeper outside of a Joshua De Silva. You know, that's a conversation that could be opened up.
Tossed up there from Joshua Bishop.
So maybe the ploy is that seam from the CIU end, and maybe the spinners, Ned and Bishop, will come from this area. Ooh, that turned.
Similar to what we saw in that first innings, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Rotation of the seamers from the CIU road end, spinners from media center, and vice versa.
Would you like to see Pittman from this end? Have we ever seen? We always seen
Can't
Pittman from the
CIUN
area.
Can't remember seeing
Don't
him
you see
bowl
ball from this end?
media center end.
The next time I see head coach Ryan Griffith, I have to ask him if there's a particular ploy for that.
Produced a real jaffa though.
Yeah.
Kelvin Pittman in that first innings.
So, at the end of the over, it is 28, a lead of 15. Some 12 overs bowled, 29 without loss, a lead of 41 runs. I give way to you, Mali. And then it'll be the voice of the man himself from Trinidad and Tobago. They might have to send for him on a charter plane to save them against the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. I guess if Joel Andrew sees him turned up, he might say, hey, this is a serious guy.
Yeah, Joel Andrew. 14. Well, actually brought up that 50 now, 53 from 101. The young man maiden first class half century. Congratulations to him. It's just a start though, you'd hope. Not just from a Leeward Islands perspective, but also for the West Indies. 17 years old. Wicket-keeper batsman. It's going to be Josh James to continue though. This one a bit too straight once again. In that, just on that hip, comfortable for Matthew Nandu. Lead now swells, not swells, but 44. Valuable lead this for the Guyana Harpy Eagles. Runs at a premium. Both underperforming batting lineup so far in this regional 4-day tournament. He's just moved outside of his crease now as Matthew Nandu.
Yeah, good to see Joshua James just rushing on to Nandu a bit. He's into his fourth over now. We'll have to see him with the new ball though. I think it was a bit disappointing to see the academy in fact to decide in a bit of panic to go with spin. The fast bowlers are up for it now. Pushed away nicely for 2 from Matthew Nandu.
Compact little drive there through that extra cover region. Probably looked the more comfortable of the two so far, Matthew Nandu.
Yeah, I think so. He's looked in control. John Paul got out around this stage of the innings in the last one. 14 of 45. He's faced 40 now. He's on 17. James switching to over the wicket now. just feel like the academy in desperate need of a wicket.
Just got to vary his position on the crease as well in his delivery. When he's delivering, Josh James tends to stay quite wide of the crease. Probably want him to get a little closer. Really look to exploit that angle, not necessarily take LBW out of play by the ball consistently pitching outside that leg stump. If you can just get a little tighter here, as you can see that one, just pitching outside the leg stump once again. Easy for Matthew Nandu. Clipped away for another 2.
I think both Nando and Chanapon need to stamp their authority on this game. Get both of them looking for their first real scores of the competition. Nando in a more advanced role now as the vice captain at this young age.
Interesting.
Yeah, I think it's just a ploy of getting the youngsters in positions.
Leadership positions.
Yeah, especially at a young age.
Responsibility. Hopefully brings the best out of them. Young Kevlin Anderson as well. Saw him captain the first 2 rounds.
Yeah, and when he was captain, Nando would have been vice captain. I think now he would have been pushed out a bit of that
as
leadership.
Imlak has come back.
Imlak is back, yeah, but it's good to see though. It's good to see and it's funny that Chandra Paul's there, Moti's there, Permal obviously is there. Guys with a lot of experience at this level and not in leadership positions.
But also just suggests, as we've been saying, I have been harping on about in this game, just suggests that this is a team in transition with Matthew Nandu almost already considered one of the senior players, in a leadership position. It's going to take some time. Harpy Eagles fans, you could tell they're very used to winning, very used to having positive results. They've been flooding the chat, the live chat, with their thoughts. Keep them coming.
Well, that's the end of over number 13. A dot ball to finish for big Joshua James. Joshua Bishop is coming in here from the media center end. And you just seem to think that he might be one of those guys that can make a difference here.
100% Liam. Joshua Bishop, the go-to man really with the ball for this West Indies Academy team in the last couple of seasons. Probably the least helpful pitch he's had here at the CCG in a little while. No real extravagant turn and bounce just yet. It's going to be Shandapal on strike though. Getting quite low there is Shandapal. It's an area I think they can exploit, especially with Matthew Nandu. Tends to defend quite low. The hands get a bit low. Anything that just bounces a bit more than he expects, he tends to get in a bit of trouble. So that's an area he's definitely going to have to keep an eye on.
Yeah, you'd want to just get some top spin on the ball if possible. Even some air. Chandapur drives, but straight to Akimo Geist.
Disappointed to miss out there. You could tell the way he just turned off, a bit disgusted with himself. Didn't find a gap.
Still a lot of bowling in this West Indies Academy lineup. There's obviously Ogis, who's been handy with his leg spin in the past for them.
Especially in the white ball format.
Definitely. And Not seen Kelvin Pittman just yet in this innings.
Oh, we've just seen what he's done there, though, Liam. He's let the team down with a bit of shoddy backing up, to be honest. Just a bit of indiscipline creeping into the West Indies academy here.
Yeah, I think they just need to get a wicket as soon as they can, and then that would open up the energy levels. Maybe I think there's always a lot of options. A lot of these young players are batting all around us mostly. With there's Jordan Johnson. He's a useful little leg spinner as well, and if that's not working, he comes in and bowls some left-hand orthodox as well.
As well, yeah.
Very interesting young player.
I think we had a shot there of groundsman getting into position. It has gotten a bit gloomy here at the CCG. It's a little darker now. The sun was out in its glory before lunch. Well,
interestingly, the Leeward Islands Red Force game, they're coming off the field now with some rain. Joel Andrews on 60 not out. Jeremiah Louis supporting him well on 23. Leeward is 237 for 5.
As you know, Liam, St. Kitts Basseterre just down the road from Antigua. Similar weather conditions.
Yeah, it is getting a bit gloomy here though at the CCG.
Let's hope we can escape that weather that's around.
Yeah, it was a bit of early morning showers, but no real delay or didn't really cause much of a...
Hasn't taken too much time out of the game, has it?
No, not really.
Ned now replacing James. So the spin twins. Oh, that was close. Bit of a suicide second there by Nandu. Not sure. I think a direct hit, he would have been in trouble, Liam.
Yeah, I think so. I think a better throw in general, because Ned was not able to pick up the ball. I guess it was a bit too close to him. Did take quite some time to get back to the stumps though, as we have a look at it again.
Nandu knew he was in trouble.
Yeah, just a bit too...
It was a long way out when that ball came in. As you said, just needed a better throw. Better basic cricket, really, from the West Indies Academy, and they would have picked up their first wicket there.
Yeah, I think that would now play on the minds of Nandu and Chandapal in terms of their running between the wickets.
Yeah, Nandu was a long way off the pace based on that replay. Unfortunately, Ashmead Ned couldn't gather. So the out cricket just becoming a bit sloppy for the West Indies Academy in the last few overs. Chance missed. He's gone high though, has Chandapal this time. And he just picks out Teddy Bishop, who calmly strolls around to his right from mid-off to take that catch. And Chandapal has to go. Not sure what kind of shot he played there, Liam.
Yeah, very out of character for sure from Teacher and Chandapal. And have a look at it again. Just giving a bit of air, a bit more than Ned usually gives. And Chandapal looking to go over the infield, and Teddy Bishop runs around and takes a good catch. That's the end of Chandapal, and his poor form continues. It's going to be the skipper, Tevin Imlak. He's in at 3.
Yeah, and I'd love to see that again. It almost seemed like he went across that one, ball taking the outer half of the bat. Chandapal has to go though. 41 for 1, the West Indies, actually the Guyana Harpy Eagles 54 run lead. As we see this replay again, Tej Chandapal. Let's have a look, Liam. To me, looked like he was looking to hit that more down to long on. See, look, bit across that one almost. Not quite sure what he was trying to do. His foot definitely didn't get to the pitch of that delivery. Was leaning back as well. As you said, just a bit out of sorts now is Tej Chandapal.
Yeah, and I think he needs to just be a bit more confident in his ability. You know, he's been scoring runs at the regional level for
Few
a
seasons.
number of years, exactly. So it's disappointing to see the manner in which a lot of these players in this game, both teams, in fact, it's really disappointing to see the way that they've gone about it, the way that they've gotten themselves out a lot of the time, that especially in the West Indies academy innings. Didn't really see too many guys getting bowled down or LBW to really good deliveries.
Yeah, contributing to their own dismissals. The majority of batsmen in this game so far. "21 wickets. It's actually just second session on day 2.
It's unbelievable to say the least, and really disappointing. Can't see this one going the full 4 days.
Have to agree with you there. We may have a beach day on day 4. It would be to our benefit, that's for sure.
I think a lot of the issues with what's been happening is that there's no demons in this pitch. There's nothing wrong. It's a good batting wicket in anything.
Especially here on day 2. You said serene batting conditions, really. We haven't seen any balls misbehave. The bounce has been consistent. Pace has been consistent as well.
It's just been a case of poor batting, if we're being completely honest. And I think, even in the Trinidad and Tobago game, 137 all out, good batting lineup that they have, they'll be disappointed. Leeward Island showing them how to do it. They have a lead of 100 right now at rain delay. Joel Andrew really taking his opportunity with both hands.
60 out, not out.
And I agree with what you said. I think it's better for him to bat at 6 than at number 4. I think it was a bit like throwing the youngster to the dogs early on in his career.
Like throwing him to the wolves, I was a bit disappointed to see that. Obviously, the young man has all the confidence in the world. He's an ultra-confident player, so he's not going to shirk that challenge, that's for sure. But you also want to put him in positions where he's most likely to succeed.
This one worked away nicely down to James at long on. Nandu continues to score freely. Imlak already off the mark with a double in the last over. He's on strike to Bishop now.
Well, remember how we got off the mark in the first innings? A crisp drive through the covers.
He was one of those Guyanese batters that got himself out in that first innings, chased a short and wide one from Joshua James and just got it on the edge.
Innocuous delivery, really.
Definitely so. We spoke to him yesterday at the toss, and was asking him what does he think they could do better than they did in the last game against the Leeward Islands that they lost, and he was adamant on the fact that a batsman got started, so they need to carry on, and no one was able to do that in the first innings.
It's got a lead from the front, though. Yeah, the added pressure of captaincy as well, still trying to make his way in the game. Swept hard.
MBK Joseph at short leg taking the hit there. Right, hope he's okay.
Seems to be fine. He's gotten up.
Just wants to walk it off a bit. Not exactly sure where he got hit. We'll take a look at the replay now.
So at least he's got some protection on the legs. Maybe around that hip area, quad area, just evading that padding, the protection that you would have. But he's back again.
He's taking
Seems
some
a
hits
tough
there.
guy, yeah? Tough guy in that position. Oh, he's gone. Oh, he's dropped him leading edge. Oh, an absolute gift Not received by Joshua Bishop.
Well. Let's have a look at this one again, but that could be very costly for the West Indies Academy. Oh man, that's very disappointing stuff, and I had to take a note of that.
Yes, a serious chance. Gone down, and it's a bit aerial again, is Imlak. Probably just a bit too far out in front on those last two deliveries. That chance definitely should have been taken though. Leading edge, just lobbed back almost to Joshua Bishop. Bit of a dive forward, but couldn't take it. Chance grasped. Imlak still at the crease, but really and truly the Harpy Eagles should be 2 down.
Definitely, and I think that could be very costly for them, especially with the ability that we know that Imlak possesses. They would need to try to get him out as soon as possible. It's going to be Ned to continue. He's going to go to Nandu.
A few chances just being created now. Half chances, but that one definitely should have been taken. Not something they can harp on though. Still got to keep that energy high. Essentially the Harpy Eagles 57 for 1. Don't think the West Indies Academy would be comfortable chasing anything above 200, to be fair. Vernon said 300. I was like, wow.
Yeah, I think that's a bit out of the question. But yeah, I think anything over 200, maybe they back themselves to get to that 230, maybe
250,
yeah,
maybe.
But it's been tough for them so far. They've not really shown the ability to bat long.
I think the losses of Wickham and Anderson has really affected this West Indies Academy batting lineup.
Yeah, I think a lot of the runs did come from Wickham and Anderson.
That's a lot of runs out there. It would have been Mackenzie first who would have graduated.
And he's gone. Nandu cuts and Ned strikes. A good bit of thinking from Ashmead Ned. We saw the 2 previous balls that Nandu pulled out of facing one. Then Ned pulled away from the ball after. So just a bit of gimmicks out there. And then Ned getting that ball through. Nandu cutting it and just not getting the connection. And he's gone now. Ashmead Ned with the breakthrough for the West Indies Academy.
Fantastic take from Carlin Bowen Tuckett as we see that. Look at that. As we said, one of the bright prospects, especially with the gloves, Carlin Bowen Tuckett took that quite comfortably. Bit short and wide from Ashmead Ned. No real commitment to the stroke, though, from Matthew Nandu. We did speak about that first innings, these young West Indian batters. When they get to 19, 20, 25, 30, it's a crucial period. We tend to see them just lose concentration a bit. Nandu there once again. Ned picks up his second. 44 for 2 now, the Harpy Eagles. Those 2 wickets have brought the West Indies Academy right back into this game, Liam.
One thing we've seen with Ned in this game especially, we saw him get Chandapal out in the first innings as well with an arm ball that went straight across him, and it looked like that was to Nandu's demise as well. It looked to be an arm ball, just a bit shorter though, and Nandu unable to get behind it well enough. It's going to be the vice captain Kevlin Anderson. He's in at 4. Played a really out of character stroke in the first innings and got caught at a short cover. So he's going to have to make up on that. So here's Ned. He's in to bowl to Anderson for the first time in this innings.
Yeah, a bit of a man for a crisis is Kevlin Anderson. Short career so far, but we've seen him display that temperament that's required in such a situation. Here he is out to fight again for his team. Ned has become more of a regular wicket taker here in this edition, this season, the Regional 4-day. Alongside Joshua Bishop as well. He's really come to the party, contributed his fair share of wickets as well.
Spin twins of the West Indies Academy. They've been together for quite some time now.
They have.
And they're working in good partnerships right now. Bishop putting down that chance of Imlak in the last over. But things are happening, and as we said earlier, we see, especially with the academy, wickets falling in clusters. They got Chandapal, then a couple overs later they get Nandu. Imlak gives a chance. And it's about seeing out these tough periods of time. The academy weren't able to do it this morning. And love to see how the Harpy Eagles deal with this.
This one he's got. Oh, once again, sharp stuff. Sharp single. Throw probably just a bit wayward once again.
Yeah, a bit wayward from Rivaldo Clark, the substitute fielder.
But I've got a question for you actually, Liam. We've spoken about Vesami Pamal, probably towards the back end of his career now. You see why probably an Ashmead Ned wouldn't have graduated to his franchise just yet, being behind a Vesami, Gudakesh Moti, even a Kevin Sinclair. But as I said, with Pamal towards the back end of his career, do you see a Ashmead Ned being like a natural successor to that position?
You would hope so. That's what I would see. I think in recent times, a lot of these franchises, there's been some issues in terms of holding on to some of the older players or the players towards the back end, holding on to them for a bit too long. I still think Pumal has some time left in him.
I still think he has a fair bit to offer as well.
He's still just 34 years old and he's still performing at such a high level. It's going to be really tough to just try to phase him out at this stage. He's doing well and he's still got time on his hands. But I think, it's tough for a player like Ned. That one getting some bite there from Joshua Bishop.
Yeah, lured into defending a bit wide there. A bit naughty from the skipper.
Yeah, so it's tough for Ned. I think Guyana, one of those nations that have been blessed with a lot of talent in the spin bowling department. I think the immediate successor to Pumal might be Gudakesh Moti, and then Ned maybe after Moti, which is a bit unfortunate for him.
What we see is that they tend to play all three of them together at this point in time, don't they?
Yeah, and I think with Sinclair in the mix, it's hard for Ned to get in. Anthony Adams is another one who's part of that Guyana
in that
team.
lineup as well, yes. Bit of air on that one once again from Joshua Bishop. Just seeing a slightly different CCG pitch here though, in terms of not quite taking spin or aiding the spinners quite as much as we've seen in the past. That one a bit of bounce to finish. Another maiden.
Yeah, we didn't see any real turn from the Harpy Eagles. It was a lot more. Maybe Bishop has been turning the ball the most.
Which he tends to.
Looks like we're going to have a short break for drinks. So it's 46-2 in 18 overs. The Academy on the fight back here. I'm going to take a short break for drinks and we'll be right back. We're back here after drinks. It's 46 for 2. The Guyana Harp Eagles. Imrak and Anderson both new to the crease. Ashmead Ned doing the damage right before drinks. Tend to see wickets fall after any sort of break and play. So let's see how Anderson and Imrak go here.
Two soft dismissals from Chandapal and from Nando. Nando seemed to have buckled under the pressure. And I know Vinod is promising to get me the outside microphones because there have been a lot of chatter outside. In fact, if you look at the celebrations from Ned, you would know that they have practiced that over a period of time. Because you've been involved in that system, so you know what's happening.
Yeah, it's pretty. They're gonna have a lot of chat out there, especially with Ned being Guyanese himself. Would have had a lot to say with his fellow countrymen.
Anderson, patient as he is, comes quietly forward. What a costly miss from Tevin Imla to Joshua Bishop. It can't get any. I hope we got the highlights on that one, because at the end of the day we need to show that catch.
Yeah, getting it sorted. Yeah, I would love to see how much that would really cost them. Imlak
I
is
doubt it would.
Imlak is one of those batsmen that can take a game away from you. He's a good batter. He's been scoring bulk of runs over the past few seasons. Ned right on spot finishes the over. At the end of over number 19, it's 46 for 2.
So, pretty low scores here so far. No team has been able to reach 200 so far. Leon?
Yeah, Guyana would want to have a different say on that, but both teams have been quite disappointing. We spoke about the manner of the dismissals from the academy boys, but I think Chandapur was really, really disappointed.
Talking about Imla, Imla's first-class career. Well, before this game, would have been 17 matches, 612 runs by nature, as you would have said. So this day, 693 runs. So you maybe want to get some, improve on this as he goes forward.
Yeah, had a good Super 50 season with Guyana late last year.
Highest score of 136 is his highest first-class score, with one century and 3 half centuries. So still has a lot of work to do. First-class games, in terms of 28 matches, his career batting stats, 612 runs, high score of 136. So he'll need 136 today.
Yeah, I think that'd be welcome for the Harpy Eagles. Bishop and Ned have bowled really well since they've come on together. I think Ned's just finished his 6th over Bishop into his 5th now.
Again, we're talking about the partnerships, right? See what we were asking for in terms of the opening bowler, rather than everybody trying, different formats or scenarios.
Not much in the fast bowlers department in the academy first innings. And when the academy bowled, Joshua James picked up 4, and Pittman got 1 as well. Lane also got 1, 2, but the Guyanese bowlers 10 wickets falling to spin.
Yeah, so maiden over there by young man himself, Joshua Bishop. The lead is now 59, and mounting 46 for 2 at the end of 20 overs. And the West Indies Academy, based on maybe lack of judgment first from Tejan and Chandapal, they've more or less opened up the game again.
Yeah, definitely so. I think that Chandapal dismissal really disappoints me. I think it's so out of character for him to try to seem to want to go across the line, but just really disappointing stuff from someone who really should be dominating regional cricket.
Carl took it. Carl and took it. Good glove work so far. Excellent catch off the Nando. Sharp. He's rode with it and took an excellent catch there. Continuing. Just needs to relax himself. Sometimes you have to enjoy the game, Leon. And today I thought he was just a little bit too tense in terms of his batting. Misjudge an arm ball. Got to play the ball with your bat.
Yeah, disappointing not to see him get a bit more with the bat, but he's been really so good behind the stumps. I think he's the best gloveman I've seen in this competition so far. There's obviously Jamal Hamilton as well, who's quite good behind the stumps, but to think Tuckett just edges him, in, especially after this game. Work that he puts in behind the stumps. There's been some seriously loose and wide deliveries from some of the fast bowlers, and he's diving down the leg side like a goalkeeper and saving runs.
Rain has stopped play at Warner Park in St. Kitts, maybe saving Trinidad and Tobago, because Lee was leading by 100 runs in that contest.
Jewel Andrews on 60 not out.
Yeah.
You want to go and
Maiden
get himself
half
100.
century in this championship. He'll be maybe wanting to get an opportunity because he can maybe score 100. That'll be even a big one. Ned on the money here. Still a lot of batting to come for Guyana. He's still got Kevin Sinclair, who's quite capable. Moti with a first-class 100. Kevin Sinclair in his debut test match scoring a half century. So this game not over by a long shot yet. Still got Savory.
Perez as well.
Oh, Perez looks organized. He just needs to get some runs behind his name. 46 for 2. And again another maiden over. So the pressure building all the time. Anderson 1, Imlach 3. The lead is 59 runs. A lot of cricket to play.
It's been good though from the academy spinners. Bishop and Ned have been there for such a long time now for this team, and they're doing some good work.
It's Sabina Park in Jamaica. The Barbados Pride 92 for 3. Bradtwitt 27 not out from 112 deliveries.
Chance of a catch, and Rivaldo Clark unable to get there in the end. Well, another chance put down.
Got to take their catches. They got to lift their catches. The feeling. It's the second chance for the day in the first innings. Close to 4. Got to take those. Kevin Anderson is signaling in for a new bat. Bishop. Very loose. This is really not Anderson. Kevin Anderson doesn't play like that, but I guess the chatter and all that is happening out there, he feels that he has to counteract. He's still signaling to try and get a bat, but nobody has responded out of the Guyana Harper Eagles dressing room as yet.
No, very much disjointed Happy Eagles
Yeah.
dugout.
Took so long before he could get this bat. He's just nudging this one onto the leg side, and Bishop caught nap in there and short mid wicket. Now the bats are coming out. He's asking the umpire. The umpire is saying you have to wait until the over is done, but if it's broken, it should be, he could replace it.
He could replace it if he has to face the ball.
The ball.
Yeah, so he'll have to wait, and well, that one not turning as much as Imlach would have thought.
The lead is 61, 48 for 2.
Pushing at this one and just guided to Rivaldo Clark at point. So at the end of over number 22, 48 for 2. As Kevin Anderson is going to have a chance to replace his bat now.
So we're talking about the Barbados Pride against the Jamaica Scorpions at Savannah Park in Jamaica. Jamaica Scorpions 269 all out. And Barbados Pride, we're looking at the replay here just before. Good leave. He'll tell you that he mastered that one. Barbados Pride 92 for 3. McCaskey 15, Mosley 14, Drakes 31, and Kevin Wickham. We've got some time for. He scored 1 not out, so that's going to be an exciting game. Rayner's stop play in stop play in St. Kitts. So you understand in terms of what's happening. Let's find out what's happening with the combined campuses and colleges game, because they're really putting up a fight. The Windward Island Volcanoes, they're 119 for 4. So a bit of a revival there from the two senior players in Calvin Hodge and Sonny Lambres, the test player in Calvin Hodge. So we'll follow that game as the progress of the game go on. Net continues here, Leon.
Yeah, net continues from the CIU road end. Anderson drives and straight to Jordan Johnson at cover.
All of a sudden it seems to be a different game. Am I right to say that?
Yeah, definitely so. I think things have been happening a bit more ever since Shana Paul threw away his wicket. So the drop catch of Imlak, in fact, then Anderson dropped in the last over, and a couple of balls just find themselves in the air a bit.
Anderson doesn't look himself though. His feet. Normally that ball, he'll get back and across and find the gap there. He's looking for more power than anything else.
Just looking to work this one through mid-wicket. Hit straight to MBK Joseph at short leg. Reina stopped at St. Kitts, and players are back onto the field now. Joel Andrews, 60 not out. Jeremiah Louis, 23 of 61, who's proven himself to be a worthy all-rounder in that Leeward Island setup, batting at number 7.
You want to finish strong here, Ned, by keeping the pressure on Kevlin Anderson.
Looking to cut straight to Joshua Bishop, who fires it in with his right hand.
Yeah. The timing. Anderson's timing seems to be off. Another over completed. It makes it also the 8th over for Ashwin Ned. 8 overs, 3 maidens, 9 runs, 2 wickets. And Joshua Bishop, his spell so far, 6 overs, 2 maidens, 6 runs, no wicket. Joshua James, 4 overs, 1 maiden, 18 runs, no wicket. No Kelvin Pittman yet. We have Leon Lane, 5 overs, 2 maidens, 15 runs, no wicket.
Yeah, interesting to see that Pittman hasn't bowled yet. Had a bit of up and down spell in that first innings. This one getting some drift from Joshua Bishop.
I think he's got a bowl straighter. Imla is very contented to come forward. He's got to force Imla to play. Force him to play. And then zip that arm ball in, really.
He just needs to keep working his areas.
48 for 2. Comes quietly forward again.
Just get the sense that something's going to happen here.
Yeah. I think I want to see a little bit more rotation of the strike and looking to pick the singles up, Yeah, of course, Kenny comes forward again. Either you bring out the broom or something.
Yeah, that's definitely an option. There is that man up there, deep backward square, Jordan Johnson.
Kenny comes forward.
You don't want to keep these dot balls building. Joshua Bishop has now bowled. He's into his 7th over and he's just conceded 6 runs. He's not been so unplayable where they haven't been able to, try different things to rotate strike. And another dot ball just gets forward and defends. Imlak is 3 runs of 32 deliveries so far, and Joshua Bishop has put 7 overs for 6 runs. So Quite disappointing stuff from the Harpy Eagles. They're going at currently 2 runs and over.
He's bowled 7 overs, 3 maiden, 6 runs, no wicket. And as you rightly said, Leon, there's nothing much spectacular happening out there. And the batsmen are just contented to just come forward. You got to get somebody off their length.
Yeah, it's been a bit too easy. Even Ned has bowled so well. He's picked up 2 wickets, but he's not been unplayable either. He's not been anything too special or anything mysterious. You know what you're gonna get with Ned and Bishop. Bishop's gonna turn the ball a bit. Ned's just a bit straighter, a bit quicker through the air. He's bowled 8 overs for 9 runs. So the Harpy Eagles just seem very happy to survive, and I think there's a lot of time left in this game. We're still just into the second session of day 2, but when you buckle down yourself so much, it's very hard to get out of this defensive state of mind.
I think it's also important to build partnerships, and Anderson and Imlach will be thinking seriously about that process as captain and vice captain, and this is a critical period of the game, and we're coming up also close to tea. Can't find his time in here, Anderson. And the good thing about it is that you've got Joshua Bishop, who's feeling backward of point now. And what is dangerous about Joshua Bishop is that he can also throw with his right hand. He bowls left, bats right. Now the feet look like they're moving for Anderson. Has a sort of approach like a Richie Richardson. Doesn't do too much, keeps it simple. Little hold up here and play.
Doesn't seem to be much going on out there from the academy team. They seem a bit flat now, and
from in here. But if you go next door, you'll hear all the chatter. Trust me. I had some fun just sitting down over there and listening to them. Colin Boyne Tuckett, he seems to be the one quietly who goes about all the business. No, that's going down. That was flat or fast. He knows that too, Ned. Pitch outside the line of the leg stamp. Maiden over again to Ashmin Ned. So the score still remains on 48 for 2 at the end of 25.
Just looking at the West Indies Australia Test match just recently, and I was listening to Adam Gilchrist say that usually when 2 or 3 maidens start to build, something tends to happen, and the very next ball a wicket fell. It's a lot of maidens building up here, and the Harpy Eagles just don't seem to have the intent to score runs. It's been a very defensive and negative mindset.
The art of batting is a rotation of strike, and so you have to look into the area and figure out, how do I get a single? And Imla right now, his approach is just to come forward. He's not looking to score, and in the meantime, it's giving Joshua Bishop enough confidence to just keep the pressure on.
Yeah, and a lot of that was building up now.
Even that delivery, because Imla was playing leg side of the ball and not getting back and across, he was not able to find the gap.
Yeah, just pushing it into that packed offside field, the 6-3 field slip, backward point, short cover, sweeper. That's not fully on the boundary. An extra cover, that's Johan Lane and a mid-off, all on the offside. Bishop just continues to rush through his overs here. There's no real intent of anything really from Imlach. 3 of 35, Anderson 3 of 29.
That's why Imla needs to slow him down, make him wait. Don't let him rush you. By the time Imla looks up, Bishop is on him already.
Yeah, you see again Imlach just getting back to the crease, and Bishop's already back. And another maiden over. So that's 3 maidens in a row now. Are we going to see something happen in this Ashmead net over?
They bowled 5 maiden overs, Leon.
It's just really disappointing stuff. It's like
the game can't be that hard. can't be the same cricket game that we're looking at. And they're having a conversation now, but there needs to be some rotation of strike, really. And, you know, a lot of people will say, well, yes, you know, somebody's supposed to bat all day. But if you bat all day and you get dismissed for 170, and you know in terms of what's happening. 48 for 2. Ned starts again from the CIUN.
Another dot deliveries. Not much you can really say about what's going on out there.
Tees.
Just taking a look, we saw Colombo and Tuckett just replacing the Bales there. So Stuart Broad do that recently in his final test match and a wicket came. The academy just looking for some luck here. There's no real rush about the Harp Eagles approach.
They have created the luck, they just have not taken their chances.
That is true. 2 drop chances in quick succession. I think the one with Rivaldo Clark at point was pretty tough, but I think Joshua Bishop should have done a lot better on his one.
Still looking at the first slip here. Leon, it looks like he's at second slip and not at first slip.
Seems a bit far back as well.
Yeah, I don't know if he's going to catch anything here. There.
Sir Sean Worrell at slip. We saw Akeem Ogis put down 2 chances yesterday. Took one though, a really good sharp one.
Forward again. So Anderson smothering any turn there from Ashwin Ned, who is flat and fast. More of a container. Again forward, maiden over. So 6 on the trot. Don't think we need to score or we need to do anything.
Boring cricket again from the Harp Eagles. 38 balls for Tevin Imlach and he's on 3, while Kevin Anderson has bettered him just by a bit. He's 3 of 35. Strike rate of 7 for Tevin Imlach and 8 for Kevin Anderson.
It can't be real, but it is. We're bringing it to you as live cricket action just to let you know. Coming up is the ICC Men's T20 World Cup, June 1st to the 29th. 55 matches in total. Dallas, New York, and Florida will be hosting matches. And the big game, India versus Pakistan, June 9th in New York. 48 for 2. I'm putting in a bid here for Leon that Leon says he wants to see the India versus Pakistan game, Vinod. So that should be his. When is his birthday? You think that's an early birthday gift for him? 48 for 2. Forward again.
It's been 48 for 2 for what seems like an hour now.
Well, this is going to be, if everything goes by the script, this will be the 7th maiden. Things got to be really happening. Forward again.
And Imlach just seems like there's no real rush to score a run. I don't think Joshua Bishop has bowled that different ball for the last 6 or 7 overs that he's bowled. And Imlach has done nothing different. There's a lot of space on the leg side. He's not tried to sweep or anything of the sort.
Jeez.
Well.
Whew. Wow. It's amazing. It really, really is amazing. Amazing, but exciting. I like it. Love the energy. Something has to give.
And I think there's no short leg in place, surprisingly.
But I don't think they need to put any short leg because based on what is happening, so we got another completion of another over here. 48 for 2. 28 overs bowl, 9 overs for Joshua Bishop, 5 maidens, 6 runs, no wicket.
Last run was in over number 17. After that, it was. I can't seem to just.
You're trying to recap, right?
Yeah, I can't remember when the last run was.
Save your energy, Leon.
The last run, in fact, came in over number 22. So we've seen
6 straight maidens. Make it 7 now.
dot ball again.
Yeah. Unreal.
Good economy rate from Bishop and Ashmead Ned. Ashmead Ned's 10.2 overs now, none for 2 for 9. Bishop 8 overs, 4 maidens, 9 overs, 4 maidens, none for 6. And the economy rate of 0.68.
So Anderson, he continues the process as well too. Trying nothing different.
I don't know if I'm missing something out there, but Anderson and Chanapur just have no intention of getting off the mark or getting off strike. This one hit straight back to Ned. But is it that Ned and Bishop are bowling so spectacularly well that they can't find a way to score? Because I can't seem to figure out what's the plan out there.
Well, I think the Guyana Happy Eagles will be thinking seriously about batting for time here. And their objective maybe would be to bat for all of today. Their lead is 61.
But if they continue at this rate, they'll finish today on 48 for 2.
Ooh, interesting period of play.
So,
Forward again. So the 7th maiden of the day. 4 from Ned. And Joshua Bishop will continue, and a message comes out from the West Indies Academy dressing room. And I don't think you want any more messages because
what more can you really say?
they're both 7 maidens. So what could that message be? Oh, maybe the message is to put a silly point, put a feeler in
That might be an
in
option.
front of
Yeah,
him.
we see MBK Joseph going into short leg.
Yeah. I think that would be it, which means the helmet needs to come out. So here is it, making some changes. So they heard you, Leon, because that's what you were saying.
If Bishop is going to continue bowling that line on the off sub, going away from Imlak, and Imlak is just going to come forward and block, force him to do something different. 7 overs, 7 maidens.
I think he will sweep now, Leon. Moving the short leg.
But I think that's the plan. They've encouraged him to sweep now by bringing out that fielder deep backward square into the covers. They want him to play against the turn, which would bring the top edge into play. So this is good thinking from the academy. They're not just content with maidens. They want wickets. Imlak gets back and cuts straight to Gista Point.
I think Teddy Bishop needs to look and see where Warrell is at first slip, because he's really not at first slip. He's a second slip. And the ball peels off. Anything can happen.
He just
Again,
needs
he's
to take a
staying
step
leg
to
side
his
of the
left.
ball.
I think Warrell just needs to take one big step to his left and one normal step for him. He's quite a big lad. So just one step to his left and he'll be in a better position. Just trying to cover that first and second slip. Well, Bishop getting a bit straighter this time, and Imlak still no sweep. No reverse sweep and nothing to try to change the pattern of play. The last 45 deliveries, there's been no run. In fact, 47 deliveries.
Oh my. Are they communicating? Because Anderson is not interested and Amla was coming through.
Well, I think Kevin Anderson thought that they were sticking to their script of not trying to score. Imlak seemed to have a different idea.
They get a run finally.
Well.
They finally get a run.
49 balls later and the Happy Eagles have gotten a single. So Imlak moves to 4 of 49.
It's more than painful. You scissor fake, you're not sure.
This one hit straight to
Oh,
net
they-
at mid-on and they get another. Runs piling on for the Harpy Eagles as they bring up the 50. So at the end of over number 30, it's 50 for 2. A pour over from Joshua Bishop in terms of how the game went. 54 dot balls in his 10 overs. Joshua Bishop has been sublime. Ashby Ned 59 dot balls in his 11 overs. Not seen something like this on day 2 of a first class game in quite some time. I can't remember the last time.
But you know what is interesting? We've had 154 dot balls, Leanne. 50 for 2, 30 overs bowled. How do you explain that?
Don't think there's much explanation. Usually you see teams take this approach when they're trying to survive
Or to save a game.
or to save a game. Exactly. We're on day 2.
Well, maybe Guyana Happy Eagles are trying to save the game.
on
What's
day
that?
2.
On day 2. That's the approach it has to be for me. Because even the urgency that we saw in the last 2 balls is what should have been applied before. Because the bowling has not changed. Lot of chatter going on. And they're in the head of Anderson. This is going to be mental. More mental than anything else right now.
And they're looking now. The message from the camp outside might have just been to start to look for the singles now.
Yeah, we'll take the strike. Try something different.
They faced 91 balls, 92 balls in fact, between both of them, and they've just scored 8 runs. It's been quite poor. I think looks like Kelvin Pittman is warming up at short mid-wicket.
Don't think he will bowl for the day. You know the ploy is going to be. They're going to stick to their script. It's going to be spin all day. I don't even think Pittman is in the correct position as being sharp mid-wicket. Really needs to come a little bit to his left.
Yeah, just be a bit straighter.
Yeah. I think he's trying to indicate to the captain that he wants a bowl. Captain is not interested. Young Joel Andrews, 68 not out, 124 balls, 8 fours and 2 sixes. 252 for 5, the Leeward Islands Hurricanes.
It's really good to see Joel Andrew taking his opportunity with both hands.
One for the future.
It's been the talk of the town for quite some time now, leading into that World Cup. I think since the Cool and Smooth T20 that he would have played in early last year. I think from since then the world has put on notice by him.
He scored a lot of school runs too. Scored a lot of runs in local cricket because he plays for Pigot Sports Club. He's got a brother, Hilroy Andrew, who also represented the West Indies under 15 team as well in the mix. So the family is talented. He's got a sister who played for Antigua cricket, and she's also a scorer in terms of what's happening.
Let's take a look at the standings. On Rhode Island Volcanoes, they lead the charge. 2 wins and 2 at 42 points. So these two teams, number 6 and number 7 on the standings, think the Academy ahead by quite some bit because they won their first game. The Harpy Eagles a loss and a draw, yet to get a win on the board.
At the top, you could see the Windward Island Volcanoes after round 2. 42.4 points, and they're forging ahead. So it might be a little tricky to catch them. But it's not over yet. It's a long competition. Very, very, very long. 7 rounds of cricket.
See Pittman still getting warm out there at the sweeper field in position. Not getting a bowl just yet. I think bowl from the CIU road end yesterday was a bit up and down.
think this is going to be a very important period. We got Tevin Imla, the Guyana Happy Eagles captain, 4 from 50. Anderson 4 from 48. In fact, it's maybe Imla 4 from 51. Got to get a short leg in there for Imla. Is he out caught? No, I think he picked that up. Yeah, he did. That bumped. They're having a discussion.
I think the umpires
The
are
Squillick
gonna,
umpire really said that. It did bump.
in fact, they're not going to have a discussion. Yeah, so not out, says the umpire. Umpire Ramdani.
You could see that. I don't want to say even a blind man could have seen that, but Joseph know that he picked the ball up, so I couldn't understand what he was trying to. And he's still making claim that he caught the ball. I think he was dreaming.
Oh, good delivery from Bishop again. And unable to score. Bishop into his 11th over now.
Late. Racing away down to third man. They'll get a couple of runs there quite easily. And finally the score moves from 50 to 52. And over number 32 being completed. The lead is 65. The partnership is 8 from 94 deliveries. 8 from 90. Am I reading right? That's it. No,
Well.
we didn't pick that. We didn't say that. Sorry, Leon.
8
Can't
from
be.
94. That's it's really ridiculous.
It can't be the same game that we're looking at. But 175 the Ghana Harper Eagles, West Indies Academy 162 all out, and now Ghana Harper Eagles 52 for 2. Back in the hut, Shanda Paul Nandu. They're going to have a look at they're having a discussion. So finally, after 32 overs, Kelvin Pittman in a senior discussion gets his first ball. The lead 65. And with slight overcast conditions here, if Pittman could just get it right by bowling a fuller length, I think that's the line that he tends to want to bowl a hard length, which is short. There's no need for him to try to bowl short today. What I think he needs to do is concentrate on by putting the ball in the right areas. I think more than anything else, that is going to be key.
The partnership is actually 6 of 95.
Please don't go there. You're going to even rub it in even more now.
The fall of the second wicket was at 46.
You're going to even rub it in more. Don't go there. Please don't go there.
See how Pittman goes. He misses his run first up. He's been struggling with his run up a bit for some time now. Is Kelvin Pittman.
No, they're a couple down. They're a couple downstairs. So Miller would make about 4. And I think there might be one over there on that other side of us.
Yes, Pittman for his first delivery of the game.
Good start.
Starts right on track. Continues the trend though. 6 runs. This partnership of 96 deliveries. Unlike anything I've seen in a long time.
Shows you how gripping the game is. That's what you have to describe. Gripping game taking place right here.
Pittman has a slip on a gully in place. Huggies that gully. And Rashawn Worrell, the half centurion from the first innings, looking to flick this time. Flicks down to a deep backward square. Johan Lane can't get around on a boundary at last. Partnership gets into double figures now. And first boundary in a long, long time for the Guyana Harpy Eagles. Anderson flicking this one off the pads nicely. And gets 4.
Lead goes up to 69. And Pittman with a boundary ball. Got a bowl of full of links. Got a bowl at those stumps. Get that rhythm going. Again, he has to feel that he has to bang this one in short. I hope you're not in that vein, Leon. You feel that you're a fast bowler and you feel that you have to bowl a short ball every now and again. If you're not looking for the badge, then it doesn't make any sense bowling a short ball.
Definitely. It's the first boundary since the 9th over. The last boundary came off when Joshua James in over 8.4.
It's a better delivery. Got to keep attacking the stumps. Warrell applauding from second slip. So it means that we can say that they don't have a first slip, they have a second slip.
I saw Ashmead Ned on your screen there. Swap the bails again, so they're trying it yet again.
Trying to get some luck.
Just looking for something, anything.
I think they just need to catch the ball when it comes to them. That's what they need to do. The luck has been created. Pittman. Arms pumping. That's a better rhythm. Oh, that's a poor effort there. Is that Joshua James? No, it's
Yeah, it's Joshua James.
Joshua James. Got wrong-footed there, came around, and for some particular reason, just never got his body behind the line of the ball.
He's seeing that it's
not
a
Joshua.
spot and turn the other way.
Clipped it beautifully. Just came inside of the line and clipped it over into the vacant mid-wicket boundary for 4. 10 runs. Maybe might be the most expensive over that I think we might have seen for the day. So far, a lovely shot. Lovely poise and balance from Kevlin Anderson. This is the Anderson that we've come accustomed of knowing. 71 is the lead. 52. 62 for 2. 33 overs been bowled.
Yeah, I think Imlach might want to take example now from Kevlin Anderson. Don't think Pittman should have come in at this stage. I think Bishop and Ned were working well together. The extra piece on the ball proving to be exactly what the Harpy Eagles wanted, as Anderson picks up 10 in the over.
6 boundaries so far in the innings of the Guyana Harpy Eagles. And continuing from this end, will be Joshua Bishop from the media center end.
So one worked past Ashmead Ned at mid-on, and it goes into the boundary for 4. So Bishop starting to feel the run starting to flow a bit now. 4 more to Tevin Imlach. He moves on to 6 now of 55 deliveries.
Joel Andrew at Warner Park in St. Kitts is on 69 not out to Jeremiah Louis, 31 not out. Yes, he's gone to 73. So the young man looking for 100. Well played, lovely on drive there. So all of a sudden the pressure just seemed to have eased up. 5 runs off, 3 deliveries off of Joshua Bishop's over after 10 coming out of a Kelvin Pittman's over.
I think that's why I would not have gone with Pittman just yet.
At some point in time he's going to have to bowl. 228 here in Antigua and Barbuda, 128 in Jamaica. Anderson growing in confidence, 14 from 54. Tevin Emlak, who is under a lot of pressure as the Guyana captain. This is his first game as captain, 11 from 58. Anderson comes quietly forward. Today's Thursday. It's a busy day starting at the VC Bird International Airport with all of the international flights touching down. Here's Anderson trying to pull away rather than getting close to the ball so he could be able to find the gap. Over completed, 5 runs out of the over. So the last 2 overs has cost 15 runs. A complete contrast to what we would have seen before. So runs are flowing, 67 for 2.
Crossing St. Kitts, Jewel Andrew has just taken apart Anderson Phillip in an over. He's hit him for 4 and 6 back-to-back. He moves to 79.
Tell you we're going to have to fly over to St. Kitts very quickly as a replacement bowler. Think if Joel Andrew sees you at the park or hear that you're there, and he might be a little fearful.
So it'll be Kello Pittman into the attack again in first over, going for 10. Not the start that he would have liked. Just approaching tea time now. It's about 10 minutes until the regularly scheduled tea time. Harp Eagles would want to not lose any wickets before then. And the academy would look for a breakthrough.
Bang on target. I think Kelvin Pittman has to mix up his lengths of his deliveries. He tends to want to go pace on all the time. He's got to learn that craft now to understand that his job from the CIO end right now would be containment, while Joshua Bishop will be the one who will be looking to attack. So he's got to look at attacking the stumps, taking away the boundary balls. First over cost him 10 runs. He now has to come back now and build the pressure, build pressure. Can I get one more, team? One more. 67 for 2. Kelvin Anderson, 14 from 57. The lead is 81, 68 for 2. As Kelvin Pittman comes in from the CIO end. Kelvin Pittman approaching the crease now. Ooh, that's a beauty. That is the line that he has to bowl. That is why Teddy Bishop has gone for him. And he has to bowl that line. In fact, Anderson was neither forward nor back. He didn't come out, went off balance. And you've got to understand there's a little tinge of green there. You just got to just land the ball in those right areas. This has been a much better over so far from Kelvin Pittman. He's getting his rhythm right.
Yeah, too wide this time, but a bit of movement. Good to see.
You could see that. That's what you're looking for. That's where he's most dangerous.
It's a bit too wide on this occasion. Needs to keep the batters playing. Kevin Anderson, in fact, is on 14 of 59. And Imlak, 12 of 60.
Over in Jamaica, Barbados Pride, 133 for 3. Craig Brathwaite, 42 not out, and Kevin Wickham is on 24. The bowl. I think Jordan Johnson is almost just too close and could be to his left to cut that off. You know, in cricket, the angles are going to be so important. Teddy Bishop has to get his angles right.
Drives and drives beautifully is Tevin Imlach. And just as you were saying, Jordan Johnson too close to even react there. And this one races to the boundary for 4.
It's got to be to his left. And what I don't think the players have worked out, there are 9 squares here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. If you're that close and the ball hits any one of those clear squares, it's going to race away. You've got to give yourself enough time so that you can see the ball. And it's about the angles. You've got to get your angles worked out. 20 runs off the last 3 overs. The game has changed.
Definitely so. I think everything went wrong when they went to get Ned off the ball. Ned meters have been tiring a bit as well.
A spinner? You think? You reckon?
I hope not, but
Okay.
Bishop to continue.
Windward Islands 175 for 4. Ambrose 64. Hodge 38. Ambrose has not scored 100 for the Windward Islands in a very long time. Today could be his day. In fact, maybe what I have done is that I would have maybe pulled Joshua Bishop and bring Ned from this end.
Looking to sweep. Finally, we see the sweep come out and it's worked perfectly for Kevlon Anderson and it runs into the boundary for 4. I think we needed to see this type of innovation maybe about 10 overs earlier. But it's good to see it now anyway, as Anderson now moves to 19.
Better late than never. Lead 86. And I think the academy team, they're going to have to be mindful to understand what's happening. There have been periods where they have shown consistency. 30 overs to go in the day's play. You don't want the Guyana Happy Eagles to run away with the game. Now he goes wider simply because of that sweep shot from Anderson.
There's a bit of overcompensation this time from Joshua Bishop. Went too wide. Gonna cut now and cuts well in the gap, but good work from Jordan Johnson as they just get 1.
The partnership is 34 from 116 balls. And if you're viewing or listening to cricket, you'll be wondering, is it that difficult? No, it's not. Make
Making
it
down straight
35.
Good work from Chanapol and Anderson now. In black, in fact, and Anderson now.
Lead 91. So the over comes to an end. So that's 5 off the over. And a conversation taking place. In fact, I think it the option as to who is going to who's going to bowl. That is still going to continue with Kelvin Pittman. $79 for 2, 36 overs bowled. Like I said, the partnership is 35 from 118 deliveries. Start of another over from Kelvin Pittman. I think he's still searching and figuring out his own confidence, you know, as to whether he's here, he's not here. He's just not fluent enough in his rhythm. Still not clear. Just needs to get that right. Attack the crease. It's much better delivery.
I think in terms of rhythm, the best rhythm we've seen from, I think, any of the fast bowlers is from Johan Lane. Really looks to be attacking the crease well. Nice rhythmic run up. Thorne as well.
But even the delivery that he Pittman bowled Savory down, that he was on the money. He just needs to remember that. It's like muscle memory. He attacked the crease, that looks a spell. He was really charging in.
And that one swung back in sharply as well. I think Yorker might not be a bad option.
See, every now and again, Leon, just before he gets to the crease, he's still fluent. How you walk is how you run. He's walking back, that's how you run. That's what he has to remember. He's got to keep pumping those arms and really aggressive, really attack the crease. So he's going to get his momentum from. I'm trying to wonder if he's also he's come back from an injury as well too, so he's a little cautious. Much better. That's his job. That's what he has to. Got to make the batsman play. Now tell me something, Leon. I might be wrong, right? When Kelvin Pittman walks back, he looks as if his left side, his left foot is. Check it out and tell me what you think. Almost like a little hump there. Like he's still stiff to me. Flowing through. Oh. See what we're talking about? Got to be on the money. They got to be on the money. They got to stay in the game.
I think that one, though.
It would have been pretty difficult,
yeah,
yes.
I don't think Bishop had a chance.
Yeah, but he was in no man's land, really, also.
These balls has been a bit unlucky. As looking at the Leeward Islands, Trinidad and Tobago game, Jeremiah Louis and Jewel Andrew have just gotten to their 100 partnership of 186 deliveries. Jewel Andrew on 81 and Louis supporting him well on 31.
In fact, this could be the last over before tea here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground.
Yeah, it should be. Looking at our clock, it's already 2:40, which is usually when tea is taken. But not sure what the umpires have on their clocks out there just yet.
Partnership of 36 from 124 deliveries with some expected to be the final delivery of this spell, providing Kello can keep it on track. Whipped away for a boundary, searching for a wicket and overcompensated, and Anderson put it away nicely. The lead 93, and the Guyana Harpy Eagles go to tea on 84 for 2 as they go into the tea interval. 84 for 2, 37 overs bowled. Anderson 24, Tej Chanderpaul 22 from 49, Ashwin Ned 2 for 9. And at the tea break, the Ghana Harpy Eagles and the West Indies Academy, the game is in the balance. Would you say that? Just before you get off, Liam.
I'd say that the Harpy Eagles are on top at this point in time, just by a little bit, because of this partnership between Imlak and Kevlin Anderson. I think if they had taken that chance of Imlak earlier on with Joshua Bishop, could have been in a different situation. So I think the Harpy Eagles just edge forward now. They're in the lead of 97 with a whole lot of time left in this one.
So at tea here from the Coolidge Cricket Ground, on behalf of the team, 360 team, and our commentary panel, Leon Manchard and Mally Richards, I'm Vernon A. Springer. Eagles 84 for 2, 37 overs bowled. Welcome back to the Coolidge Cricket Ground. As we say, congratulations are in order here. 84 for 2. Seems like a long time ago that a lot of things were happening. In fact, while Leon and myself was on, Mali was taking a well-rested break. Well, Mali was interesting because for a moment we thought that it was a different game and that we were in India because nobody was scoring. But things have changed quite dramatically. Guyana looking to push ahead and put some more pressure on the West Indies Academy, who again have been poor in the field.
You'd say so? Poor?
They drop him now.
Yeah,
They drop about two crucial catches.
Put down a couple of chances, that's for sure.
Yeah, they've got to lift them. They got to lift themselves. They got to take those chances.
Yeah, the lead now 97 for the Guyana Harpy Eagles. 97 for 2 effectively. Ashmead Ned, main wicket taker for the West Indies Academy so far.
Yeah, he has. I was indicating to Liam when I was on Mali, because if you were one of the students of the game, Teddy Bishop has to get his angles worked out in terms of the field positions. I thought that the people just went into positions. You got to get your angles worked out, and that's why they ended up leaking so many boundaries.
Haven't really felt
Got the West Indies call up. They decided that, hey, we're going to elevate you.
I mean, that tends to happen here in the region,
Yeah.
regardless of leadership ability or not.
Once you play for the West Indies, that's it.
You come back as a leader automatically. We've seen that a lot in around the region here.
I mean, even look at what happened with Guyana Happy Eagles. Kevin Anderson was the captain. Tevin Imla went on tour to Australia, and he comes back and he's now Guyana's captain.
I'm not sure he was in a leadership position prior to that tour of Australia, Tevin Imla. Could be wrong about that, though.
No, but you're right, because this is the first time that he's captaining. So it comes down to all what you're talking about. But it's still a lot to learn, and they got to be on the money. They have to lift the game, otherwise Ghana can take this game away from them.
Definitely runs are at a premium. We were saying both these teams underperforming with the bat so far in this edition. West Indies 4-day championship. West Indies Academy definitely would not want to be chasing anything above 200.
Well, I've told
Still really good batting conditions out here today, though.
I've told you 275. The lead is 98. It's going to be very tricky. If the game goes into the fourth day with the Ghana spinners, they'll be smiling.
Yeah, but I don't think the conditions so much have turned in favor of the spinners just yet. Still quite a lot of batting for this pair.
But see, the thing about it, Mali, the conditions might not have turned, but the pressure from Permal, Moti, and Sinclair and the inexperience of the West Indies Academy is what is going to yield the pressure here, because they're going to have to understand that it is not a 20-over game, it's not a 50-over game. It is a game where you're going to have to be able to dig in, just like how we saw the approach of Warrell. Even in the end, he gave it away, but you're going to need an innings like that from Warrell.
Yeah, a good mixture of attack and defense, as we said a bit earlier, from Rashawn Warrell. Probably just got out at a really inopportune time for the West Indies Academy, having lost Bishop, that partnership, 90 for the fourth wicket.
We got a change in an attack. They've pulled Pittman. They've gone now for James.
It's probably the best partnership we've seen so far in this game, isn't it? That fourth wicket partnership between Worrell and Bishop.
Yes, it yielded 2 half centuries, and at least one of those half centuries needed to be 100. It was on the making.
Probably the most in control a pair has been in this game so far. Still on only day 2, though.
And because both teams are bowled out, that's what makes it, that has thrown the game so wide open. So you feel as if like you still have not even been concentrating that there's 2 days still to go in play.
We're saying 22 wickets in a day, and a bit reminiscent of some local cricket here in Antigua.
Sometimes 23 and 24 fall like in a couple of hours, not even a whole day. You want to know what's going on?
40 wickets in 2 days.
Oh,
wow.
Gosh. Barbados Pride 168 for 3 Mali. The West Indies captain Craig Bartlett 62 from 166 deliveries.
Did you say Joel Andrew got dismissed?
Yes, he did.
Okay.
Yeah, and you got Kevin Wickham, who's on 39 from 54, our boy. In that team, I think he's batting. Oh, not bad. He's batting number 5. So
That's perfect position for
yeah,
Kevin Wickham.
give him some time to look around and see what's going on.
Shot cut away nicely. Will get to the boundary. No chance for Jordan Johnson. He gives up the chase. Tevin Imlak picking up the boundary there. Actually, yeah, Tevin Imlach, the skipper, he's looked quite good, hasn't he? Compact, hasn't really scored the runs so far. You think back to that first delivery in the first innings, that crisp drive. He'll be disappointed with the way he got out in that first innings. A bit of a nothing shot. Innocuous delivery. He's got to stay concentrating here. He's one of those players who tends to look good all the time, but probably doesn't score the weight of runs that maybe that technique suggests he should.
He's got 3 half centuries and a highest score century of 136 not out. So there's been some talk that about him. But over in Chadwin Park, the Windward Island Volcanoes, they are 201 for 4. Kevin Hodges on 46 not out, the test player from the Commonwealth of Dominica. And Sonny Lambris is among the runs again, 81 not out, so he'll be looking for 100. He's challenging himself to get 100 there as well, too.
Yeah, veteran now, Sonny Lambris.
Yeah, he's not scored 100 like Jamar Hamilton for some time now, so he maybe want to make sure he gets one this game.
But Springs, you did mention a bit earlier, Tevin Imlach, reserve wicketkeeper on that tour to Australia for the West Indies. Comes back here playing his first game of this West Indies 4-day season, and he doesn't take the gloves. Just interesting. What does that say? I don't know, but from the outside looking in, does that suggest that maybe Savory's a better glovesman, or at least rated higher by the Guyana Harpy Eagles staff? What does it mean?
If we're talking about, you know, in when you get your exam paper, you have 3 answers, right? The second answer will be the correct one. You remember what you said as the second answer?
No. Poor delivery to end from Joshua James.
So it's and Savory has also just now come into the and that's why, Mali, I was talking about the balance of the Guyana team. When you pick it, when you're picking your team, you have to look at the balance. So you have somebody like Antoine Adams, who came into the team, played 1 game, and has got to go back to Guyana, right? Because the test players are here.
Yeah, and that 4 brought the lead to above 100 now, 102 to be exact.
Yeah, still need another 175 based on what we won. You think they can get that?
I'm not sure. Both these teams don't really instill confidence in you, especially with the bat, based on what we've seen in this 4-day season so far. I think the academy would probably be sweating a little bit, not wanting to chase any more than 200.
Yeah, but they'll certainly have to lift their game here.
Yes.
If they want to be in this competition, it's going to have to take something special. They're going to take their catches, and they're gonna have to be disciplined. Just look at a little bit of the body language of Ned since T. Not the penetrative way. And he's gonna have to be on the money again, early o'clock.
I think that chance grasped by
yeah.
Joshua Bishop
Oh,
of
yes.
Kevin Imlach
Oh,
early
yes.
in his innings.
Oh yes.
He's faced 71 deliveries now, actually.
In fact, catch those.
Completely outfoxed by one, just tossed up. Took the leading edge, actually just lobbed back to Joshua Bishop. Maybe just had to dive forward slightly. But inexplicably, that one ended up on the turf. Big chance in the context of things here. Goes back deep in his crease, gets across, works it away for 1.
And he can do that because the pace of Ned, he can afford to do that. Something he wasn't willing to try earlier to Joshua Bishop, but to Ned's pace, he can get deep and use his hands and work the ball around. You know for sure that Kevlin Anderson is going to sweep.
Yeah, and to be fair, it's what good players of spin do. A lot of people think, yeah, to be a good player of spin, you mainly just have to advance, get to the pitch, but you also go back, use the full depth of the crease. Someone who is a very good proponent of that. Maybe a bit older now, maybe wouldn't be too familiar to cricket watchers today. Graham Thorpe from England. Used to watch him play spin. This is close again. Direct hit probably.
No, he took too long. I think he was always in.
It's
Lane
a
was.
bit tight.
Yeah. I think Anderson was. I think that would keep improving at the end of day two we could start matching up. Windward Island Volcanoes certainly pushing ahead there.
Leewards as well.
Yeah, Leewards.
Strong performance against Trinidad.
Barbados looking to also get in there against Jamaica. Well run. Well run. And now he chose away the ball. But nobody's backing up. Nobody's backing up. The slips, the second slip, nobody's backing up.
Yeah, you see Worrell probably having a go at, was it Lane that
Yes,
threw the
yeah,
ball?
but he's got to back up
He's
the
also
ball.
got to back up, got to move. At times, just the out cricket from the West Indies Academy letting them down. We've seen it, as you said, a couple of drop chances, some poor throws. You think back to that run-out chance of Matthew Nandu. Ashmead Ned probably not in the best position as well. Just the basics here. Just falling below the standards of West Indies Academy. Not something you've grown accustomed to seeing from them, to be fair.
But in the Headley Week series, they were brilliant.
Yes.
And I still look at this pattern here because Worrell is at second slip or maybe even third slip. So I don't know if he's just been put there.
He didn't move, to be honest, at all.
100 up for the Guyana Harpy Eagles. I sometimes begin to worry, Mali, as to who is in the backroom staff when I see a lot of things happening. I'm wondering out if when they go back to the drawing board with all the video analysts and everybody that we have around, if nobody points out some of these stuff that we're seeing here from the commentary booth. First thing is that you got to be able to work out your angles. Those are going to be important. And you also have to back up your fielders. So even though you think a throw is wild or off target, you still have to support that fielder.
Definitely, we've seen a bit of lax running as well. So you're encouraging the fielders to get to the ball quickly and fire at those stumps, but you've got to back it up. Got to back up your fielders as well. Bowlers running in. I'm sure Josh James would be very disappointed for that to go onto his figures, considering
That's the coolness of the game anyhow.
ended up being 5 runs.
I mean, even yesterday, you remember Savory was keeping, and who was it that bowled a wide? And and the umpire signaled buys.
It was eyes on, I remember, yeah.
That was so crude, really, on the keeper.
Started wide and ended up going wider. This one just probably not quite getting up as high.
That's the worrying sign for the academy batting second on this.
Maybe just a bit of inconsistent bounce just creeping in now. You know who's a good exponent or would exploit these conditions really well would be a Naeem Young.
Yeah, he's missing.
Probably really, yeah, they're missing him, especially with the ball.
And in fact, it would have been interesting to see him bowling against Shonda Paul and Nando, because he would have had that ball there just on or about outside that line of the off stump there.
Mainly from this media center end
Oh
as
yes,
well.
he would have been making that ball talk.
Bit of cloud cover. Quite seamer-friendly conditions, or as seamer-friendly conditions as we've seen here at CCG for a while.
Now I think Teddy Bishop, Mali, and I'm just getting a little creative here, has got to start to think on his feet. Ogis has not bowled bad, and it might be interesting to maybe bring in Ogis for a couple of overs just to see what is going to be happening.
Well, he's got the options, right? It's a different mode as well with his leggies. I think they'd probably be expecting Josh Bishop, though, to probably bowl a bit more than he has.
Yeah, but he has bowled a lot, Mali. So that's the interesting part. How many you have for him?
Let me see.
101 for 2.
He's got 13, actually.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
And in today's play, they got 24 more to go, so which means he's going to bowl maybe about 4 or 5.
Yeah, but in the second innings, like I was saying, you expect Ned and Bishop to do the bulk of the bowling, to be honest.
And then you level it off with the seamers. But I'm just saying, in the conditions what's taking place, Bishop has to look to try something, especially from the seamers end, because Lane has had a long one. He's not been himself in the second innings here. It's something that you want to examine.
Trinidad first innings. In the previous match at West Indies Academy, Joshua Bishop would have bowled some 40 overs.
Yeah.
Nash Mead Ned 36.
There you go.
So just under 80 between the two. And especially in this situation where West Indies Academy fighting to stay in this game, you would expect them to do the bulk.
But they've put themselves in this position, Mali, because Warren and Joshua Bishop batting this morning, he got out of the period time. In fact, Bishop batted for like 35 minutes, because by the time my spell came off and I went out, he was out. So it's you got to look for that time period.
And it was against the runner play as well, just a one man behind square on the leg side. It was hit quite sweetly. He actually tried to keep it down. I suppose he's thinking, he'll think that if he tried to hit that for 6, I would have at least gone.
Might have gone into the
10
pool.
rows back into the pool.
Maiden over there by Ned. Something needs to happen. They need a spark. They need something happening. They look a little flat right now. Don't know if Coach Wayne Griffith had a stern talk with them during the tea time period, but they got to lift themselves up, because this game has 2 days to go.
Yeah, and it's important the Harvey Eagles stay on top here. 115 for 2 effectively. They have to really look to grind down this West Indies Academy team, as he said, just looking a bit low on energy now, morale a bit low.
Over. James continuing. 213 for 4 Windward Islands. Forging ahead on. Sonny Lambris is 85 not out. Kevin Hodge, another half century for him. 54 in the context. So the Windward Island Volcanoes marching on. We go over to St. Kitts and find out what's happening at Warner Park.
Joel Andrew just missing out on that maiden first class 100.
279 for 6. The Leeward Islands. Raheem Cornwall is on 1. Jeremiah Louis continues his good batting form. He's on 33. Not out.
Just continues his good form all around, isn't he? He's been probably the standout cricketer of all-round cricketer, that is. His brother may be the standout batter. He's been absolutely fantastic with the ball. with bat in the field. He's really announcing himself, really reminding the West Indies selectors of
His ability.
his abilities.
And pushing ahead is Louis, Jeremiah Louis, brother of Michael Louis.
I think what's good to see is that he's just a constant threat, regardless of with new ball even with the older ball, he can get it to reverse as well. It's just always proving to be a tough proposition for West Indian batsmen up and down the region, and it's been a few seasons now, Vernon, where he's really come into his own and been a top performer.
Meantime, Joshua James trying to bring some of his birthday luck here for the academy team in the second innings. Going down. He's giving him. Ooh.
I'd love to see that one again.
Finna pull that up first there.
On first watch, it seemed like it was just going down, but
No, it's good.
have a look.
It's a good
I
one.
think he just crossed himself up a little bit
yeah,
there,
he
got a
did.
bit
Yeah,
too far across onto that.
But he played around the
Off
ball.
stump.
He played around the ball as well, too, Mali.
Exactly.
Look at his left foot.
Got in the way, as you can see.
Yeah.
Struggled to access that delivery. Very good decision by Curtis Blades in the end.
Very, very, very good decision.
So Josh James, he comes up with the goods.
And you know, we're talking, Mali, about Michael Louis. I don't think a lot of people have really been paying attention to Jeremiah Louis. He's played some 52 first-class games, 133 wickets within the process. He's got over 1,411 runs with a high score of 78 not out. Jeremiah Louis.
As we see that one again. Actually hitting middle and leg pretty much.
And that's simply because, Mali, because he played around his pads.
Just fell overbalancing.
Yeah, and lost it.
Lost it there, and it's second time we've seen that from Tevin Imlach. In terms of, just seems to be building his innings quite nicely, looking quite good, compact strokes, and then all of a sudden out to the blue, either just misses a straight one, or as we saw in that first innings, just went after something a little too wide, took the outside edge. So another failure for him in this game. On his return to the Caribbean and his franchise team here, the Harpy Eagles.
Plus, he's also the
skipper.
First time he's captain in Guyana.
So as we say, Harpy Eagles, a team in transition. 116 the lead. 103 for 3. It's going to be Raymond Perez to the crease. He said quite stylish looking player, isn't he?
Yeah, but
still young in his career.
Styles don't get you runs.
Exactly. Needs to find that mode now of which he can be consistent. I thought he was fantastic in the field yesterday.
He was.
Showed great commitment.
He was.
Pulled off 2 spectacular saves.
He was like a live wire. The only thing I want to say is that he almost reminded me of the left-handed Keith Atherton. He was chasing the ball right down, and his throws were excellent. He looks like he likes to field. Let's see if he can get some runs today.
Well, the Harpy Eagles will be hoping.
Are these two men not wasted, Mary?
Well, they obviously think he's a bit of a compulsive hooker, isn't he? So they've got 2 men behind square here. On a backward square leg, maybe about 10 to 15 yards off the boundary. Here for the catch. Is it Kelvin Pittman? I think it is. Or is it Josh? No, Josh James with the ball. Looks like Kelvin Pittman.
It's Kelvin Pittman.
Yeah. Will he be short?
Well, I don't know if he'll be
short.
short.
Gully, extra cover wide open.
We'll find out.
Oh, he's gone down the leg side though. A bit of work for the fine leg to do here. Comes across. Aline.
Kadeem Aline.
Kadeem Aline.
He's on for someone. Is Lane off the field?
Yeah, it looks that way.
No, Lane is on the field.
One less lanes there at mid-on.
Yeah, so who's missing? Somebody is missing. Somebody missing.
Rivaldo Clark as well. He's on the field. He's there at Golly.
I'm wondering if the skipper is gone off the field.
Looks that way.
Yeah.
Once again, stylishly behind that one is Perez.
Maybe he's gone to get some advice.
Started the season at number 3, didn't he? So he's just been bumped down a couple of spots here, Raymond Perez, to number 5.
Yeah. Ned continuing still. So the captain, Teddy Bishop, is off the field.
He has a best of 23, Raymond Perez, against the Leewards in that second innings. So he'll be hoping for a few more than that. He's got to give himself the best chance, though. Assess conditions here at the CCG. Probably wouldn't have played here too much, Raymond Perez.
No, this would be his first game because he's just got a young career so far. Back and spanking this out to Kelvin Pittman, who comes around. Can't stop the single from Ned. Yeah, just looks flat. Need some energy, need some energy. They need a spark. They need something to be happening. They've got one. They can get two. After 2 comes 3. Perez. He's a naught. Anderson, 31. So he's got to start here, Anderson. Perez looks like he likes to play shots, Mally.
Yeah, he does. He likes to feel bat on ball, doesn't he?
I was looking at him warming up. You know, he likes to. He's a pretty guy. Easy on the eyes.
He's got to dig in here, though. He's got to be able to score some ugly runs as well. At times, you're probably not always going to feel in your best form every time you step to the crease, but one has to still try and find a way in which to be successful and valuable for performances for your team. Not quite finding the gap there. Quite well played.
Good piece.
Quite nicely.
Good piece of fielding there from Kelvin Pittman coming around.
He's quick across the ground, isn't
he is. Just wish when he's running across the ground that he can be that same consistent way when he's bowling.
Yeah, just looking at him, there are a few things you can see that young Pittman definitely needs to work on. That run-up, that rhythm of his delivery stride as well. Just needs to get everything going in the right direction. That's
so, Mali, it's 104 for 3. The lead is 117. I leave you in the capable hands of not Leon Plunkett, but he will be. In fact, it was Joshua Bishop who was off the field, as we see him now coming back onto the field there. Interesting period of time. Guyana Harp Eagles 175, Academy 162, and Guyana Harp Eagles 104 for 3. Will any team get to 200 today? We don't know.
I think so. I think the Harp Eagles stand a pretty good chance to be pretty close to that 200 lead by stumps here today. But, as we said, both these batting lineups have slightly underperformed so far. Not too many batters in the best of form. Looks like it's going to be Josh James to continue. I'm joined now by Liam Mancham. Good afternoon, Liam.
Afternoon, Mali. Joshua James getting the breakthrough in that last over. Raymond Perez is in.
Well needed as well. That wicket.
Yeah, a bit against the run-up play. Didn't expect him not to miss out there, but good delivery in the end. Played all the way around his pad. Good to see James continuing to be in the wickets. Picked up 4 in the first innings.
5 for a match. Hunting more. Still quite good batting conditions. Not too many demons in the pitch, as you said earlier, Liam. So opportunities for the batters here. Kevlin Anderson, 33. He's gone on quite quietly, hasn't he?
That's a wonderful shot. Just working it down the ground, and Johan Lane gives chase. Gets in just in time.
Very quiet accumulator at times is Kevlin Anderson. As you did mention on day one, he's one of those players that when he gets in, he doesn't tend to give too many chances. He's got an absolute ideal temperament for this format of the game.
Yeah, he's looked good. And we know there was a point in time where he's batting with him back, and there were 7 or 8 maidens in a row. And he did well to see out that period, and he's still out there now and fighting on. He's on 35 now.
We also know he really likes batting here at the CCG. 2 first-class centuries. Both of them made here at the CCG. Kevlin Anderson is looking good again. 36 now from 88. Every now and again, Josh James just pushes one down that leg side.
Yeah, just needs to be a bit more consistent. I think he's been struggling ever since returning from the World Cup in 2020. He's been struggling with some injuries. Hasn't really been bowling much. I think his first time bowling in around 2 years would have been in the first game here at in this competition against the Leeward Islands. So just needs to strive for consistency now. Good stop from Joseph.
Yeah, good stop from Joseph there. He'll be under a little bit of pressure when he takes the crease, and Becky Joseph, pretty poor shot in the first innings. He's made quite a promising start to his first-class career, though. Hasn't brought up a half-century or a century just yet, but a couple of 40s, 30 odd.
Yeah, he's shown that he has the ability to spend time and to play good shots. So just shot selection again. A beautiful delivery from Joshua James. Just getting that nip that we've seen quite some time now. Let's have a look at it.
That extra effort, as you can tell, probably just bent the back a little bit more, produced that Jaffa bit of bounce as well. Maybe Perez will be thinking, could have left that one actually. Fairway outside that off stump.
We talked about it earlier that Perez seems the type of batter to want to get bat on ball, want to feel the bat on the ball as much as he can. And just good work to his demise sometimes. Ned is going to continue from the media center end.
Seeing to know his seventeenth over. Ashmead Ned. Sweet. A lot of work here for the young man here on day 2.
It's been good though. He's been probing away, trying to get wickets for his team.
Yeah, he's been ultra economical, and he's taken those 2 wickets as well. Just conceded 14 runs so far. He's given away absolutely nothing. A bit slower on that occasion. Just forcing Anderson to readjust. He's looking to just plop forward onto that front foot. Ned again. Yeah, and you're right, Liam. He's done well considering the conditions here. Haven't been as spin friendly as we've grown accustomed to seeing.
Yeah, I think what he's done well is his consistency. He's been that man that the West Indies Academy have turned to. Bishop as well, but still think that Ned has been even more economical and more consistent than Bishop. Just have the feeling that the Academy need to get another wicket soon, though.
At some point. I'd be hoping the man would be Kevlon Anderson as well. So as we said, when he tends to dig in and is in, he's proven to be a very difficult man to dislodge. Kevlon Anderson faced 93 deliveries now. You can consider him in.
Yeah, definitely. And I've seen that he's been scoring a lot more freely when there's pace on the ball. I think when Pittman just came in, would have been right after that situation where there were 7 maidens in a row. Pittman came in and Anderson just took over, hit him 2 fours and a 2 in that over, and just looked very comfortable, didn't look trouble whatsoever. So just going to be Joshua James to continue. He's going to have to keep that in mind. Just need to be consistent, do the right thing all the time.
Just coming back for his 9th over here. Started in a pretty similar vein to that first innings. It was a bit of a mixed bag. And then as he grows into his spell, he becomes a lot more consistent. Start seeing a few more deliveries just take off. Not sure if the rhythm gets better as he grows into his spell, but it does seem to be that way. He's honing in on a nice line and length here now. Can he be consistent? New batter Raymond Perez, just a 9 deliveries. As you said, an opportunity here for the West Indies Academy. Can they execute? Still 2 slips. A gully, point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, short leg and fine leg.
That's good, though. That's good line, good length from Joshua James, forcing Perez to play a shot. Lead now 120. Got to think that the West Indies Academy won't want to be chasing anything more than around that 200 to 230 or thereabouts. Still a lot of time left in this game, as we know, and it's about 19 overs of play left today. The West Indies Academy definitely want to pick up at least 2 or 3.
And you know they'd be hoping for, in an ideal world, anything below 175.
Definitely.
First innings 175, which proved 13 runs too many at the time.
That is true.
Yeah. So this West Indies Academy team don't have too many runs to play with, in my opinion. 107 for 3. Lead 120.
We spoke about it earlier about the bulk of the runs from this academy team coming from a wonderful stop that from Ashley Ned.
Brilliant stuff.
Yeah, we spoke about it earlier. The bulk of the runs leaving the West Indies Academy, and Kevlon Anderson, who's out there now for Guyana, and Kevin Wickham, who's
what's he on your latest score?
Gonna have a look at that now. Barbados Royals in action against the Jamaica Scorpions.
You see that fabulous bit of fielding again, just keeping Raymond Perez on strike here.
And Kevin Wickham on the other side, 57 not out. Just continues his excellent form. He's out there with the skipper Craig Brathwaite. He's on 75 of 202 deliveries.
Interesting that.
Really good though to see Kevin Wickham. It's so good to see these young players getting opportunities at their home teams and performing so well. You know, Joel Andrew getting 87 today. Kevin Wicks, Big John Wick, he's on 57.
A lot of shots from Kevin Wickham.
And we know how he tends to play this time. Just one bounce in front of the court and then beating that fielder at gully, and Akim Ogis does well to put it back.
Perez gets off the mark. Gets
Second
his first
time.
runs. Once again, looking to feel bat on ball, isn't he? Just almost running that down through the slip region.
Good bowling though from James. Not much wrong with that one.
It's an opportunity here, though, for the West Indies Academy. He sent it once again. Just comes across his stumps and played quite stylishly.
You want to get Perez out before he gets set as well. You don't want Anderson getting too much more than this either, so stuff to think about for Teddy Bishop and his men. Johan Lane seems to be gonna replace Ashmead Ned at the media center end.
Actually, seems as Teddy Bishop is still off the field, right? Yeah, I think it's Rivaldo Clark.
I think he's back on
Is
now.
he back on now?
He's there at mid-off just with Ned.
Oh, yeah,
Ned
he's
is gonna
back.
continue,
Yeah,
in
Rivaldo
fact.
Clark's gone, yeah. Still Ned, actually. It's not going to
Yeah,
be
so
Lane.
Lane just put his hat back on, so it's going to be Ned to continue.
Interesting. It's going to be Lane from, well, it was going to be Lane from this media center. Once again, Anderson's looking for two. He's gotten through that first one quite quickly. Johnson comes in, does the fielding.
Lead now 123. It's a bit flat out there, the West Indies Academy. Need to try to make something happen.
Yeah, not hearing too much chirping from these young lads at this point in time.
The short leg in. I think Mickey Joseph needs to just have a word or two with Raymond Perez.
I think, to be fair, as you said, got to be looking to pick up that fourth. If it could be Kevlin Anderson, they'll be over the moon.
And batting to come, Kimo Savory, Kevin Sinclair, Ali Mohammed, who was not out in the first innings on 30. Obviously, Moti with his first class 100 is always one to keep an eye out for. Pulmore can handle himself as well. And it'd be unfair to not mention big T. Isaiah Thorne.
So it's fair to say on paper there's still a fair bit of batting to come.
Definitely. Based on form, though.
That's another thing, right?
Yeah, definitely. If you base it on form, you want these two to stay out there for some time and hope that Sinclair gives you a good push towards the end.
Ned, one away from 18 now. He's really done a bit of bowling here today.
Not a bad delivery to finish. So at the end of over number 48, the West Indies Academy fighting away here, trying to pick up that fourth wicket. The Happy Eagles sit pretty at 110 for 3. They've been a bit slow to it, but runs on the board nonetheless. A lot of time left in this game.
Exactly. Still 2 days and 17 overs remaining. It's a lot of time left in this match. In the third innings of this game, it's going to be Johan Lane from the CIU Road End.
Yeah, I think Lane got confused on which end that skipper.
I was
said
surprised.
Bishop.
That's what I was saying. I was quite surprised he would have chosen this end, actually, the media centre. Probably think that skipper Teddy Bishop will look to rotate the faster bowlers from that
one end, yeah.
CIU Road End, and then rotate his spinners from the media centre.
Yeah, it seems to be the plan at this point in time. I think all three fast bowlers who've bowled have bowled from that CIU route, and Lane did bowl a couple overs in the first innings from the...
Yeah, if anything, he's been the one that's bowled from both ends.
Joshua James as well.
Or the one that actually seems more comfortable.
Yeah, definitely.
So, yeah.
Nothing seemed to phase
Yeah.
Johan Lane in his approach to the crease and anything like that. So Teddy Bishop turns to him, looking for a wicket now. Still no signs of Hakeem O'Geist with the ball. No Teddy Bishop himself, who picked up a wicket in the last one. I think the academy missed a bit of leadership from Naeem Young in this game.
Yeah, big time. And his skill as well. I think Kelvin Pittman's just struggled for a bit of consistency as we see Johan Lane just drifting onto that leg stump once again down the leg side.
Yeah, much needed 4 runs for Happy Eagles. And this runs, no leg by signal from the umpire, so it's going to be 4 to Kevlon Anderson again. He's 41, he moves to now. Five into his 6th over now is Johan Lane, and for 19. I think we're going to just get full on straight to Kevlon Anderson. Not long before we see some short stuff, maybe with the field that he has. Is a fine leg that's quite fine on the backward square.
To be fair, I think it's been the struggles of Kelvin Pittman that have really just thrown this West Indies Academy attack a little bit into disarray in terms of a rotation of bowlers. He hasn't necessarily come to the party as Kelvin Pittman. He's only bowled 3 overs for 21 runs so far. You probably expect him to get through a few more overs than that, or you'd hope that he would have gotten through a few more overs than that, allow the other fast bowlers a bit more rest.
Yeah, I think also a good shot, good looking shot from Raymond Perez, and they're going to come back and get 2 easily. But I think, yeah, you're right. Looking at the situation that Guyana were in, we saw 7 or 8 maidens straight between Bishop and Ashmead Ned. Then Pittman came in, went for 10 runs. Then next over went for 6. The over after that went for 5. He was just
leaking runs.
Yeah, a bit too much, and that kind of got the Harp Eagles back into the game. Anderson started to grow in confidence a bit, as well as Imlak before he got out, and the academy have not really been able to get back into the position they were in since then. It's been all Guyana Happy Eagles.
And to be fair, from Johan Lane as well, he's probably just been a bit guilty of being a bit too straight. Not only to the right-handers, but also the left-handers. When you think back to when Nandu and Chandapal were at the crease, just allowing them easy runs into that onside, not really being consistent. Here he is again. Not sure why he's aiming for the pads or going for those stumps here to Raymond Perez. Probably something that he's seen.
It's definitely seemed to be his plan in that first over back.
Just seems to be a little impatient at this stage, Johan Lane. It's not only, patience doesn't only apply to batters, does it, Liam? As a bowler as well, you've also got to exhibit that patience to be almost metronomic outside that off stump over and over and over and over again.
Yeah, it's been a game of cat and mouse a bit with the spinners and the fast bowlers have not been consistent enough. We've got to give credit where credit's due to both Ned and Bishop.
Yeah, and I think probably young Lane has just been a bit guilty of searching a bit too much for a wicket here today. That does happen though, especially to young players. They're learning their way in the game.
Yeah, it is true. This time beats looks like Bishop at cover. James gets around and does the fielding.
Yeah, you do expect a few hills and valleys in terms of performance, but you want these young guys to learn as quickly as possible, especially from a West Indian cricket perspective.
Leeward Islands Hurricanes have faltered quite quickly after losing Jewel Andrew. They've fallen now to 305 for 9. Jaden Seals and Anderson Phillip coming to the party. Anderson Phillip has rushed on to 4 wickets all of a sudden after getting Jewel Andrew. You got Rakeem Cornwall for 2. And you got Daniel Durham out for 7. So it's Archibald and Shino Berridge out there now.
Hmm.
305 for 9.
Anderson Phillip backing up that performance in his previous match, player of the match.
He picked up 4 in the second innings as well against the Academy.
I think 7 in the game. That's a wonderful diving save there by Ogis again. Caused a bit of confusion between the batters. As you can see them remonstrating with each other there, Anderson and Raymond Perez. But they come through for a single nonetheless.
Yeah, there's a lack of communication. Perez thought he beat Ogis early on, was halfway down the track, and then was sent back by Kevlon Anderson, who then decided that, okay, Ogis misfielded, will go through. And could have been detrimental, but they're safe in the end. And Perez lives to fight another day. Kevlon Anderson's into strike now. 43 not out. He's look good though. He's timing those balls nicely. Putting them under his eyes and late. He's look really good. Is Kevlon Anderson. So the end of over number 50. The Guyana Harpy Eagles are 121 for 3. Anderson 43 not out of 100 deliveries. And he's with Raymond Perez, who's on 7. Johan Lane to continue from the CIU end.
Yeah, and Raymond Perez strikes me as the kind of cricketer that was all action. We saw him in the field, very committed, and here at the crease as well. There seems to be a guy who, once he's involved, you expect something to happen. And God, this is never a dull moment with Raymond Perez, even when he's just defending. He does it quite stylishly. And
yeah, he's one of those players, and it's good to see a young player getting into the Harpy Eagles squad and trying to make a difference, trying to bring that youthful energy into a team that's been so successful but has lost a lot of their major players. As Lane runs in, and it was just a matter of time before we saw that short ball coming in with Joseph at short leg, and 2 men out on that square leg boundary, one fine leg in fact. Not going to get much traditional swing. It's about time that the ball might start to reverse a bit as we are into the 51st over.
hasn't been as dry and as hot as usual here at the CCG. So probably just take a bit longer for those conditions to come into effect. Yeah, they've probably kept the ball in a good condition pretty much throughout the day. It's a nice lush outfield as well, not too much damage to the ball per se.
Yeah, definitely. The check delivery from Lane. Not sure if you got a hand at that one, but it's gone straight down the ground. Ashmead Ned picks up, and they're going to get 2 runs. So Anderson moves to 45 now.
5 away from what would be a well played second first class half century. 201 half century so far.
I think looking at the type of batsman that Kevin Anderson is, you'd want to get those stats up. Just get a couple more half centuries and centuries under his name. Still young in his first class career, obviously, but
Yeah, it's just ninth game actually.
a lot is expected of him.
It's already he missed the West Indies A tour because of visa issues, so that would have given him a taste of international cricket somewhat. Was replaced actually by his teammate here, Jordan Johnson, in that squad.
And Jordan Johnson took the world by storm in that 8-team series. Hit some quick fire 40 odds and things of that sort. Isaiah Thorne was part of that as well. Picked up quite a few wickets.
It's good to see Anderson actually bounce back from that disappointment of not being able to make that South Africa tour here in that same series that you just mentioned against the Irish Academy. He also came back and got a score in the one game that he would have played.
Seriously good player, definitely one for the future. This one's driving, and he's driving nicely. Beats Akeem Ogist at cover and gets another single.
And even there, he just only picks up one run, right, Liam? But it's the control that he shows. He never seems to be out of control. It never seems like he's trying to overhit or he's looking for extra power or anything. Stays well within himself and within his game. Hence why he has a element of consistency to him.
Yes, all about timing and placement for him, and that's something that you see a lot of issues with in West Indies cricket. It's all about power a lot of the times, but showing that he's a bit different, he can handle himself, and that's going to be the first hour after tea, so we're going to have a short break for drinks, and after this we'll be right back with more.
Welcome back to the Coolidge Cricket Ground. We're getting ready for the final session of the day's play with some 14 overs left to go. Starting with Ashmin Ned, 125 for 3, the Ghana Happy Eagles. And the conversation continues. Kevlin Anderson comes forward for his 105 delivery. He's 46 as we speak. Good afternoon, Liam.
Afternoon, Mr. Springer. Yeah, Kevin Anderson has spent a lot of time out there. This time flicking it onto the outside, just aerial a bit. To Johan Lean at short with wicket. In need of some wickets. Looking at cuts and Aki Magis getting across, but can't stop it. But well backed up from Pittman there. The breaks in cricket seem to bring wickets all the time, and I think at this point in time that's what the West Indies Academy would be hoping for. Need a wicket, especially of Kevlin Anderson as he pushes it down to Teddy Bishop for a single.
Well, one thing I can tell you for sure is that Kevlin Anderson is not going to give his hand away, and this is a lovely ground for him. He will take the Coolidge Cricket Ground all around the world with him, and he'd want to be able to make sure that he's going to get first another half century and then look for a big one, 100. The lead is 139. 4 o'clock, 4:07 in Antigua and Barbuda, 3:07 in Jamaica.
Ned has bowled so well today. 19.4 overs, 2 wickets, 19 runs. It's in and bowls to Raymond Perez, faster one. Quick to react though was Perez. One delivery to go in this 20th over of Ashmead Ned spell. He's bowled quite a lot today.
We say congratulations are in order as this over is completed to Sunil Walford Ambris scoring his 8th first-class 100, 109 not out as the Windward Islands push on, 246 for 4. And their latest test player, Kevin Hodges, on 63 not out, so he too would be also eyeing 100 in that context. Ambris, still a young man, age 30. He's been around for some time. And when you hear the name, you'll understand that he started a long time ago. Played some 6 test matches for the West Indies.
Yeah, a couple Windies as well as a decent
maybe
one.
10. In fact, at the period of time when he was playing the ODIs for the West Indies, couldn't understand why he was opening. That was beyond me. It was good to see him in some good form. Congratulations are in order. And the Windward Islands continue to push ahead. So, the 8th century so far of the season. We had 7 in the first 2 rounds, and third round has started off with 1. Many more to come. Craig Brathwaite is maybe thinking about 1.
Yeah,
So too is Cavenagh.
He's on 77. I think Kevlin Anderson will be looking at 1 as well himself. He's set up for a big one here, 47 not out. He's on, but he's faced quite a lot of deliveries, 109 deliveries.
Joel Andrew would be very disappointed that he missed out today, but many more to come. So too would be Mikael Louis. He'd be itching his teeth for a next game, or next innings. Perhaps Trinidad and Tobago could put up a fight in the second innings.
We'll have to see about that. Doesn't look too likely at this point in time.
Just to let the entire world know that tickets are on sale for the ICC's Men's T20 World Cup West Indies and USA 2024. 55 matches in total, 40 group stage matches, 20 teams on show, 12 Super 8 matches, 2 semi-finals and the final at Kensington Oval in Barbados. Who will be there? That's the big question. Lane bounds away. Anderson backing across and punching it up to the short extra cover fielder. And the score remains on 126 for 3. lead 139. Anderson 47, Perez 8. And what is also very important is going to have a muster of games in the United States of America. 8 in New York. The big game, India, Pakistan, June 9th. Dallas, Texas, 4. Florida, 4. Anderson, well, caught for room there and a lot of pace there coming on from that delivery from Lane. Lane almost looks like a tired, don't want to say a tired old man, but he just didn't have his entire rhythm today. He's got knocked for 27. And it's an interesting point that Mali was making earlier is that he was searching for a wicket and he sort of got frustrated. And it was almost like every ball he wanted to get a wicket, not understanding that, hey, today may just not be your day.
Yeah, that's just how it is sometimes in this game that we call cricket. It's a funny little game at the end of the day. It's just not been in the wickets. He's been bowling well, but I think the plans that he had, especially earlier on to Chandler Paul, I don't think it was the right plan. And now to Kevlin Anderson, he's very, very stubborn. He's not going to give you his wicket. So Lane is going looking for one, and it's not really worked out for him in this spell. Hammered that one in. Anderson not concerned with that one.
So the end of another over, maiden over to Johan Lane. Partnership is now 23. Anderson has 15 out of the partnership. Perez will need to spend some time at the crease and get some runs. Still 12 overs to go. This could possibly take us up to at least 5 o'clock. With Ned and the pace that he's bowling, we could be out of here very early.
Well, the umpires called play early yesterday. There were still about 7 overs left in the day. So there is always the possibility that they might take those 7 overs once light is there to, at the end of today's play. I think that seems like it might happen. Light seems to be quite good here, still at the Coolidge Cricket Ground.
Not as good as yesterday. Yesterday was, to me, a little better. Got a little overcast here at this point in time.
And Mickey Joseph not allowing that one through.
It's Sabina Park in Jamaica. The Barbados Pride forging ahead. Jamaica Scorpions 269. Barbados Pride 211 for 3 in that contest. The lead continues to go. Craig Brathwaite is on 80. And Kevin Wickham is on 63. So he'll be looking for 100 as well.
That would be his second 100 of the competition.
He too would want to book his flight to England, if possible.
He's really impressed. He's been, to me, other than maybe Mikhail Louis, he's been the most impressive batter in this competition so far. Based on his levels of consistency, he got 100 in one game, got 75 the next innings. Gets a half century unbeaten so far. He shows great consistency, Kevin Wickham, and at such a young age, someone you want to invest in. West Indies Academy is where he would have graduated from, and I think me and Mali were speaking about it earlier. The academy lost 2 of their main run scorers, which have been Anderson and Wickham.
Also, Mackenzie.
And Mackenzie as
So
well.
3. Mackenzie made his test debut from that series playing right here. Because remember, in fairness to Mackenzie, and you have to thank the Almighty for Cricket West Indies Academy, Mackenzie was dropped from the Jamaica Scorpion teams that came last in the regional 4-day competition.
Yeah, and he came to the Headley Week series and did superbly.
How you justify that? That you have a young player like Mackenzie and you put him on the bench to sit down?
Cricket in Jamaica, to me, Cricket Jamaica have not been in in the right minds recently. I think Jamaica have not been doing well in any competition of recent. 4-day or 50 over. And I think a lot of good young players coming out today. Obviously, Jordan Johnson, one to note. Steve Wedderburn would have been a part of that under 19 World Cup as well. He looks like a really good player. So maybe it's time for Jamaica to invest in their youth, and Chadwick Walton, obviously towards the end of his career now, but still performing well. Scored 170 odd in the last game.
So Ned completes another over. 8. And within that combination, he had some close to 109 dot balls within that process. Kind of a very high proportion of dot balls when you compare what has been happening in this game here so far.
He's been really good though. Ashmead Ned would have just like to get a couple more wickets, just 2 for him. Got the wicket of Chandler Paul and the wicket of Nandu. Removed both the openers. Joshua James came in and got Imlak out. So Lean steams in from the CIU road end, and Anderson looks solid as ever. Nothing seems to be troubling him out there.
So when we look at the century list, Leon, starting from 2014 under the new Cricket West Indies Professional League, we saw in the first year there were a total of some 26 centuries scored over that period of time. Give a little breakdown as the analysis goes forward between between deliveries. Lane coming quietly forward is Kevlin Anderson. So in the first year, you'd have had players scoring centuries. Barbados 10, Guyana 5, Jamaica North, Leeward Islands 3, Trinidad and Tobago 2, and Windward Islands 6. So the first year we had 26 centuries. Second year we also had 26 centuries as well. 2015, 2016, 2014, 2015 the first year. 8 from Barbados, 8 from Guyana, 3 from Jamaica, 2 from Leewards, 2 from Trinidad, 3 from Windwards. As we break.
Good delivery and going back into Kevlin Anderson.
In the third year, which was 2016-2017, we had 21. 4 from Barbados, 3 from Guyana, 3 from Jamaica, 4 from Leewards, 4 from Trinidad and Tobago, and 3 from the Windwards, giving it a total of 21. 2017-2018, the biggest year, 35. 5 from Barbados, 8 from Guyana, 4 from Jamaica, 3 from Leeward, 7 from Trinidad and Tobago, and 8 from the Windward Islands. As we break forward again, no runs. We move on to 2018-2019 season. We had 21, 1 from Barbados, 4 from Guyana, 2 from Jamaica, 4 from Leewards, 4 from Trinidad and Tobago, and 6 from the Windward Islands. Now remember now that there was no regional 4-day tournament in 2021 due to the COVID. So 2019-2020, we would have had 24. 4 from Barbados, 2 from Guyana, 7 from Jamaica, 8 from Trinidad, and 3 from the Windwards.
Good shot ball
the
there
Leewards.
from Johan Lane.
We move on to 2021-2022. We had 17. We had 4 from Barbados, 4 from Guyana, 5 from Jamaica, 3 from Leewards, 1 from Trinidad and Tobago, not from the Windwards. And in 2023, we would have had a cadre there. Let me just go to that list for you in a while. I think we would have had 14 in 2023. The breakdown. Another wide ball. So another maiden over. Lane, maybe late in the afternoon, now beginning to understand what you were talking about, Leon, in terms of being patient and just putting the ball in the right areas.
Yeah, I think so. I think something to note though with that 2023 season being the lowest amount. I think at a point in time, somewhere in between all those years, the 4-day competition would have dropped from 10 games where everybody played each other twice to just 5. And I think that's what caused the big drop in the amount of centuries that have been scored.
Fair enough assessment. But the overall centuries so far would be a total of 184, and that's just before this start of this season. Barbados lead the way with 38, Guyana 38, Jamaica 24, Leeward Islands 20, Trinidad and Tobago 30, and the Windward Islands 33. So far, we've gone 8 after 3 rounds. We're looking like we might maybe get a couple more. But a number of players have scored a number of half centuries. It's the centuries that is the big worry.
Yeah, I think so. I think a big problem in West Indies cricket is we have a lot of talented batters who get to a really nice looking, a good looking 35, 40, 45, 50 and can't carry on and can't take that next step and convert half centuries into centuries or convert starts into big scores. And I think we see it at the highest level for the West Indies. You know, Shamar Brooks would have been one of those guys who he's going to give you, you're getting 30 or 40 out of him, but he was never really able to convert to big scores for the West Indies.
Even Leon Johnson, as great as he was as one of the Caribbean leaders, even when he played test matches, he never transformed that form, because even in his last year, Leon Johnson, in 2023, he scored 150 not out. So you would understand the dominance of his experience of playing regional cricket that he understood. Even the Darren Bravo, Darren Bravo would have come and also knocked on the door and got some runs last year as well too. So in all, you look around, he got 2 centuries last year, Bravo. You will always get runs. Miss Stump, did he get back?
Looks like he did.
Yeah.
I think another player that would fit that category of, the Bravos and the...
I think he was in, right? Don't
Yeah,
think he went. Look like he didn't go anywhere. But it was a good piece of work there from Colin Boyne Tuckett.
Well bowled from Ned, though, bowled that one from behind the stumps.
Yeah, he did.
And seemed to catch Perez with that, so good thinking from young Ned. So that's like seeing another one of those players who could fit that category of, Leon Johnson and the Bravos. Devon Smith. I think he would have been one of those players who dominated regional cricket for years. This one up in the air from Raymond Perez. Joshua James settles underneath it and takes a catch. And that's the fall of wicket number 4. Perez goes and Ashmead Ned is full of celebration there.
That is uncalled for.
Definitely.
That was not necessary. The shot was ball. He never got to the pitch of the ball. Clearly, it was almost like a swipe, a T20 swipe there from Perez. He's a much better player than that.
I think what got to Perez is the pressure that he's been under. 8 of 42 is what he's got.
Yeah, but he can bat all day. He's still got another 12 overs to go.
Let's take a look at Ned and Lane at the bottom of your screen there, having a dance, enjoying that one. And Ned was really happy to get that wicket. It's going to be Kemal Savory in at number 6. He has a job to do for Guyana here. Someone needs to stay out there and build this lead with Kevlon Anderson.
Anderson can't believe it.
Yeah, he's
He
not
was
happy
in
at all.
awe. But one has to give credit because it was an excellent catch by Joshua James.
Yeah, running back is never easy, and he got himself into a good position to take that catch. So that is the end of Raymond Perez. He struggled out there, 8 of 42. Looked to play his shots and just wasn't finding the gaps, wasn't getting the runs that he wanted, wasn't scoring as quickly as he wanted, and he's gone now. So that brings Savory in, and Ned picks up his third, a well-deserved third wicket for Ashmead Ned.
And as you always hear Mali say, you have to score some ugly runs. Perez has to understand that every day is not a pretty day. You just want to spend some time at the crease. Here's where I thought that the academy missed out this morning. Joshua Bishop, he sort of really took the game away in the first half an hour from the Guyana Happy Eagles and then unfolded by giving them back. Even Warrell looked good and then got to 58 and said, well, I had enough. You can't have enough on a lovely sunny day with a good batting track. You have to cash in. On 28 for 4, Savory comes out. He too will be under a bit of pressure. Are there any young batters in Guyana that are breathing down to get into this Guyana Happy Eagles team?
Yeah, there's a couple. There's Mavinja Dindial would have been part of that under 19 World Cup this year. Would have represented the West Indies at under 15 level twice as well, 2 different years. There's Rampatab Ramnath. He's been in and out of the runs for Guyana. There's Richie Luknath as well.
But over the years, Leon, Ghana is accustomed to producing batsmen. We haven't seen that in the last 5-7 years cycle. And I'm not talking about the Leon Johnson, the Sowans,
The generation after that.
Yes,
yeah.
we have not seen consistently somebody capture. Obviously, the Shimon Hetmeyer coming out from 2016, you would have hoped that he would have been here, but Hetmeyer has gone on to higher things, which is white ball cricket, IPL. The benefits paying off in that area. Some people still upset that Hetmeyer has not played for their cricket, but the white ball pays the bills.
Yeah, I think a lot of people don't understand just how much white ball cricket can change athletes' life. And I mean, I see a lot of people speaking about Shamar Joseph, and especially a guy like Shamar Joseph, when you really listen to his backstory and where he came from, you can't help but be happy for the opportunities that he's getting now after that breakout tour that he had in Australia. But I think West Indies cricket should come first in a lot of ways, and I think Joseph he needs to be monitored by the West Indies, by Cricket West Indies, to make sure that he's fit and ready for them whenever they need him in the red ball format.
Well, the thing about it is that you can't fault somebody like any player, because there are only X amount of test matches that West Indies play per year.
Yeah, exactly.
So he's not like a Craig Brathwaite who's going to be limited. Right now, he's the most wanted player in the entire world, Shamar Joseph. And I really thought that they could have waited a little bit more even before the IPL, because his purse would have maybe even come in a lot more higher. And I said that. I'll get back to you as Pittman starts. First delivery is just played onto the onside, back and across from Kevin Wickham. So as Mali was saying before, it is important for Kelvin Pittman to come in this second spell of the second innings and be on the money.
They would have gotten Savory out with that unplayable Yorker almost in that first innings, and I think that might be part of the thinking from Teddy Bishop to bring him back in now. Lane also has not been too dangerous in his second spell, so Pittman is going to want to come in here and try to pick up some wickets.
So it's coming back to the point of Shamar Joseph, who's the most wanted player in the world at the moment, and just simply from his own performance in the Test Series Australia. He's going to the IPL, but when you look at, let's say, Ravman Powell, who's going to maybe be receiving over 800,000, Joseph is only going to be getting 300,000, more or less. The point that I'm making is that maybe the agent could have waited a little more rather than rushing to go straight, just hold off for a little while, and the bargains would have been right. But he is on the right path. In fact, I call him Joseph the Deliverer.
Yeah, that's him. That's the guy.
Yes, I call him Joseph the Deliverer. And I wish him all the best. And I hope that folks around will understand and not try to exploit him during his success, and really just give him that sort of support.
Yeah, I think he's represented well, though. He has an agent, Sophie Clare, in Australia. She's his agent, and I think she is one of those agents that definitely has the best interests of players. So I think she'll be, having good conversations with him and making him understand that he might be the hot topic right now, but he needs to understand that his body is his tool, and he needs to be extremely careful of getting exploited, as you said, and understanding that he needs.
But the agent, he would also maybe still need a business manager on top of that, because the agent will only be able to deal with certain aspects. So the exploitation, here's where a business manager will come in now to say, no, this interview you're going to have with 360, there's a cost to it. You got to weigh up those options. And I think that is a way which Cricket West Indies will have to start going through the education processes in the franchise system so that players understand what's happening.
I think it started at grassroots level now. I think me personally, I was just a part of the Trinidad and Tobago Academy, the had a 8 weekend camp. We lived in at the National Cricket Centre in Trinidad, and it wasn't just about cricket. It was about learning about life and things of that sort. We had a former Guyana Amazon Warriors manager, Omar Khan, come in to speak to us about guiding and building a career path and planning your career outside of cricket as well as in cricket. So I think the TTCB at least has taken good initiative of helping out these young players to understand that there's life after cricket as well, and there's the right ways to spend money and things like of that sort. So I think that was a good initiative, and if we could get that at the grassroots level in all territories across the world or across the Caribbean at least, it would be good.
I applaud the Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board for their initiative. President Azim Bassarat, very creative. But this has to be a collective effort. End of over number 57, 129 for 4. Anderson is 49 for 124 deliveries, 5 boundaries so far. And Savory is just coming, he's on 1. Even the franchise cricketers, there needs to be a process. And I think the importance of the Leeward Islands Hurricane franchise now moving to Antigua and Barbuda with the University of the West Indies 5-Island campus. Someone like a Joel Andrew, can go to State College. The academy is right here. He can be able to, universities here. You have the High Performance Center. He can go to school and still apply his trade as a young cricketer. So we have to start educating our young cricketers that, hey, yes, cricket is here, but you got to be able to get a solid education as well.
Yeah, 100%. Which is why I like the CCC setup so much. It encourages young athletes. That's appeal for LBW going down. The CCC team encourages young athletes to get back into school, get into college, university, whatever it may be. Just it helps you to want to get an education, because it'll also get you into a 4-day team or Super 50 team. It's a good initiative.
Yeah, the academy also will have to be sooner rather than later looking at that aspect as well. That while you're in the academy, even though you're training, then you need to go to school, whether be it in the day or in the night, and also apply your trade.
Yeah,
because it's not everybody's going to play for the West Indies team. Some of the players are going to have to also understand that.
I think that's the hardest part of explanation. I think it's about branching out on different things, exactly as you said. Not everybody's going to play for the West Indies, but the argument to that would be that not everybody wants to play for the West Indies at this stage of their career. I think a lot of young players are seeing franchise cricket as a way out, or just a way to make a living. That's where the big bucks are.
Not everybody's going to get into franchise cricket either.
That is true.
So you might not cut out to be a white ball player. There's a number of factors. So you just have to be the complete person as a cricketer.
100%. I definitely agree with you on that. Ned continues here to... And he's gone! Kevlin Anderson has thrown it all away. Goes for 49. And Ned is on a rampage here. He picks up his 4th. And the West Indies Academy are loving this one. Kevlin Anderson goes for 49.
Outfoxed by Ashmin Ned. And look at Kevlin Anderson coming off the field. He was like, why? Why did he get me? In fact, he's running off. He's so upset with himself. He has to go into the dressing room to maybe just cool himself down. He's disappointed. He can't believe it, that he has just given away his hand. He flicks up his bat, and he's in amazement. Outfoxed. And what a role here. Ned really making a dent here. 4 for 19. And interesting. Look at this replay here. Number 41, Ashmin Ned. Slow down. Goes past the umpire. Almost bumps him. Goes wide of the crease. Gets that hand up. Completes his action. Here is Anderson. Driving. Ned collecting. Celebration time. Gold medal for the West Indies Academy.
Yeah, I think it was more than it was more of Anderson just trying to force runs off of Ned. Yeah, I mean, you're taking a look at Ned's figures: 23 overs, 19 runs. I think Anderson was just trying to force something there. A good flighted delivery from Ned, pushed at it and pushed it straight back into his hands. So that is the fall of the 5th wicket. It's going to be Kevin Sinclair, though. The last innings he would have left some runs out there, but he's back in to face Kelvin Pittman for overs, none for 24.
And over in Jamaica, Tredwin Park, Sonny Lambris scored 120 for 113 deliveries with 10 fours and 4 sixes. His 8th first-class 100. We say congratulations. Kevin Hodge, the Dominican and West Indies test player, he's on 81 not out, and he will be eyeing himself to get 100. So he been one of the players that would want to make a statement coming back from Australia. They lead by some 85 runs with 5 wickets. So the combined campuses and colleges putting up a good fight, regardless of the context of the game so far. So too is the academy trying to nudge themselves back into this game. They lead 142 with 5 wickets still in the hut for the defending champions, the Guyana Harpy Eagles, as Kelvin Pittman will come around the wicket. Gets carried away. Short ball. No need for the short ball. He's got to be attacking the stumps. Kelvin Pittman, that's when he's most dangerous. He's got to run in, and his spell is got to be very important. There are 7 overs remaining in the day's play. It could be more. It's now 4:37 in St. John's, Antigua and Barbuda, and 3:37 in Jamaica. It's going to be very, very important. He switched. So he's gone over the wicket now. He was around for his first delivery. And that's a good delivery. That is the line. Bishop is applauding him. The captain is saying, that's where I want you to bowl. And if you can get that slinging Yorker, like what he produced in the first innings to Savory, I think you will have to say that the academy would be back in the game.
Yeah, 100%. He got that big Yorker bowling round the wicket though in that first innings, but I like this play from over the wicket. Any ball that comes back in to Kemo Savory would cause some problems as he is over the wicket. Looking for that Yorker as we just mentioned.
Yeah,
and a chance of a run out. He's out of his crease. An appeal for run out.
Think he got back.
I think Tucker took a bit long to get to the stumps there. And Ned was a bit slow to react as well. So
I think Tuckett was surprised that Savory was going. That's what I think happened.
I'd like to see that one more time. Yeah,
Cho was a little off as well too.
Yeah, Tucker did well though to still get to it and hit the stumps. Really is impressive as a young wicket keeper. He's Callum Bowen Tuckett.
If he needs to get a couple of half centuries to be in the conversation, could be a huge investment for Cricket West Indies to be looking at him.
Yeah, I think it's just that he's short of runs. I think that's the only thing that's holding him back.
Well, he got a 46 in the second game.
Yeah, against Trinidad and Tobago,
Tobago
46 not out.
Yeah, so he got naught in the first innings here, so it's not over by a long shot.
No, definitely not.
He will have to. Certainly, they'll be chasing anything over 250, I feel. The lead is 143.
Yeah, they want to chase on the 200 if they in an ideal will for them. And I think with that wicket of Kevlon Anderson, they'll feel like they have a really good chance here to eat into this lower order. I won't call it a teal. They have a pretty good all-round ability in the end here.
But this guy is a dangerous player.
Kevin Sinclair.
You can't take your eyes off of Kevin Sinclair.
And not much players could say that they have a Test 50 on debut against the world champions Australia.
He's a fighter. He's got a big heart, Sinclair. He's a wonderful feeler.
Looking to cut first ball and cuts well. Jordan Johnson.
Oh, come on.
Misfields out there. Jordan Johnson
you have to stop that. That came right to you.
Jordan Johnson is notably one of the better fielders around on this academy team, but a really poor bit of work from him there. As we have a look at it again, short and wide from Pittman, and Sinclair onto it quickly.
It's a day like this when Kelvin Pittman would maybe not want to see his figures. If you see his figures, he would say no, but that really should have been an easy stop. And every now and again, the West Indies Academy, their ground fielding, their catching, just not been as sharp as you would like it to be. You look at this, Kevin Sinclair. Maybe just playing a young cricketer still by his own standards. 24, 25 first-class games so far. He's got over 1,000 runs. He's got 9 half-centuries, Kevin Sinclair, so he just needs to get 100 within the process. Still a young man, learning his craft.
Oh, going for the Yorker and almost just getting through somehow. Missed everything. A chance of a run out and a direct hit. Might have seen Kevin Sinclair back into the pavilion.
It's all happening here in the last couple of deliveries. So the over comes to, and then Kelvin Pittman over. The replay on 36 for 5.
Have another look at the replay.
Something makes me feel that some more action is still going to take place, Leon, before this afternoon closes out with some 6 overs or maybe more to go.
Directed while I've had him. Yeah, I think so. I think if you in the Guyana dugout, message to Sinclair and Savory would be
Battle.
don't lose a wicket before the end of the day's play.
Yes.
That Sinclair is a free-flowing type of batsman, so it could go either way. I think we're starting to see things happen now since a wicket of Kevin Anderson.
Ned has got 4. He'll be searching for 5.
Yeah, 100%. I don't think Ned is going to come off the ball before the evening's over. Go back to the hotel later, have a good rest, maybe get an ice bath, and then come again and start us off tomorrow.
Want to see a silly point in front of Savory. You're in that pressure situation where you want to be able to make sure you maximize that. Have him looking left, right. Make him think about what's going on. He's got 2 eyes. He's got to be on the money. He's got to be thinking. And he's got a lot of chatter to keep him going.
And with just a few overs left in the day's play as well, it's never a bad option.
The slip again is also wide. See, that single is just too easy.
Yeah, definitely.
The silly point in front of him now, he wouldn't have been allowed to come back on across. He would have had to be thinking about coming forward because somebody would have been right in front of him. Ned needs to do is to bowl the ball into the surface. Even for Anderson, I would have brought in a silly point. 5 overs to go. Yeah, just put some pressure up. You got this deep backward skillet fielder. I don't know if you need him. Yeah, put some pressure there.
I think Sinclair is one of those batters that's probably going to sweep. So it's not a bad option maybe to have Akeem Ogis out there deep backward square. Johan Lane being pushed back now to long on.
Don't think he's going to hit down the lane. He's a little bit more circumspect than that. He's a test player.
Yeah, I think especially just a couple overs left in the day's play, Sinclair is smart enough to understand what his job is here.
But you've seen stranger things happen.
That is true.
Lead 150.
A beautiful ball! And that's 5!
No, he's not bowling me. Missed the stumps.
Well, Ashmead Ned went off in celebration. I don't think he can believe that ball has missed everything.
It has. He still can't believe it. Ashmead Ned, what did that hit? Let's see the replay here. Mr. Stumps, it missed everything. Wow.
I think Ned ran off more in disbelief than in celebration. But a seed of a delivery from Ashmead Ned late in the day to Kevin Sinclair. You don't want that
And he caught Sinclair off guard. He was leg side of the ball. He wasn't covering his stumps. He was just pushing down the wrong line. In fact, he was...
No foot movement whatsoever.
He was surprised. Ashwin Ned surprised Sinclair. Short delivery. Ned still thinking about it. That's why I was saying to you, Leon, short leg, silly point. We're coming down close to the day. They're thinking about defending. Out and out field, long on, long off back. Give them something to think about.
Yeah, that in and out field is definitely a great option at this point in time of the day.
With how Ned is bowling, you want to give him as much support as possible. Get somebody under that bat.
Ned runs into bowl now to Kevin Sinclair. Yeah, I think you need one on the other side as well. Short leg and silly point. And I think the academy may be missing a trick here.
They pulled out the short third man, Feeler, and get somebody, get him onto the onside. They get there.
Faster delivery from Ned, and that brings us to the end of over number 60. The Guyana Harpy Eagles 139 for 5, but it's all happening here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground.
Ned making a statement, more or less, and really piling on the pressure here so far. 4 for 22, Ned. And he's really bowled well. 44, 103. No, Anderson will be kicking himself in that dressing room. Like, how did Ned get me?
Good friends, Kevin Anderson and Ashmit. Ned.
That's what the team spirit. That's what we're going to be seeing over the next 4 or 5 years. This is going to be the matchups. The Jordan Johnsons, the Ned, the Tuckets, the Kelvin Pittmans. Those are going to be the guys. Even you, Leon, you're not too far off. Trinidad will have to draft you sooner rather than later.
It's going to be Kelvin Pittman again from the CIU Road end. I think at this stage of the day, you just want to make the batsman play as much as possible. You want to attack the stumps, attack that off-stump line. You don't want them leaving anything too easily out there. Just make them play as much as you possibly can at these late stages. As Pittman runs in again. Bit of a stutter in the run-up, but Nick Titan had gone past Rashawn Worrell at first slip. One slip on a gully in play, and it went to where maybe a second or a third would have been. And Kemal Savory gets a streaky boundary, but a boundary nonetheless as we take a look at it one more time.
If Kelvin Pittman is going to bowl that line, Leon, then you don't need that deep backward square leg fielder in Leon Johnson. That's a wasted man. He's not going to feel. In fact, that's if you're having Leon Johnson, Jordan Johnson, in that position, then you're forcing Kelvin Pittman to bowl short deliveries, and there's no need at the end of the day's play.
Drives nicely, and BK Joseph diving away, can't get a hand to that one, and it runs into the boundary now for 4. 2 fours in 2 deliveries. Pittman's figures not looking nice, but you really had to take a look at him bowl. It's been a bit unlucky for the young man today. Let's have a look at Savory again. Yeah, just a long half volley. Joseph could not get a hand to that one. Dive full length. Not the biggest, tallest guy is Mickey Joseph, so just couldn't get a hand to that one.
But he's also he has on the pads as well.
Yeah, definitely.
And you're putting him in the cover position. I mean, we got to get your angles worked out. You got to get your fielders worked out. There's no slip for Kelvin Pittman. They're playing a guessing game. You can't be a guessing game, and you have to put the fielders in the right positions.
We see another man into. Actually, they've moved him back now to the backward point.
And Becky Joseph is not even in the correct position at cover. He's just too close.
Short and into the body, and appeal for LBW, but
that was high.
That was definitely too high. Kevin Pittman bagging that one in to the pitch with a bit more energy.
Craig Brathwaite brings up another first-class 100, 101 of 234. And Kevin Wickham was run out for 63. He'll be upset with himself.
Yeah, just saw the clip of it with him and Brathwaite. It was just some poor miscommunication. Both ended up in the middle of the wicket.
Wow. And somebody decided to take Wickham, right, rather than Brathwaite. 147 for 5. The West Indies Test captain scored his first 100 for the season. So he continues because, in fact, he might be the leading run scorer under the professional setup with all of these runs in this competition.
This is what you want to see from him, though. He
Yeah.
came back from Australia as he's a West Indies Test captain. He needs to be dominating at this level. It's what you expect of the likes of Chandler Paul and even Kirk McKenzie. It's a beautifully timed shot from Savory. Gets a single.
Brathwaite's highest score in the regional competition, I think, is 276. So he's always going to score runs. Another over completed, 61 bowled. The most so far in the game. In the first innings, Academy bowled 54.3 overs, 148 for 5. Guyana Happy Eagles, 61 overs bowled. And they'll be searching for some success. Who's to come? Ned wants 5. Ned is not, as like Liam said, he's not coming off of that ball today.
No, definitely not. And he'll start tomorrow morning as well after a good rest at night. In terms of the other end, I think they're going to... Pittman 6 overs for 40. He's not been at his absolute best in this entire game. First innings, he was a bit all over the place as well.
1 for 46.
Yeah, I think you got to make a change on that end. Try to be as aggressive as possible these last few overs of the day. As Ned continues, he's going to bowl to Savory, who's out there on 13 of 15. Sinclair on the other end, 7 of 6. Feels like he hasn't faced the ball in a while. Savory has been doing the bulk of it.
$302 for 6. We win with Islands. They lead by 98, so it means that they've Kevin Hodges not out on 89. Walcott back in the hut for 19. Tevin Walcott. And like I said, Sunil Walford Ambrose scoring his 8th first-class 100, 120, 113 deliveries with 10 fours and 4 sixes. So his job is done for the day. Ambrose. Ned is still searching. He's searching for 5.
This one from behind the crease again. Good thinking from young Ashmead Ned. Really has impressed me today with his subtle variations such as that one. Little changes in pace have worked well for him. I think that was what done Cadwell and Anderson. Good flighted delivery now. It was good variation of pace from Ned. I think what Ned has done better than any other bowler in this game, I think, is that he's been patient. 24 overs. He's into his 25th now, 4 wickets for 22 runs.
Can you say that word again?
Patience.
Thank you very much, sir.
Patience is the name of the game.
I'm so glad that I can hear a young person say that. I wish that the captain, Teddy Bishop and Lane and Kelvin Pittman and company will understand what we're talking about here.
I think the spinners, though, to be fair to even Joshua Bishop, both Bishop and Ned have been very, very patient in the way that they've operated. I think the fast bowlers have been the ones that were searching a bit harder for a bit more for wickets. Got to give credit to Bishop as well. He was part of that bowling partnership with Ned where we saw 8 runs in about almost 20 overs.
Savory missing out there on that full toss. Really should have done a lot better with that. Ned finishes strong with another maiden over. And he's really having a roll. 62 overs bowled, 148 for 5. And play continues to motor on here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground, the home of Cricket West Indies.
Yeah, 3 wickets, 3 overs to go is the information that we have so far in the day's play. It's going to be Pittman again, 6 overs for 40. A bit surprising that they've gone back to Pittman, but...
And in fairness, Leon, I know the figures won't show how well he has bowled. It's just been the angles and some of the boundaries really has not really been his fault. Really, it's just been the field settings. They've still gone back to having the deep backward square. I'm saying that somebody's got to be concentrating. They have the deep backward square also for the right-hander as well.
And the deep point, so I think Pittman want to go short to Sinclair. Don't understand that ploy. Yeah, it goes hard length again.
Got to bring Jordan Johnson up.
Yeah, I don't see the point of... You've got to bring Johnson up and you've got to bring that deep square in as well. Sean Worrell, I don't see the reasoning for it.
But my thing is...
But I think they think that Sinclair is one of those batsmen who, once he gets a shot ball, he's going to try to take it on.
Yeah, but you don't want Kelvin Pittman. Kelvin Pittman is struggling for his bowling with him. So you want him to do a job for you. I don't think this wicket has played out where you can have a deep backward square. It doesn't have that sort of pace. The amount of moisture that is in this track here, how many balls have you seen? Even the bouncers that have been bowled, they've just lobbed
more tennis
over.
Ball. Yeah, that is true. Interesting plans, though. I think Pittman's going to sneak in a Yorker in this over.
That is what he should be thinking about bowling. That is his strength. That's where he gets most of his wickets.
Full and straight. Yeah, goes for it, and this one flying out of his hand, and Tuckett doing a good job, but it seems like he's hit his hand there.
He's good, man.
Yeah, that one just flying out of...
Umpire will warn him. That really slipped out there completely. Straight away apologize to Sinclair.
Yeah, this happens sometimes, late in the day, looking for peace. Probably just gripped the ball a bit too tight, and it flew out.
Just needs to relax. Concentrate one delivery at a time. It's all in the mind. It's all in his head. He has to relax himself. And I'm wondering if they're having conversations with him about the field setting as well, or he's just given a feel and said, well, just bowl to the field, because Johnson is wasted on the offside.
So it's Pittman stutters a bit in the run again. Goes short and wide. Sinclair flat bats it straight past Teddy Bishop, who has to give chase. A misfield from Bishop again. He's not been his usual self in the field, and this one runs away and into the boundary for 4.
Another boundary given away. Ball on the ground. That's what we're talking about. The ground field and the catching. They got to be a lot more sharper in the context. That was along the ground. Get your body behind the ball.
Goes for the Yorker, missing out a bit, and good stop from Ned. They get 1.
Ned putting his body on the line there.
Yeah, I think Ned has been exemplary today, both in the field and with the ball in hand. So I'm diving quite a lot and cutting off a lot of runs, fielding a cover.
Bowling figure so far. You on lane, 9 overs, 4 maidens, 27 runs, no wicket. The man of the moment, Ashmin Ned. 25 overs, 13 maidens, 22 runs, 4 wickets. Let me repeat that again. 25 overs, 13 maidens. As I break.
Going for that Yorker, the Savory again.
That's the line. That's where he has to bowl. Yon Lane coming up to him and saying, that's where I want you to bowl. Bowl it in that area. So as we're talking about Ashmin Ned's figures, 25 overs, 13 maidens, 22 runs, 4 wickets. Joshua James, the big man from Tobago, 9 overs, 1 maiden, 38 runs, 1 wicket. Then we got Joshua Bishop, 13 overs, 5 maidens, 21 runs, no wicket. And Kelvin Pittman looking to complete his 7th over. He finishes with 0 for 42. It's been a torrid time for him. In fact, it might be more than that, 0 for 46. Make it 47 now from his 7 overs. So Pittman really been struggling. 63 overs bowled, 155 for 5. And Guyana Harp Eagles, the defending champions, really trying to seize the initiative at the end of the day's play, if Ned can get 5 and get another wicket, then you could say it's even Stevens. Lead 168. Save with 14. Sinclair 12. Ned looking, searching. He wants 5. He's taking off. Joshua Bishop comes back. I wouldn't be taking off Ned at all.
I think I would have continued with Ned from this end and go with
And
Bishop
put
on the
Bishop
other
from
end.
the other end.
I'm not sure if Ned is going to come from the other end now. I think Ned did bowl from the other end and pick up a few wickets, so I think that might be the ploy. Bishop has only really bowled from this end in this game so far.
End which he fancies.
Yeah, so I think Bishop is going to come back from here now, and we may see Ned from the other end to finish up the day. 2 overs to go. Hit straight to Ned down at mid-off.
And to be honest with you, I might have maybe even tried an O'Geese here.
Yeah, this is something different.
Something different.
There's obviously Aki
Even
McGee's and his leg
Bishop,
spin.
Bishop himself, he could have come and try a couple here as well.
Jordan Johnson as well bowled some leg spin. Uppish to Lane at mid-wicket. I think Aki McGee's might not be a bad option whatsoever. Oh, they're putting an extra man onto the leg side.
Yeah, but you want that man in front of Savory. Savory's low on confidence. You know, that to me, that field is almost like wasted. Again, we're talking about angles. It's almost like he's bowling to a leg side field now.
I think the reason
Like he's got 6 fielders on the leg side.
I think the reason that Johnson would have gone in today is that last ball was like it just flicked uppishly in the air, and now Bishop has gone outside the off stump. I don't understand this. If you're gonna bowl to that field, you gotta be a lot straighter.
Thought process.
He's gone outside the off stump again.
Gosh.
There's no point in place,
Jeez.
and this one is cut away for 4. Is it? Runs into the boundary now for 4. Geese can't stop it.
But it's the thought process. It's just giving away boundaries.
I think it's just lack of execution more than the thought process now from Bishop. If you're going to bowl to that field, if you want that field, you have to bowl to it. You have to be straighter. And, yeah, this too short, too wide, and Savory pounced on it easily. His partnership building nicely now, 30 of 35. Have to remember as well, there's still Ali Mohammed to come into bat. He scored 30 not out in the first innings. It was Moti as well. Purmore could handle himself. Much better line from Bishop. Still probably a bit too full.
You want to put fielders in the correct positions where they're going to feel the ball. Not you just have fielders just because you want to have fielders. More runs. It's like you're trying to buy a wicket. You know, there's no need. You know, just put in the basics. Is Ned going to finish?
Not too sure yet. I think it should be the best option, and it looks like
Has to be Ned.
yeah, it looks like it's gonna be Ned. He's walking towards the umpire now.
Maybe even I would give Jordan Johnson one. I still feel that O'Geese, can do something with the ball.
Yeah, and I think with those part-timers, a bad ball sometimes, see if we might look to put it away, or Sinclair and just get that top edge or something like that. But with the last over to go, it's going to be Ned into Savory. No short leg, no silly point in fact, just the one fielder under the bat. A leg slip in place now. Deep backward square as Johnson goes out there now. Mid on, mid off. Short mid wicket, short cover and a backward point. Got Joshua Bishop at first slip and Teddy Bishop at leg slip.
You need a man in front of the bat, especially for Savory.
It's going to be Ned. Flicked away. Sinclair wants a single chance of a run out. And the ball hitting Sinclair. An appeal from Joshua Bishop for obstructing the play, but not much in that one. But risky from Sinclair. Last over of the day, a bit of nerves maybe just settling in.
You need a man in front of the bat. To me, the leg slip is even wasted. Need a man in front of the bat.
I can just sense how the wicket's going to fall in this over. You just get that feeling.
That's why the deep backward square leg fielder is wasted at this time. Need a man in front of the bat.
Well, Sinclair is on strike. Johnson's going to come in now. They're going to go with the deep square. Yeah, it looks like Worrell's going out. In fact, they've called him in. 2 slips. Oh, a leg slip now, in fact. Mid-on fielder just dropping back a bit. As Ned is into bowl to Sinclair. Good delivery. Well kept out from Kevin Sinclair. Cuts away and cuts well, and it's going to run into the boundary for 4. A wonderful shot from Kevin Sinclair.
So the lead goes up to 174. Sinclair, right, that boundary goes up to 16. And the score goes up to 165 for 165 for 5. $179.74 becomes the lead now. Cat and mouse. Sinclair just saying, I'm the test player here. You wait, young man. You're not going to rush me.
There's 2 deliveries to go in the day's play now. As Ned into Sinclair. Good delivery again. And Sinclair long forward.
5:07 here in Antigua and Barbuda.
Sinclair drives straight down the ground. A chance for a run out again. And there's a bit of miscommunication, but that's going to be the end of the day's play. The Guyana Happy Eagles will close on 165 for 5 with a lead of 178. And after a few thoughts from Mr. Springer, that'll be it from us today here at Cricket 360 and Windies Cricket.
So just to give you a recap in terms of what's happening, Guyana go into the hut at the end of the day's play, leading by 178. And to give you a recap in terms of what would have happened for the day, West Indies Academy would have started 96 for 4 overnight, and they were bowled out for 162. Young Romain Worrell, you have to give him some real credit. Rashan Worrell, he would have scored 58, his maiden first-class half-century on debut, 146 balls, 4 fours and 3 sixes. And Becky Joseph, he was out on the first day for 11, Akeem O'Gees for 1, Teddy Bishop for 2, Jordan Johnson for 2, Joshua Bishop for 51, 66 balls, 7 fours, Colin Boyne Tuckett without scoring. Joshua James, he didn't tee off today. He went for 1. Ashmin Ned for 10. Ewan Lane for 7. And Kelvin Pittman, he was dismissed without scoring. Didn't trouble the scorers. Bowling figures for the Guyana Harper Eagles. Isaiah Thorne, 6 overs, no maidens, 20 runs, no wicket. Didn't bowl today. You had the big man himself here in Ronaldo Ali Mohammed, 8 overs, 2 maidens, 36 runs, no wickets. Then you had Versami Permaul, the test bowler, 9 overs, 4 maidens, 15 runs, 3 wickets. Gudaship Moti, 10 overs, 3 maidens, 31 runs, 3 wickets. And then you had Kevin Sinclair, 16 overs, 4 maidens, 45 runs, 4 wickets. We then moved on to the Guyana Happy Eagles' second innings. And for a period of time, you were sort of looking at a complex game because it was more or less dominated for a period of time with Ned and Joshua Bishop. The batsmen out so far, Tejan and Shanda Paul for 22, Matthew Nandu for 19, Imlak for 29, Anderson was outfoxed by Ned for 49, Perez for 8, played what we would call a naughty shot, Savory not out on 20, Sinclair not out on 16. Bowling figures so far for the West Indies Academy. Yon Lane, 9 overs, 4 maidens, 27 runs, no wicket. Then we move along to Joshua Bishop, 14 overs, 5 maidens, 26 runs, no wickets. Kelvin Pittman, 7 overs, no maidens, 47 runs, no wickets. Joshua James, 9 overs, 1 maiden, 38 runs, 1 wicket. But the man of the moment, the man of the day, Ashmin Ned, 26 overs, 13 maidens, 27 runs, 4 wickets. In all, the West Indies Academy would have bowled some 23 maidens within the process. But the man of the moment, like I said, for the West Indies Academy bowling has been Ashmin Ned, 26 overs, 13 maidens, 27 runs, 4 wickets. Tomorrow is day 3. A lead of 178, 165 for 5. Guyana Happy Eagles, they are large and in control and will be looking to pile on the pressure on the West Indies Academy as the defending 4-day regional champions. On behalf of my colleagues, Marley Richards, Leon Manja, they keep calling him Leon Sebastian, and the producer, the owner, Vinod Manchan, and the cameraman who did an excellent job today from 360 Crew. I'm Vernon A. Springer signing out and saying tomorrow we'll be back with you at 9:55 a.m. on a Friday morning. God's willing, we give God thanks.